les structures avec deux pronoms, and especially when one of them, so one of the pronouns, when you will use two pronouns, and one of them will be en, okay? So it was introduced in a previous video lesson, okay? So we'll work on this lesson, in this lesson, on the pronoun en, okay? And then next lesson will be with le, la, les, the lesson after lui, leur, and the last lesson regarding this topic with two pronouns will be with the pronoun I. Okay, so let's see now with en. So me, or then M apostrophe, te, T apostrophe, or then lui, ce, or S apostrophe, nous, vous, leur, and ce, or S apostrophe, will be placed before en. Okay, so that's the rule. En will come after me, or M apostrophe, te, or T apostrophe, lui, ce, or S apostrophe, nous, vous, leur, or ce, or S apostrophe. Okay, so that's the way it will go. So en is coming after. Okay, so we'll see a few examples, and then I thought it might be useful to put, well, the examples at the present form, so le présent, and then passé composé, because if you remember correctly, this passé composé is what we call a composed tense. And then the futur proche, so this near future structure that we've got, and normally you make it with the verb aller, and then your verb at the infinitive. And it's quite interesting because in that case, well, it gives you two verbs, okay? So the question is, how do you put your pronouns when you've got two verbs in your sentence, okay? So let's see now le présent. Mon ami me donne un conseil. All right, so mon ami, my friend, me donne, donner is to give, un conseil, an advice, okay? So let's say that we would like to replace un conseil in that case, and then we saw in the previous lesson that un conseil could be replaced with en, okay? And so, mon ami, me, so it should be before, if you remember what we saw previously, so me should be in the first position, and then en should come right after, and then the verb, all right? But then if you remember, we've got this here, so me, and then en is starting with the vowel as well, so should go away. That's the reason why you will have this M apostrophe, so m'en donne un, all right? Second example, ta femme t'achète une montre. Ta femme, your wife, acheter is to buy, une montre, a watch. Okay, and then of course we would like to replace une montre. In that case we will use this en pronoun, okay, and you get ta femme, so you've got this te again, but then as it's with the vowel here en, then needs to go away. T'en achète une. All right, so as we saw for the rule, first we've got te, after that en is coming, and then we've got the verb. Okay, then il nous apporte des fruits. Okay, so remember, apporter is to bring, des fruits, fruits. Okay, in that case we would like to replace des fruits, and so we will replace it with the pronoun en. Okay, il nous en apporte. All right, so nous first, then your pronoun en, then the verb. Okay, so let's see now with the passé composé. So same sentence, mon ami m'a donné un conseil. All right, mon ami m'en a donné un. So it will be exactly the same thing, especially if you think that a donné, the thing that you see here, okay, it's only one verb. Okay, so you've got two parts because it's composed, all right? So first you've got avoir, and then you've got this participe, passé form, okay? But it's only one verb. All right, that's the reason why you put first your pronoun here, me, and then you put this second pronoun en before avoir, okay, because this is the verb here. So you get mon ami m'en a donné un. Let's see now the same sentence that we had previously, but at the passé composé form. Ta femme t'a acheté une montre, okay, so same thing here. Ta femme, so te should be here, but then, of course, with the vowel, we take away the en a acheté une. Ta femme t'en a acheté une. All right? And then, ils nous ont apporté des fruits. All right? Same thing. Ils nous en ont apporté. All right? So, nous first, then en, and after that you put your verb. So, same rule here. It's composed, so you've got two parts, but still it's only one verb here. So, let's read it. Ils nous ont, okay, beautiful liaison here, ont apporté. Okay, so the full thing goes like, ils nous en ont apporté. All right, so let's read it one more time. Mon ami m'en a donné un, ta femme t'en a acheté une, ils nous en ont apporté. All right, and then the last example we'll see with the futur proche. So in that case, it will be quite interesting because we will have two verbs. Okay, so let's see. Mon ami va me donner un conseil. Okay, so exactly the same idea. We'll replace un conseil by en, and then we see how it goes. Mon ami va. All right, so here you've got this verb aller. All right, so the first verb here, and then you will put your pronouns. So me here, of course, is going away. Then you've got your pronoun en before the second verb. Okay, donner, to give, that's the second verb here. Infinitive form, as usual in French, when we've got two verbs. So, mon ami va m'en donner un. All right. Ta femme va t'acheter une montre. Exactly the same rule. Ta femme va, so you've got first your verb here, then te, but then is going away, en, and the second verb, acheter une. All right. Ils vont nous apporter des fruits. Ils vont nous en apporter. Okay, so that's the only thing that you should remember. So when you've got one verb, whether it's simple or composed, then it is before the verb. When you've got two verbs like here, so with these first aller, then your verb, so donner here, remember that your pronouns will come before the second verb, okay? But then the order will stay the same. Les structures avec deux pronoms, and if we're more precise, if you've got one of these two pronouns, if it is le, la, or les, okay? So we saw in the previous video the same concept. So when you've got two pronouns in the same sentence, but then one of them is en, okay? So if you want to check it, then it is the previous video, and then after that we'll see lui, leur, and we'll work with y, okay? But then in that video we'll work on le, la, ou les, okay? And then the rule is quite simple. If you've got first me, te, nous, vous, they will come first, and after that you will put le, la, and les, okay? That's the rule. If you've got le, la, and then les, it will come all the time after me, te, nous, and vous. Okay, let's see that more precisely. And so we'll work on présent, passé composé, because it's a composed tense, so it's quite interesting to see how you put this pronouns when you've got a composed tense. And then the futur proche, so this near future, so I am going to, like in English, so aller plus infinitif, okay? It's interesting because in that case you've got two verbs, so we'll see how you put your pronouns when you've got the structure, a sentence with two verbs, okay? So let's start now with the présent. So, mon père me conseille ce livre. Mon père, my father, conseillait to advise or to recommend, in that case, ce livre, this book. So we want to replace ce livre, we will put le, okay, and as we saw for the rule, so mon père, first me, then le, and after that, the verb, sorry. Mon père me le conseille. Okay, that's it. Quite simple, remember, me first, then le, and then the verb. Second example, tes amis, your friends, donner is to give, les clés, the keys. Okay, tes amis nous donnent les clés. So we want to replace les clés, so we should replace it with the plural form, so it's les, okay, here, les, and then remember, first nous, then les, and after that the verb. Tes amis nous les donnent, okay? And the final example, je me réserve, okay, so réserver, to reserve, la place de parking, so the parking place, la place de parking. In that case, we don't want to use la place de parking, we want to replace it with a pronoun, so je me la réserve. Okay, remember, first me, then la, and after that your verb. Okay, so it's quite simple, it's not really difficult, remember, in that case, me, nous, me here in the first place, then le, la for the feminine, les for the plural, second place, then the verb. Let's see how it will go with the passé composé form. So passé composé, as you can see it in its name, it's a composed tense, okay? So you've got two parts. First you've got avoir, then you've got here participe passé. Okay, so mon père m'a conseillé ce livre. Same thing, we don't want to use ce livre again, so we put the pronoun. Okay, so in that case, if you look carefully, then mon père me first place, then you should have le here because it's the masculine form, but then you've got here a vowel after, so needs to go away, so you get L apostrophe. Mon père me l'a conseillé. All right. Then, tes amis nous ont donné les clés. So exactly the same sentence that we had previously at the present form, but in that case, it's the passé composé form, okay? Tes amis nous les ont donné. Okay? So, same rule, first nous, then les, before, and then after that you put the verb here. So you can see that I've been putting in red the ending here just to remind you or let you remember that we've got a rule in French. Normally when we make this passé composé form with avoir like that, and if you've got what we call complément d'objet direct before, you should put at the end of your participe passé form here feminine if the word is feminine, so s if the word is plural, okay? In that case, we've got les clés. Les clés is feminine plural, so that's the reason why we will add first feminine and then plural here. Okay, so the good news is that you don't pronounce it, so donner, okay? So whether it would be without this final es or with es, you will pronounce it the same way. Tes amis nous les ont donnés. Okay? And then the last one. Je me suis réservé la place de parking. Je, me first, then la, and after that, suis réservé. Okay? So it doesn't really change that much if you think. First me, or then nous, as we saw, then le, or then la and les, and after that you put your verb, even if in that case it's a composed verb, it doesn't change anything, you just put it before. Okay? So let's see now how it will work with futur proche, so structure with two verbs. So same example, mon père va me conseiller ce livre, and now you can see something interesting. You can see that me and le will be placed before the second verb. Okay, so mon père va, so you put first your verb, me, le, conseiller. All right, so keep in mind that me and le should be before the second verb. Tes amis vont nous donner les clés. Tes amis vont nous les donner. Je vais me réserver la place de parking. Je vais me la réserver. Alright, so the rule goes like that. Me, nous, me. So as here we saw first place, then le, la, les, second place. Alright, and after that, your second verb. Le présent continu. So le présent continu, it's an interesting structure because It's the kind of structure that you can use if you want to insist on the fact that an action or something, a process is continuing at the time when you are speaking or talking, okay? And the way to construct this is to use first this expression, être en train de. So you can see that here we've got the verb, être, to be, okay? And this structure should be, obviously, at the present time. Okay, and no, not the present time, sorry, but the present tense, all right? So you should conjugate your verb être here at the present, okay? Then you will put the verb that you want to use in your structure. This verb should be at the infinitive form, so the basic form of the verb, okay? So, and it will give you this présent continu. Okay, so let's see a few examples. First, je suis en train de faire mes devoirs. Okay, faire is to do, and then mes devoirs, my homework, all right? And then when you use this je suis en train de, okay, so you want to insist on the fact that at the time when you are talking, the process is taking place, okay? And it continues, and that's the whole concept of it. So, je suis en train de faire mes devoirs. All right. Second example that we've got, so same thing here. Tu es en train de regarder un film. Okay, so same thing, regarder or to watch un film, a movie. So the action is taking place, and of course it continues if you use this en train de. Okay, but then remember that you've got to put here the verb être at the present form for tu es. Okay, so you need to conjugate it, and then elle est en train de réparer, so to repair, son vélo, her bike. Elle est en train de réparer son vélo. All right, so same thing, it's continuing, it's taking place at the time when you are talking. And the last one, il est en train de préparer le petit déjeuner. Préparer, to prepare, le petit déjeuner, breakfast. Okay, so il est en train de préparer le petit déjeuner. Okay, so at the time when you are talking, he's doing it right now, and the process is continuing. Okay, so let's read them one more time. Je suis en train de faire mes devoirs. Tu es en train de regarder un film. Elle est en train de réparer son vélo. Il est en train de préparer le petit déjeuner. Okay, so that's what we call le présent continu. But then if you think about that, well, it would be possible to transpose that at the past as well. Why not? So, let's call it le passé continu. And it's possible because, well, the idea is that you just use the same structure, être en train de, okay? But think about that because we've been covering the past tenses already, and it would be a bit strange to use this passé composé tense, because normally we tend to use this passé composé when we want to express actions, okay? But then, in that case, imparfait would be more appropriate, okay? So if you want to use this passé continu concept, then use être en train de, and you use this imparfait, okay? Then, same idea, you put your verb at the infinitive form, and you will get this passé continu. Okay, so you know what? We'll take exactly the same sentences that we had as examples for the present, but we just put them at the passé. And here we go. J'étais en train de faire mes devoirs. So as you can see, the only thing that will change in this structure is être, okay, because in that case you should put it at the imparfait form. J'étais en train de faire mes devoirs. Tu étais en train de regarder un film. Elle était en train de réparer son vélo. Il était en train de préparer le petit déjeuner. All right, so the only thing that will change here, here, and here, it's the verb être that you should put at the imparfait form. All right, and in the same logic, we could put this structure at the future as well. Why not? So, le futur continue. And in that case, exactly the same structure, so être en train de, but then obviously, so être should be at the future form, okay, so the real one, and then the infinitive form just to get this futur continu. Okay, same example, same sentences, so je serai en train de faire mes devoirs. Tu seras en train de regarder un film. Elle sera en train de réparer son vélo. Il sera en train de préparer le petit déjeuner. Okay, so as you can see, the only thing that will change here is the verb être. So it should be at the futur simple form, so the real future. Okay, here, here, and here. Okay, le passé récent. Like the recent past, if you want to translate it directly. So le passé récent is like a false or a fake tense that we've got, because technically it's the present tense, but then if you want to express something that you just did, okay, so we've got a tense for that, and it's quite useful and quite easy to make, because the concept is that first you will use the verb venir and the preposition de. Okay, so venir is to come, venir de, so this should be at the present tense, and then you will put your verb at the infinitive form, okay, and you will get what we call le passé récent. Okay, so it's a technique just to express something that you just did. Okay, so it's not possible to use this passé récent, of course, for last week or the month before. It's not possible. Okay, so it's really something that is somehow connected to the present. So present, something that you just did. Okay, so of course, if you want to make it, you should know the conjugation of venir by heart. If that's not the case, then don't worry. Here it comes. So at the present tense, it's je viens, tu viens, il vient, elle vient, nous venons, vous venez, ils viennent, elles viennent. All right, so let's see that one more time. Je viens, final S not pronounced, okay? And when you combine this IEN, you get this yin, yin. Je viens, all right? Tu viens, well, exactly the same thing. Final S not pronounced, and then you get this yin sound, all right? Then il vient, exactly the same sound, because final T here is not pronounced. Elle vient, all right? Nous venons. Okay, so final S not pronounced, and then remember that you pronounce this like a the, venons. Okay, O-N in your nose, on, venons, nous venons. All right, vous venez. Okay, so a Z at the end combine will give you the sound E, and here you've got venez, vous venez. All right, and then ils viennent. So remember, as usual in French, when we talk about conjugation, E-N-T at the end, you don't pronounce it here. And then you've got this here, followed by this double N. So double consonant here, so when they are identical, they will open the sound of this so you will get it, and it will be produced like E, okay? So viennent, viennent. Okay, don't insist on this. No, viennent, viennent. Okay, ils viennent, elles viennent. All right. So remember, je viens, tu viens, il vient, elle vient. Nous venons, vous venez, ils viennent, elles viennent. So this is the first part that you should use to make this passé récent. Okay, and remember, after that you put this preposition de plus your verb at the infinitive. So let's see a few examples now. And the first one, je viens de discuter avec ma sœur. Okay, discuter, to discuss, avec, with my sister, ma sœur. Je viens de discuter avec ma sœur. Okay, something that just happened. All right, and then same thing here. Tu viens de boire un verre de lait. Sorry, boire, to drink, un verre glace, de lait of milk. D'accord? Tu viens de boire un verre de lait. Same thing here, it just happened. Elle vient de gagner le match. Gagner is to win. Le match, obviously, the match. Elle vient de gagner le match. And the last one. Nous venons de déjeuner. Okay? Déjeuner here. When you have your lunch, okay? Nous venons de déjeuner. Alright? So, je viens de discuter avec ma sœur. Tu viens de boire un verre de lait. Elle vient de gagner le match. Nous venons de déjeuner. Alright? So, keep in mind, venir at the present form, as we see here, and then the preposition, la préposition de, and your verb at the infinitive form. And then you get this passé récent, something that you just did. Okay? Le futur proche. So if you want to translate this futur proche directly, it would be like the near future. So technically, it is one way that we've got to express the future, but then we keep a structure that is conjugated at the present tense. Okay? And so to make it, we'll see it right now. First, we need to use the verb aller. Aller is to go. Okay? And well, this verb aller should be at the present tense. Then you will put your verb. Your verb should be at the infinitive, so the basic form of the verb. Then you will get this futur proche structure. Okay, so it is like in English, for instance, when you say I am going to something, that it is exactly the same structure. Okay, express something that you want to do or you are going to do. Okay, but still it will be at the present tense. Okay, so the only thing that really you should remember and know by heart is the verb aller at the present tense. If you don't remember it, well, don't worry, it is coming right now. Je vais, tu vas, il va, elle va, nous allons, vous allez, ils vont, elles vont. Okay, so this is the verb aller at the present tense. Okay, let's see it one more time. Je vais, final S not pronounced here, and remember when you combine this A and E together, you get the sound E, so really open. Je vais. Tu vas, final S not pronounced. Tu vas. Il va, elle va. Nous allons, remember, final S not pronounced, O and together, it's on. And then we'll make this little link between the two, what we call the liaison. Nous allons. Okay? Then, vous allez. Remember, a Z at the end here will give you this E sound. Okay? Aller. And then, as previously, this little link between the two, liaison. Vous allez. Right? Then ils vont, final T not pronounced, and then O N together, on vont. Okay? Ils vont, elles vont. Alright, so one more time. Je vais, tu vas, il va, elle va, nous allons, vous allez, ils vont, elles vont. Okay, so that's the only thing that really you should modify or conjugate, because after that you will put your verb at the infinitive form. So let's see a few examples now. And the first one, je vais sortir ce soir. Sortir is to go out, ce soir, this evening. Okay, so I am going to go out. Sounds strange in English. This evening. Okay, in French, well, it's quite possible here. Je vais sortir ce soir. Then, elle va apporter un gâteau. Apporter is to bring. Un gâteau, a cake. Elle va apporter un gâteau. Okay? And after that, nous allons faire du café. Faire is to do, or in that case it could be to prepare. Du café, some coffee. Nous allons faire du café. Okay? Vous allez partir en vacances. Partir is to go. En vacances, on vacation, and here you can see that at the end we've got this point d'interrogation. So it means that it's a question. And if it's a question, we should raise the voice a little bit at the end. So let's repeat it. Vous allez partir en vacances? Okay, so I tend to insist a little bit, but still, that's the idea. You should raise your voice a little bit at the end just to inform the person that it's a question, okay? Vous allez partir en vacances? Vous allez partir en vacances? Okay, so you can hear it. First, je vais sortir ce soir. Then, elle va apporter un gâteau. Nous allons faire du café. Vous allez partir en vacances? Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 9, Leçon D. And in this lesson we'll discover together what we call in French le futur antérieur. So the futur antérieur is a tense, okay? So I thought it might be useful to introduce it right now because we've been covering quite many tenses so far, and this one is quite useful. So the way we will construct this video is first we'll see l'utilisation, so when do we use this futur antérieur, and then the second part will be la formation, so how do we construct, how do we build this tense, okay? So the first part will be l'utilisation, when do we use it, and so the main the only concept of this futur antérieur is that it will be used to express what we call le passé dans le futur. So the past in the future. So I know it might sound a bit strange, but still it does exist in other languages, for instance English. So you will see that if you compare it to English, it's almost the same thing and the same construction. Okay, so let's first see. So if we are here, okay, this is the timeline. So if we are here, normally if we want to express what is happening right now, we will use the present tense, so le présent here, okay? And then if we want to talk about the future, then we'll use this futur simple, for instance, so the tense we've been seeing previously, okay? And if we want to talk about what happened before, so it's still, if you look carefully, it's still the future for us because we are here, it's the present right now, so it's still the future, but you want to really go that way. First the future, then the past. So in a way, it's the past in the future. All right, so if it's not clear so far, let's see one example. At the future form, so if we want to use this faire is to do, je ferai mes devoirs, my homework, okay? So this is the sentence at the future form, je ferai mes devoirs, okay? And if we've got the same sentence, but at the futur antérieur, so it will be like, j'aurai fait mes devoirs, okay? So if you want to translate it directly, see, I will do my homework, and then here, I will have done my homework. So if you feel the difference in English between the two sentences, well, it's exactly the same thing in French. Okay? So strangely, if you say je ferai mes devoirs here, it's the future. Okay? But then if you use the same structure at this futur antérieur, I will have done my homework, then you've got the feeling that of course it's the future, but in a way it's done already. Okay, so it's more certain with this sentence, and it's exactly the same use that we will have in French as it is used in English. Okay, so now second part, formation. So let's have a look now. First sentence, so it's the real future. Je mangerai au restaurant. Okay, and then here we've got j'aurai mangé au restaurant. So this second part is the futur antérieur. So if we take the time to look a little bit here, we can see that we've got first avoir, okay, at the future. And here we've got this participe passé form that we saw previously, okay. Second example, if we take the sentence, tu regarderas, regarder is to watch, la télévision, okay. Tu auras regardé la télévision. So this is the same structure at the futur antérieur. What can we see? We can see avoir one more time, and it's at the future tense. And then here we can see that we've got the participe passé form. Okay, so third example, il ira, ira, so it's coming from aller, okay, aller is to go, au travail, at work, and then here, il sera aller au travail. So we can see that here we've got être, and then we get the participe passé form here. Okay, so what can we deduct? Here we've got avoir, participe passé, avoir, participe passé, être, participe passé. So the rule is like that in most of the cases. If you want to construct this futur antérieur form, first you will have for most of the verbs avoir, and it should be at the future form, and then the participe passé form, and you will get your futur antérieur. In some cases, you will have to use être at the future form, so le futur, then your participe passé form, and you will get the futur antérieur form. Alright, so if you saw the previous videos that we've been doing for other composed tenses in French, like passé composé, plus que parfait, etc., well, it is exactly the same way to construct it. The only difference is here. Okay, so if you use avoir for one verb at the passé composé form, for instance, you will use avoir as well at the futur antérieur. The only thing that will change is that for this futur antérieur form, it will be here the futur. Okay, and if you use être for some verbs or one verb at the passé composé, it will be exactly the same thing, but keep in mind that here it should be at the futur form. Okay, so remember that for être, we've got aller, aller is to go, arriver, arriver to arrive, descendre, to go down, devenir, to become, entrer, to enter, to come in, monter, to go up, mourir, to die, naître, born, partir, to leave, rester, to stay, retourner, to return, sortir, to go out, tomber, to fall, and then venir, to come. Okay, so keep in mind that all these verbs will require être. Okay? And then when we talk about être, of course, as usual in French, for these composed tenses, all the reflexive verbs like se, something. Okay, so se regarder, for instance, or then s'appeler, or then se présenter. So they will all the time require être. Okay, and we will see in that video that, of course, the way to conjugate them will be a little bit different. Okay, but then, of course, let's see one more time avoir and être at the future form, because that's the first part you will have to use if you want to construct this futur antérieur. And avoir at the future form goes like j'aurai, tu auras, il aura, elle aura, nous aurons, vous aurez, ils auront, elles auront. Okay, so one more time. J'aurai, remember, A and O together will produce this O sound, A and E, aurait. Alright, then tu auras, final S not pronounced, aura. Il aura, elle aura, okay, nous aurons, final S not pronounced, O and N together, nasal, on, A-U-O, auront. Alright, and then if you want to make this beautiful link, the little liaison between the two, it would be perfect. Nous aurons. Okay, here, same thing here. Vous aurez. Alright, O, and then EZ at the end will give you this E sound. Aurez. Alright, and then this little link, this little liaison between the two. Vous aurez. Okay, then ils auront, final T not pronounced, O-N together, on, auront, okay, and then the link between the two, ils auront, elles auront. Alright, so j'aurai, tu auras, il aura, elle aura, nous aurons, vous aurez, ils auront, elles auront. All right? Then now for être. Je serai, tu seras, il sera, elle sera, nous serons, vous serez, ils seront, elles seront. All right, so let's see it one more time. Keep in mind that when we've got like that, you really pronounce it so serait, okay? I together, serait. Okay, the first S is quite strong, serait. All right, then tu seras, final S not pronounced, tu seras, il sera, elle sera, nous serons, so final S not pronounced, then on, on, seront, vous serez, a Z together at the end, et serez, all right? Ils seront, final T not pronounced, and then you've got this nasal, on, seront, elles seront. All right, so one more time. Je serai, tu seras, il sera, elle sera, nous serons, vous serez, ils seront, elles seront. All right? So remember that the second part should be what we call this participe passé form. I've been making a big video concerning the participe passé. So if you really want to work on that, it will be more full of examples. Okay, right now here in this video I will only cover first here, as we've got the first group, so regular ending with er, and it's quite easy because it will become et. Like that, okay, so parler, er will become parler, your participe passé form. Regarder, ending with er here, regarder, accent aigu, okay, and even this aller verb, so it doesn't belong to the first group because it's quite tricky when you come to conjugate it, but even this one is quite easy for this participe passé form because it's accent aigu like that, okay, so all these verbs from the first group will become parler, regarder, aller, so like that for the participe passé form, okay? Verbs from the second group, so er, remember not all the er verbs belong to the second group, so be careful. And so examples like choisir, and it will become choisi, finir, fini, unir, uni. All right, so all these verbs will become like that, choisi, fini, uni. So this is the participe passé form, so the second part that you should put in your futur antérieur. Okay, so let's see now the third group. So it's a tricky group. So as I said, I've been making a video and you've got more examples, but still, so main subcategories, if you want, in a way. So the one that will end with U, so like here and here. So connaître, connu. Connaître is to know. Voir, to see, vu. Okay, then ending with I. Partir, to leave, parti. Rire, to laugh, ri. Then the one ending with it. Écrire, to write, écrit. Dire, to say, dit. Okay, and the one ending with es. Mettre, to put, mis, and then prendre, to take, pris. All right? An example now with parler. J'aurais parlé. Tu auras parlé. Il aura parlé. Elle aura parlé. Nous aurons parlé. Vous aurez parlé. Ils auront parlé. Elles auront parlé. All right? So as we saw, first, you've got this avoir at the future form. Then you've got your participe passé here. Okay? Aura, then participe passé, etc. So I wanted to put this accent aigu like that just to show you that in a normal structure, so when you've got your subject and then your verb, okay, and if you conjugate it with avoir, so it will be exactly the same rule as we had for all the composed tenses in French. You don't need to put anything at the end of your participe passé form if the structure is simple, like subject, and verb. All right? But if we conjugate it with être, like it is here the case with aller. Aller is to go, remember, and it requires être. So what you can see it's that il sera allé here. You've got the masculine and singular form, so you will put this accent aigu like that without anything. But if you've got here the feminine form, elle sera allée, you will have to add this mark of the feminine at the end of your participe passé form. Okay? You don't pronounce it, but still you need to write it. Okay? So remember, a mark of the feminine singular. If you've got the plural, like it's the case here, ils seront allés et s, like that. So you'll put this s. You don't pronounce it, but still you need to put it. Okay? Elles seront allées. Here you've got the feminine form and it's the plural. So you've got this a mark of the feminine. Then you've got this s mark of the plural. Same thing here. You don't pronounce it, but you need to write it. Okay? So let's read them. Il sera allé. Elle sera allée. Ils seront allés. Elles seront allées. All right? So let's see now how it go for the full thing. So, je serai allé. Okay, so I did put this like that just to make it possible to put the feminine. All right? Tu seras allé. Il sera allé. Elle sera allée. Nous serons allés. Vous serez allés. Ils seront allés. Elles seront allées. Okay, so one more time. Je serai allé. Tu seras allé. Il sera allé. Elle sera allée. Nous serons allés. Vous serez allés. Ils seront allés. Elles seront allées. And now we saw at the beginning of this video that all the reflexive verbs require as well être, okay, but then remember that the conjugation, it is a bit more tricky because you've got to use these me, te, etc. So let's see how they go when you put them at the futur antérieur, okay? So, je me serai présenté, tu te seras présenté, il se sera présenté, elle se sera présentée, nous nous serons présentés, vous vous serez présentés, ils se seront présentés, elles se seront présentées. Okay? So you can see that as we conjugate these verbs with être, well, it will respect exactly the same rules. So we've got to put as the mark of the feminine when needed, s mark of the plural when needed. Here we've got nous, so it's the plural, vous as well. Okay? And then es, like for here, elle, so feminine plural, so and s, for the feminine, s for the plural. Okay, so let's read them one more time. Je me serai présenté, tu te seras présenté, il se sera présenté, elle se sera présentée, nous nous serons présentés, vous vous serez présentés, ils se seront présentés, elles se seront présentées. So, keep in mind that if you want to construct this futur antérieur, it should be first avoir at the future form, then your participe passé, and you will get a beautiful futur antérieur. In some cases, être au futur plus participe passé, and then you will get your futur antérieur. I hope it was clear. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and then more material can be found at this address, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Les articles à la forme négative, because it can be tricky in some cases, and I have been students who've been asking me, are they transformed, do they stay the same if you put the sentence at the negative form? So that's what we'll see in this lesson. Okay, so we'll see first the indéfini and the partitive. Okay, so les indéfinis et les partitifs. All right, so indéfini, it would be translated as a in English, okay, and then the partitive some something, all right, and then we will work on les articles définis, so the in English, okay, so but then first let's see indéfini et partitif, okay. So let's see the example for the article indéfini at the masculine form, like un for instance, and then let's see how it goes. Il a un chien. Okay, un chien, a dog, and here we've got the verb avoir. Okay, il a un chien, so a dog. Okay, so keep in mind that if you want to transform this sentence at the negative form, then il n'a pas de chien. So you can see that un here will become de here. All right, so that's the first thing that you've got to keep in mind if you want to use these articles. So article indéfini, and you want to put the sentence like in that case at the negative form, then un will become de. Okay, so let's see the example for the feminine form now. Une. Il y a, there is, remember, une manifestation, manifestation, demonstration. Il y a une manifestation. So if we want to put this sentence at the negative form, il n'y a pas de manifestation. So you can see that this article une becomes de at the negative form. All right. So what about the plural now? Des, and then j'achète des lunettes. Je n'achète pas de lunettes. Okay? Des lunettes, glasses. Acheter, to buy. J'achète des lunettes. So you can see that it will be exactly the same rule. So des becomes de. Okay? So what we've got here, un is becoming de, then une is becoming de, and after that you've got des, and it's becoming de as well. Okay? And this is for what we call les articles indéfinis, so in English, okay? And then let's see now for the part, les partitifs, okay? So if you want to introduce this something concept, let's see now. Je bois du café. Boire is to drink, and then when you've got this du café, well, really it's some coffee. You don't specify the quantity, so it's really what we call partitif, okay? Je bois du café. So this is the masculine form here, du. And if you look carefully, negative form, je ne bois pas de café. So you can see that du is becoming de at the negative form, all right? Second example, de la, okay, so it's for the feminine form. Elle prend, prendre is to take, de la tarte. Tarte is pie. Some, okay, would be this de la tarte. Negative form, elle ne prend pas de tarte. So you can see that this de la will become de at the negative form. All right? So what can we say if we've got un, une, or then des? So what we saw previously, so this indéfini, article indéfini, or then if we've got du, de l, or de la, as we saw previously, so what we call les partitifs, okay? If you want to put, well, them in a sentence, and the sentence is at the negative form, then you will not use them, but instead you will use de or des apostrophe if you've got a word with a vowel after or the sound of a vowel. Okay, that's really something quite important, and you should try to remember this rule because it is quite useful, especially because we tend to use quite often, I mean, negative forms. I mean, it's not really rare. Okay, so it is one main rule that you should keep in mind. But of course, in French, we've got exceptions. And the exception is this structure or this form that we've got, c'est, it is, or this is. Okay, so when we use this c'est, we'll see a few examples now. Here, c'est un champion. Okay, un champion, a champion. So c'est, it is un champion. Okay, and if you want to, well, put the same sentence at the negative form, well, look, ce n'est pas un champion. So you will keep your article as you had previously here, un. It doesn't change. Feminine form, c'est une amie. Okay. Negative form, ce n'est pas une amie. Feminine, it's exactly the same rule, so une will stay here. You don't modify it. And for the plural, ce sont des produits naturels. Okay. Produits, products, naturels, natural. Ce ne sont pas des produits naturels. Alright, so what can we say about that? Oh, sorry, we've got the partitive as well. So, du, so same thing, c'est du chocolat noir, okay? Chocolate, and then noir, it's black, so dark if you want. C'est du chocolat noir, okay? Négation, ce n'est pas du chocolat noir, okay? So here we've got the partitive and it's still the same here, du and du, okay? So partitif féminin, c'est de la vanille. Ce n'est pas de la vanille. So, de la is here, and it's still here for the negative form, okay? Vanille, vanilla. All right? So now we can have the rule. So when we've got un, une, and then des, so what we saw, les articles indéfinis, or then if we've got du, de le, or de la, okay? So in that case, it's the partitive. Remember that if you use them with c'est at the negative form, they will stay exactly the same. Okay, so that's the main rule that you've got to keep in mind with these articles. So indéfini or then with the partitive. If you use them in normal structures, then they will change and they will become de or des apostrophe as we saw previously. But if you use these articles or then the partitive with c'est, in that case, they don't change when you put them at the negative form. Okay, so now we'll see the definite, so les articles définis, okay? And so we've got for the masculine le, okay, so it's the equivalent as at the in English, but then we've got the difference between the masculine, the feminine, and the plural. So le, have a look at this. Je prends le train, okay? Prendre is to take, le train, the train, okay? Je ne prends pas le train, okay? So the article doesn't change at all. You just put it back, even if it's the negative form. It doesn't change, okay? So, feminine, elle aime la musique. Aimer is to like or to love, okay? Elle aime la musique, the music. Elle n'aime pas la musique. It doesn't change at all. Les, plural form, nous détestons les olives noires, okay? Détester, to hate, okay? Olives, and then noir, black. Nous détestons les olives noires. Negative form, nous ne détestons pas les olives noires. Okay? In that case, it doesn't change. So you can see le doesn't change, la doesn't change, and les doesn't change either. Alright, so the rule is quite simple. If you've got in your structures le, la, or les, and you want to have this structure at the negative form, then they will stay exactly the same. They won't change. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 9, Leçon F. And in this lesson, we'll discover together 108 adjectives. Okay, so the list will be long, but still they are quite useful, so get ready. We're starting right now. Fâché. Okay, so remember that here, even if you've got this accent circonflexe on the top of A, well, technically it doesn't really change the pronunciation. Fâché. Fâcheux. So final X not pronounced, and then you get your combination of U, E. Fâcheux. Endormi. remember, en, en, endormi. Attractif, réveillé, okay, I-double-L-Y, réveillé. Horrible, okay, first letter is H, but then we don't pronounce H, so you don't pronounce it, and the first thing you hear is O, horrible. Meilleur, okay, same thing here, I-double-L-Y, meilleur. Mieux, final X not pronounced. Grand, final D not pronounced. Ennuyé, okay, so first en, then nuit, then yé, ennuyé. Ennuyeux, okay, final X not pronounced, and then the same concept, ennuyeux, ennuyeux. Courageux, final X not pronounced, and then you've got this U, E, and G plus E, after that it's je, so je, okay? Courageux, courageux. Génial. Calme. So don't insist on the final E. Calme. Joyeux. Final X not pronounced, and then joyeux. Okay? Joyeux. Joyeux. Nuageux. Final X not pronounced, and then G-E-U, je. Nuageux. Correct. Dangereux. Okay, so final X not pronounced, and then don't really pronounce this here. Dangereux. 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 Décidé. Malhonnête. Okay, remember H doesn't exist, so malhonnête. Don't insist on the final E. Malhonnête. And here you get E accent circonflexe, so you pronounce it like E. Malhonnête. Désorganisé. Affreux. Final X not pronounced. And then you've got this freux. Freux. Affreux. Ennuyeux. Okay, final X not pronounced, and then ennuyeux. Ennuyeux. Facile. Excellent. Okay, you've got double L here, and then it will open the sound of your E here, and it will be E. Excellent. Excellent. Excité. Passionnant. Okay, here you pronounce the double S because you've got a vowel, so it's really a strong one. Passionnant. Final T not pronounced. And then here you get this en sound. Passionnant. Cher. Blond. Final D not pronounced. Célèbre. Okay, first you get this E, then here you get the E, so célèbre. Final E not really pronounced. Rapide. Favori. Final. Bien. Okay, so remember, when you get this combination of I, E, N, you get the sound yen. Yen, okay, and then B. Bien. En forme. Brumeux. Okay, final X not pronounced, so you get this E and then U. Brumeux. Brumeux. Free. Final T not pronounced. Free. amical, effrayé. Okay, remember double F, so you open the E, so effrayé. And here you've got this frayé, effrayé. Effrayant, final T not pronounced, effrayant. Amusant, final T not pronounced. You've got only one S here between the vowels, so it's really this Z sound. Amusant. Amusant. Plus loin. Beau. Okay, so remember we've got this strange combination of vowels, a, u, so 3 vowels, but then phonetically it's only o. Okay, so beau. Griller. Okay, at the end you've got this e, and then remember double L after e, y, griller, griller. Beau, one more time. Dur. Travailleur. Okay, remember double L, y, and then E-U-R, heure. Travailleur. Travailleur. Saint. Okay, combination of A, I, N, phonetically will give you this un pronunciation. Saint. Lourd, final D not pronounced. Honnête. Chaud, final D not pronounced, and then when you combine this C and H, you get the sh sound, A and U, O, chaud. Important, final T not pronounced. Intelligent, final T not pronounced. Intéressé. Intéressant, final T not pronounced. Gentil. So it's a strange one because here this final L is not pronounced. Okay? Gentil. Gentil. Tard. Final D not pronounced. Paresseux. Final X not pronounced. Cuire. Seul. Joli. Chanceux. Final X not pronounced. And then remember C, E, U will give you this se sound. Chanceux. Chanceux. Fou. Combination of O and U. Ou. Fou. D'âge mûr. Misérable. Okay, don't insist on the final E here. You get this bl sound at the end. Okay, misé, et because you've got this accent aigu, rable. Misérable. Nécessaire. Don't insist on the final E. Nécessaire. Nerveux. Final X not pronounced. Nouveau. Remember, combination of E, A, and U together, it's O. So you get nouveau. Okay? Agréable. Don't insist on the final E. Bl. Agréable. Agréable. Normal. Ordinaire. Don't insist on the final E. Ordinaire. Organisé. E accent aigu et organisé. Obèse. Remember, E accent grave est obèse. Don't insist on the final E. Parfait. Final T not pronounced. Parfait. Parfait. Pauvre. AU together will produce this O sound. Pauvre. Populaire. Populaire. Don't insist on the final E. Populaire. Rapide. So same thing for final E, don't insist on it, just pronounce this D. Rapide. Silencieux. Final X not pronounced, okay? This part here will be pronounced like cieux, okay? Then you get silencieux. Silencieux. Prêt. Final T not pronounced. E accent circonflexe like that phonetically gives you the E sound. Prêt. Détendu. E accent aigu. E. And then EN. En. Détendu. Riche. Final E not really pronounced, so sh is the last sound. Riche. Malpoli. Sûr. Accent circonflexe on the top of U. Sûr. Court. Final T not pronounced. Court. Remember, when you combine this O and U together, you get the sound OU. Court. Similaire. Final E not pronounced. Similaire. Petit. Okay, remember to pronounce this E like a E. Petit. Final T not pronounced. Petit. Réussi. Okay, first you get this E, then U and double S, so really strong S and E. Réussi. Réussi. Ensoleillé. Remember, double L after E. Ensoleillé. Sûr. Talentueux. Final X not pronounced. Then you get this E-U together. E, then T-U, tueux. Talentueux. Talentueux. Terrible. Terrifié. Fatigué. Okay, remember when you combine this G, U, and E, you will get the G, okay? But in that case, you get the accent, so it's G, all right? Fatigué. Fatigué. Fatigant. Okay, remember, when you get G and A, you don't need to put the U between, because when you combine these two letters, you get the sound G, G. So ga, okay? In that case, you get A N, so it's gant. Final T not pronounced. Fatigant. Fatigant. Moche. Don't insist on the final E, then you get the last sound is sh. Moche. Antipathique. So remember, this H doesn't exist phonetically, so antipathique. Okay, final E not pronounced. Antipathique. Malheureux. H doesn't exist, okay, so you get mal, heureux. Final X not pronounced. Malheureux. Malsain. A-I-N together, it's a nasal and it's un. Malsain. Méchant. Final T not pronounced. Then C-H, sh, chant, méchant. Inhabituel. Utile. Chaud. Final D not pronounced. Venteux. Final X not pronounced. Then E-N, en, venteux. Pire. Final E not pronounced, so R at the end. Pire. Faux. Okay, final X not pronounced, then you get this AU together. O, faux. Jeune. final not pronounced, but then U together, jeune, jeune. And that's it for this first list of adjective. There was a mistake. I didn't want to stop because I was continuing, but there is one word in the list that is not, of course, an adjective, and it was leather. Cuir. Okay, so probably you did correct that on your own, but then I didn't want to stop because I was in a good mood. Okay, if you want more videos, youtube.com/imagier, and then the website is here, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. And we'll see approximately 100 adjectives in the following lesson. So the idea is to give you as many adjectives as possible at this time of your learning process, because I think it's important now. Okay, so we'll start right now. Accidentel. Vivant. Final T not pronounced. Vivant. Ancien. Remember, A-N, ancien. Ancien. En colère. E accent grave like that. Here you pronounce it E. Colère. En colère. Large. Don't insist on the final E. Large. Pieds nus. So final S here and then final S here is not pronounced. And then when you get this combination here, it's ye. Pieds. Okay, so you don't hear the D. Pieds nus. Bas, final S not pronounced. Génial. Décontracté. Okay, so you've got accent aigu here and here, so it's E. Décontracté. Okay, décontracté. En céramique. Okay, so remember this Q-U-E here will give you the sound K. Okay. Céramique, because you don't insist on the final E. Céramique. Alright? En céramique. Classique. Okay, so exactly the same thing. You don't insist on the final E, so you get K as the last sound. Classique. Côtier. Okay, so here you get this O, accent circumflex. You tend to insist a little bit more on it, so it's a bit lower. Co. Okay, côtier. Okay, I-E-R here, ye. Côtier. Froid. Final D not pronounced. Froid. Commun. Okay, U-N-1. Commun. Confiant. Final T not pronounced. So I-A-N, yan, fiant, confiant. Cruel. Okay, remember, cruel. Dangereux. Final X not pronounced, and then don't really pronounce this E here. Okay, so you get dangereux. Mort. Final T not pronounced. O-R, or. Mort. Décoré. Okay, so E accent aigu, E accent aigu, E. Décoré. Décoré. Profond. Final D not pronounced. O-N-on. Profond. Individuel. Spectaculaire. Okay, so don't insist on the final E. So l'air spectaculaire. Spectaculaire. Tôt. Okay, final T not pronounced, and then this O accent circumflex is a bit stronger than normally. So tôt. Âgé. Okay, accent aigu here. Et âgé. Électronique. Okay, so as we saw previously, Q-U-E at the end, K. ok? Électronique, électronique, électronique. Méchant, final T not pronounced, CH together, sh, méchant, méchant. Excellent, remember double L and E before, it will open the E, so excellent, excellent. Passionnant, final T not pronounced, passionnant. Cher, à la mode, final E not pronounced, à la mode. Rapide, final E not pronounced, so rapide, rapide. En forme, final E not pronounced, en forme. Évasé, remember one S between two vowels, Z, évasé. Courant, final T not pronounced, A-N, en, courant. Folk. Fragile, okay, final E not pronounced, and then when you get this G and I, J, Gilles, fragile. Amical. Effrayant, okay, so final T not pronounced, and then you get effrayant, okay, effrayant. Gelé. Amusant, final T not pronounced. Content, final T not pronounced, so N, en as well. Content, content. Amical. Dur. Utile, final E not pronounced, so utile. Horrible, okay, remember we don't pronounce H here. Horrible. Immense, final E not pronounced, immense. Important, so final T not pronounced, and then remember you've got this EM, and after that it's a consonant, so it is here nasal. Important, important. Indépendant, final T not pronounced, indépendant, indépendant. Informel. Intelligent, final T not pronounced, so G-E-N, Jean, okay, intelligent. Double L, it opens the pronunciation of your E, so it's E, intelligent. Intéressant, double S, same thing here, S, strong, and it opens the pronunciation of your E. Intéressant, final T not pronounced. Humain, remember, H is not pronounced, A-I-N, un, humain. En direct. Logique, remember, Q-U-E at the end, K, logique. Bas, final S not pronounced. À taille basse, okay, so basse, final E not pronounced, but then you pronounce the double S, so S, basse. And then here you get the double L after your I, remember, I, taille, à taille basse. Chanceux, final X not pronounced, this C-E-U, ce, chanceux, chanceux. De luxe. Mathématique, remember, H doesn't exist, so mathématique. Remember, Q-U-E at the end, K, mathématique. Médical. Mémorable, don't insist on the final E, mémorable. Négligé. Okay, accent aigu here and here. Et négligé. Négligé. D'âge mûr. Minimum. Nerveux. Final X not pronounced. E-U, E, V, nerveux. Bruyant. Final T not pronounced. So you get bruyant. Okay? Bruyant. Bruyant. Hors ligne. Final here not pronounced. So ligne. And then here S is not pronounced, the final one. So hors. And remember H doesn't exist. So hors ligne. En ligne. Okay, so here en ligne. En plein air. All right, so you've got this air here, and then we tend to make the liaison plein air, plein air. En plein air. Douloureux. Remember, final X not pronounced, so you get this OU together, ou, douloureux. Douloureux. Populaire. Final not pronounced, so populaire. Populaire. Psychologique. Okay, remember it's an exception here because you've got this C-H-O. Normally we should pronounce it CHO, okay, but in that case we pronounce it CO. Psychologique. Remember, final Q-U-E like that. K. Psychologique. Silencieux. Final X not pronounced. Radioactif. Enregistré. Okay, so here final with the accent, so E. Okay, TR accent grave, c'est accent aigu, it's très. All right, so enregistré. Okay, but then you don't really insist on this. Enregistré. Enregistré. Détendu. Okay, so E-N-N. Détendu. Détendu. Renouvelable. Look. Renouvelable. Remember, bl at the end. But then this here is not really pronounced. So, renouvelable. Renouvelable. Okay, it's a bit tricky, I know, but try your best. Renouvelable. Romantique. Remember, Q-U-E at the end. K. Romantique. Royal. Okay, so same thing with this Y. Royal. 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 Sûr. Effrayé. Mitoyen. Okay, same thing with the Y that went here with effrayé and royal, sorry. So, mitoyen. Mitoyen. Peu profond. Final D not pronounced. Peu profond. Mince. Okay, mince. Irrité. Droit. So final T not pronounced. Stressé. Okay, remember you've got double S here, so you pronounce it really strong. Well, it's between two vowels. So C, all right. And then here you get this E before the double S, so it will open the pronunciation of the E. Est stressé. Stressé. Stressant. Okay, final T not pronounced, and then A-N-N. Stressant. Fort. Final T not pronounced. Réussi. Okay, réussi. Réussi. Bronzé. So O-N, on, and then Z. It's really pronounced like Z. Bronzé, bronzé. Superstitieux. Okay, so final X not pronounced. Superstitieux. Okay, remember when we get this T after E and then E here. S. Superstitieux. Superstitieux. En mitoyenneté. Okay, so mitoyenneté. En mitoyenneté. Terrifiant. Final T not pronounced. Double R here, so it will open the pronunciation of your E, and then it will be E. Terrifiant. Résistant. Final T not pronounced. Résistant. Tropical. Sous-marin. Okay, so EN here. Un, rein, marin. All right, and remember, sous, okay, final S not pronounced, so S-O-U, sous, sous-marin. Utile, final E not pronounced, utile. Verbal. Visuel, remember it's E here and L, uel, visuel. So this would be a list of 120 adjectives, okay, and it will complete the whole adjective series that I wanted to introduce at this point of our learning process. Okay, so let's start now. Alarmant, final T not pronounced. Ambitieux, final X not pronounced, and then remember that you get this T, I, and then vowel, so si. Ambitieux, ambitieux. Amusé, okay, accent aigu at the end, so E, Z, amusé. En colère, okay, remember, accent grave, E, and then R, okay, you don't insist on the E. Colère, en colère. Artificiel. Athlétique, okay, remember that H doesn't exist, so athlétique, remember Q-U-E at the end, K. Athlétique, athlétique. Réveillé, okay, so accent aigu here and here, so E, and then you get E, and then double L, Y. Réveillé, réveillé. Mal payé, okay, remember when you get this Y and two vowels, so payé, payé, mal payé. Irritable, don't insist on the final E. Aveugle, same thing, final E, not really present. So aveugle, gl, aveugle. Bouillant, final T not pronounced. A and together, remember, nasal, en, okay? And then here you get bou, all right? And after that you get this yan, okay? Bouillant, bouillant. Autoritaire, so final E, not here. Autoritaire, autoritaire. Courageux, final X not pronounced. G-E-U together, they will give you this je, okay? Courageux, courageux. Large d'épaule, final S not pronounced. Large, final E here not pronounced. D'épaule. Enterré, okay, remember, N together, nasal, en, and then you get this double R here, and it will open the sound of the E, okay? Enterré, enterré. Épais, final S not pronounced, R-E together, épais, épais, épais. Calme, final E, not here. Stimulant, final T not pronounced, stimulant, stimulant. Circulaire, final E not pronounced, I together, it's E, okay, so R, circulaire, circulaire. Raser de près, final S not pronounced, okay, so here you get the E accent grave, est, près, okay, here E accent aigu, et raser, raser de près. Confiant, okay, final T not pronounced, so O-N, on, I-A-N, ian, confiant, confiant. Attentionné, okay, at the end you've got this E accent aigu, so et, a, temps, so remember, E-N, en, temps, sionné, attentionné. Contemporain, okay, so I-N at the end, un. E-M here, because it's followed by a consonant here, you get this P, so it will be a nasal, so it will be en. And here another nasal, on. Contemporain, contemporain. Condamné, okay, so it's really strange because this M here, well, technically it's not pronounced. Condamné, okay, condamné. Effrayant, okay, remember, final T not pronounced. Effrayant, effrayant. Couper court, final T not pronounced, and here you get this E accent aigu, couper court. Fâché, remember, C and H together, sh, sh, and then E, ché, fâché. Cruel, okay, U here, cruel. Actuel, actuel. Mignon, okay, here in that case, G-N-O-N, gnon, mignon. Sourd, final D not pronounced, O-U together, ou, sourd. Ferme, okay, final E not pronounced, ferme. Décoratif, okay, E accent aigu, et, décoratif, décoratif. Déprimé. Désert, okay, remember, final T not pronounced, désert, and really this z sound just because you get one S between the two vowels, okay, z, désert. Décider, okay, remember, accent aigu here and here, so et, décider, décider. Électronique, okay, so k at the end, remember, Q-U-E at the end, k. Électronique, électronique. Émouvant, final T not pronounced, A-N together, en, émouvant, émouvant. En voie d'extinction, en voie, final E not pronounced, d'extinction. Okay, remember, T-I-O-N, sion. Extinction. Extinction. En voie d'extinction. Énorme. Final E not pronounced. Énorme. Énorme. Entier. So remember, I-E-R, yé, okay, and then the T, tier, and the nasal before, en, entier. Éternel, Okay, so E accent aigu, éternel. Éternel. Épuisé. Okay, remember you've got two accent aigu et épuisé. Épuisé. Disparu. Fidèle. Final E, not pronounced, so accent grave here. L. Fidèle. Fidèle. Fantastique. Okay, Q-U-E at the end. K. Okay, tic. Fantastique. Fantastique. Fascinant. Final T not pronounced, so you get this A-N. En, non, fascinant. Imaginaire. Final E not pronounced. Imaginaire. Imaginaire. Étranger. You gotta remember R at the end. Et. So after that, well, before that, sorry. G. So étranger. Étranger. Glacial. Frustré. À temps complet. A. Okay, so even if you've got an accent, it doesn't change the pronunciation of your A. Okay, so it's A. And then temps. Okay, so in that case, it's only the nasal here that you will hear. Temps. Okay, because the P is not pronounced and the S is not pronounced. Temps. And then complet. Okay, here a T at the end will open it. The sound of the E. So E. Okay, plait. Complet. Complet. And then OM is nasal here, just because you get your P after that. So it's on. Complet. À temps complet. À temps complet. Furieux. Okay, final X not pronounced. Furieux. Furieux. Génétique. Remember, K. Génétique. Coupable. Final E not pronounced. Coupable. Coupable. Saint. Alright, so final T not pronounced, and then when you combine this A-I-N here, you get the un sound. Saint. Saint. Honnête. So remember, H doesn't exist. Honnête. Horrifié. Same thing here, you don't pronounce the H. Horrifié. Exalté. Okay, so here, final with the accent, so exalté. Humain. Remember, H doesn't exist, so U, then A-I-N together, un. Humain. Humain. Hypnotique. Remember, at the end, Q-E, K, tic. So H is not pronounced. Hypnotique. Hypnotique. Illégal. Illogique. Remember, k, ic. Illogique. Ingénieux. Final X not pronounced, so I-E-U, I-E, nieux. Ingénieux. Ingénieux. Impatient. Okay, remember, final T not pronounced, and then you've got this T, I, and a vowel, so sien. Sien. Impatient. Impatient. Impoli. Okay, remember, I-M, and then a consonant after, so nasal, impoli. Impossible. Don't insist on the final E. Impossible. Incroyable. Okay, same thing here for the final E. Don't pronounce it. So, incroyable. 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 Indépendant, final T not pronounced. Pas cher. Informel. Insensible. Okay, final not pronounced. Insensible. Insensible. Irrégulier. Okay, remember, IER at the end of your word here, it will be ye, okay? Irrégulier. Irrégulier. Irresponsable. Don't pronounce the final E. Bl, bl will be the last sound. Sable. Irresponsable. Légal. De luxe. Final E not pronounced. Insignifiant. Okay, final T not pronounced, so you've got this IAN, ian, so F before, fiant. Insigni, okay, remember, G-N-I, ni, ni, insignifiant. Insignifiant. Mineur, E-U-R, heure. Mineur, mineur. Mythique, remember, Q-U at the end, K, okay, and then Y is pronounced like I. Mi, H is not pronounced, T, K. Mythique. D'origine. Nomade, final E not pronounced. Officiel. Paranoïaque. Okay, remember, Q-U-E, K, ac. Paranoïaque. Paranoïaque. Pacifique. Q-U-E, K, ic. Pacifique. Potelé. Okay, here you don't really pronounce this E. Potelé. Potelé. Psychologique. Okay, remember at the end you've got this K. Okay, so ic, and then Y is pronounced like I. Psy, and then it's an exception here because normally we should pronounce it sho, okay, but then we pronounce it ko. Psychologique. Psychologique. Raisonnable. Remember, I together, est. Raisonnable. Distant. Final T not pronounced. Distant. Gratifiant. Same thing here. Final T not pronounced. Gratifiant. Rythmique. Remember, Y pronounced like I and then H doesn't exist. Rythmique. Rythmique. En ruine. Don't pronounce the final E. Ruine. Sacré. Accent aigu at the end. Et sacré. Autosuffisant. Final T not pronounced. Autosuffisant. Autosuffisant. Sensé. Final E, accent aigu, et sensé. Sensible. Okay, final E not pronounced. Bl will be the last sound. Sensible. Similaire. So final E not pronounced. Okay, similaire. Mince. Final E not pronounced. I-N together. Un. Mince. Lisse. Double S here, so it's really a strong S. Lisse. Okay, don't insist on the final E. Lisse. Stressant. Final T not pronounced. A-N together. En. And then double S. Sans. And it will open the pronunciation of your E. So E. Stressant. Stressant. Chic. Okay, you pronounce the final C and then CH together. Sh. Chic. De banlieue. Okay, final E not pronounced, so I-E-U, IE, L, lieu, banlieue, de banlieue. Très petit, final T not pronounced, and then E is pronounced like a E, petit, très petit. Here, final S doesn't exist, it's not pronounced. Très petit, très petit. Traditionnel. Okay, so you get double N here. Traditionnel. Onel, onel. Traditionnel. Transatlantique. Okay, so at the end, tic. Remember Q-U-E, K. Okay. Transatlantique. Transatlantique. Tribal. Tropical. Sans peur. Okay, pronounce the final R, E-U-R, heure, peur. Sans peur. Don't pronounce the final S here. Sans peur. Inconfortable. Okay, don't pronounce final E. Table. Inconfortable. Inconfortable. Au chômage. Remember, CH together, ch, chaud, chômage, au chômage. Malchanceux, final X not pronounced, C-E-U, ce, malchanceux, malchanceux. Peu utile, final E not pronounced, peu utile. Désagréable, final E not pronounced, bl at the end, désagréable, désagréable. Peu réaliste. Don't insist on the final E. Peu réaliste. Intact. Intact. Peu sûr. Affecté. Ondulé. Riche. Okay, remember, C-H-E, sh. So, sh normally, but then you don't insist on the final E, so sh. Riche. Solide. Same thing here, don't insist on the final E. Solide. Bien payé. Okay, remember, final E accent aigu, et, okay. Payé. Payé. Alright? Payé. And then I-E-N, yen. Bien payé. Bien payé. Les prépositions avec les articles. So it will be the first step into this big thing that we will do concerning the preposition, les prépositions, because it's quite important in French. And then I thought it might be important to, well, work on them at this point of our learning process. Okay, so first here in this video we'll work on a and then de, and especially when you combine these two prepositions with articles. So we'll see first the indefinite, so les articles indéfinis, un, une, des. Okay, and after that we'll see les articles définis, le, la, les. Okay, and especially we'll concentrate on the way these prepositions will react in a way when they are combined with these articles. Okay, so the first one that we will discover together will be a. Okay, and so we'll see avec les articles définis. So remember, les articles définis, it would be translated in English as a something, okay, but then in French we've got the difference between the masculine form, so it's un, the feminine form it's une, and the plural form it's des. Okay, so let's see now. I've been making few examples. So I did take this parler verb, to talk, because it's quite interesting. You can use it with the preposition a, to talk to. Okay, and it's also possible to use it with the preposition de, to talk about something. Okay, so that's the reason why I wanted to use this verb, just to show you that, well, basically it's possible to use two prepositions if you want to express something different, and then just to see how it will change if you put an article after that. So the first sentence, je parle à un homme. Okay, un homme, a man. Je parle à un homme. Okay, I talk to a man. So in that case, what you can see is that you keep your preposition à here right after the verb, and then you put your article, and basically nothing happens. Okay, je parle à un homme. So let's see an example with the feminine. Je parle à une femme. Okay, une femme, a woman. Je parle à une femme. Same thing here. Nothing happens. So it's actually quite easy. And then have a look here. Je parle à des amis. All right. Je parle à des amis. Same thing here. You've got your preposition, and then you've got the article. So un masculin, une, des. Okay, so the good news is that if you use this preposition à, and after that you put this article indéfini, un, une, des, nothing will happen. No modification, no changes, you just keep them like that. Okay, let's see now if you want to put this article défini. Okay, remember article défini, if you want to translate that in English, it would be the something. Okay, but then as usual in French, we've got the difference between the masculine form, le, the feminine form, la, and the plural form, les. Okay, so remember masculine, le, feminine, la, and then the plural, les. Okay, so let's have a look now. If we keep, well, the same verb, as I said, you know, je parle, parler, to talk, and in that case, you can have a look and you can see that it's been changing a little bit. Okay, so a plus le will become o, like that. You write it au, you pronounce it o. Okay, je parle au directeur. Directeur, translation, director. Okay, je parle au directeur. Let's see the feminine form. Je parle à la directrice. Okay, directrice, director, but the feminine form. Okay, je parle à la directrice. So here you can see that, well, nothing happens, so you still have your preposition à, and then you've got your article here. Okay, so nothing changes when you get the feminine form. And let's see the plural form now. So you've got the directors, so it's the plural form. Je parle au directeur. Okay, so you can see that here you combine a plus les, and you will get this aux. Okay, and then phonetically you produce it, or you pronounce it o. Okay, so here o, masculine form, plural form o as well. And for your information, it could be, so I did put this directeur here. Okay, it could be directrice, so it could be the feminine plural. It wouldn't change anything because it will be still this o. Okay, so it will be for the masculine or the feminine plural. It will be aux. All right, so je parle au directeur, so here for the masculine. Je parle à la directrice, here for the feminine. Je parle au directeur for the plural. All right, so if we want to make it clear, then we can say that a plus le will become o. Okay, then a plus la, well, will stay the same, à la, it doesn't change at all. And then a plus les will become o, aux, but then remember that phonetically it's o. Okay, so that's the main thing that you should remember if we talk about this preposition à combined with the article, les articles définis here. Okay, and now let's have a look at de. So exactly the same thing, we'll see how de will react. So first avec les articles indéfinis. Okay, so un, une, and then des. All right, So I took this parler again, okay? So, but that, keep in mind that if we've got this parler and then we use the preposition de, then it's to talk about something, all right? So here, je parle d'un homme, all right? So normally we should have here de un homme, but well, as you know, we've been seeing that quite often now. It's not a new thing. Remember that here will disappear, and then you will put this little apostrophe, d'un homme. Okay, je parle d'un homme. All right, but then the thing is that no major modification will be done because you just keep your de. Well, the needs to disappear, but then still you've got your article. Okay. Je parle d'une personne. Okay, une personne, a person. Je parle d'une personne. So exactly the same thing here. Nothing major happens. Only this disappear. But then that's the only thing that you should remember to do if you want to combine the two. All right. The tricky thing is here when you want to combine de and des. All right, just because we think that it would sound strange to have this de, des, roman. Okay, so the thing that will disappear will be the article. Okay, so that's the reason why we get this je parle de roman. All right, so in that case, des will be taken away. All right, so remember, de plus un will become d'un. De plus une will become d'une. De plus des will become de. Okay, so we will have to take this des away. All right, so let's see now how it will work if we combine it with les articles définis. So le, la, and les, okay, as we saw previously. Let's see now the examples. The first one, je parle du voisin. Voisin, here it's the masculine form of the neighbor. Le voisin, okay, the neighbor. And what you can see here is, well, the results of the combination of de plus le, okay? It will become du, okay, for the masculine form. Je parle du voisin, okay? So I talk about the neighbor. So let's see now how it will go. So I kept this neighbor, but then here it's the feminine form, so it's la voisine, all right? And what you can see here, je parle de la voisine, well, it will stay the same. So you keep your preposition, de, and then you put your article, la, and you put your name, or your word, sorry, voisine, okay? Je parle de la voisine. Nothing happens here. And it's a good thing. And then for the plural, as we had for a, remember, well, for the masculine singular and the plural, changes will happen. So, je parle des voisins. Here we've got the plural form of voisins, so neighbors, all right? Je parle des voisins. So remember, masculine, du, feminine, de la, and then the plural form. Plural, whether it's masculine or feminine, it will be the same, okay? So, des, okay? So, let's write it like that. De plus le will become du. De plus la will stay the same. Nothing happens. De la. And then de plus les will become des. La préposition a. Okay, so in the previous lesson, I've been introducing the modification of this preposition a when it's combined with articles. Okay, so I would definitely advise you to watch it if you didn't. And then in that lesson, we'll discover, well, the different uses of la préposition a. And you'll see that it's a long video. Why? Just because a could mean or could be translated in English with at, in, to, and then I explain you the reason why we've got this second to here, because it will be the from something to something. Okay, so that's the main reason why we've got the two to-dos. And then it could be translated with on, and then other meanings and other uses of this preposition a. Okay, so we'll start with at, if that's okay with you. And so, few examples. The first one, so if you want to translate it with this at, would be il reste à la maison. Rester is to stay, okay? And in that case, we would construct it with a, okay? Il reste, he stays, à la maison, at home, okay? Il reste à la maison. Second example, we could use this conduire, okay? Conduire is to drive, and then when you want to introduce the speed, okay? In that case, it's 40 km/h, then you would use this à, okay? So at 40 km/h. Je conduis à 40 km/h. Je conduis à 40 km/h. Okay? And then the last example we could have for this at, it's for the price, like here, à 10 euros. Le prix, the price, est fixé, okay, à 10 euros. Okay, so in that case, it would be translated by this at, but then in that case, well, here we would use this à in French. Okay, so il reste à la maison. Je conduis à 40 km/h. Le prix est fixé à 10 euros. Okay, so if you want to express this at concept for these situations, then you will have to use this preposition à. Okay, so let's see now the second category we will have, and it will be this in concept. So the first one, mon frère est au lit. Okay, mon frère, my brother, is au lit, in bed. Lit is bed. Okay, mon frère est au lit. Second example, il est à la campagne. Campagne, country, countryside. Okay, il est à la campagne. All right, so in that case, it will be used, we will use this preposition à. Okay, and then the last one, so if you want to introduce a town, okay, you want to use this habiter. Habiter is to live. Okay, j'habite à Paris. All right, you can see we don't put any articles, just the name of the town. J'habite, I live in Paris. J'habite à Paris. All right, so mon frère est au lit. Il est à la campagne. J'habite à Paris. Okay, so if you want to, well, translate this in concept that would be in English, then it should be à with, as we saw, the combination with the articles, if needed, and the modification, au lit, à la campagne, à Paris. All right, let's see another use of à, and it would be to. Few examples. Je rentre à la maison. Okay, so in that case, rentrer, it's to go back. All right, so je rentre à la maison. And when we want to introduce this concept, then we should use this à la maison. Je rentre à la maison. Second thing, nous allons, allons is to, aller is to go, okay, à Marseille. Nous allons à Marseille. Okay, so we go to, all right, so in that case you should use this preposition à. All right. Then, il donne un conseil, okay, donner is to give, un conseil, an advice, okay, so he gives an advice, à sa fille, his daughter. So in that case, to his daughter, you should use also this preposition à. Okay, so je rentre à la maison, nous allons à Marseille, il donne un conseil à sa fille. All right, and so now, whoops, we'll see the second use of this to, okay, but when it's combined with the preposition de, like here. So de would be from, and then you put something, and à will be the to. All right, so je travaille, travailler is to work, de, so from 8 heures à 17 heures. Okay, so it's really the from to. Okay, so in this example, it's quite traditional, quite classic, because we introduce the hours or the time. Okay, so from to. Let's see another example now. Il sera, remember, sera, it's to be, but the future form. Il sera en France du 15 juin. Okay, so here you've got a date, and if you look carefully, you've got this du. So it does mean that normally you should put the article le 15 juin, and that's the reason why we've been combining the two, and it becomes du. Okay, we've been seeing that in a previous lesson, so if it's not clear, watch it. Du 15 juin au, same thing here, we've got the preposition à, but then combined with the same article, so le, okay, and it will become au 22 juillet. All right, so in that situation, you can see that it's exactly the same concept, but as we use the articles, then we've got to modify the prepositions. Okay, so il sera en France du 15 juin au 22 juillet. And the last example that we can have, ce train, this train, okay, va, so goes, de Rennes à Paris. Okay, and in that case, we just put the name of the towns, okay, de Rennes à Paris. But then in that case, so whether it's à 17 heures au 22 juillet à Paris, so the concept is it's this to, okay, but then it is combined with de, and then remember de with the articles, and it will change, so in that case it would be du. All right. Another possibility would be the concept of this on. Okay, so let's see a few examples here. Ce film, this movie, est à la télé. Okay, on TV, à la télé. Okay, we've got this à here and then la télé. So télé, of course, it's for télévision. Okay, but in most of the cases we don't use in French this télévision, the full word. We just use this télé word. Okay, ce film est à la télé. Second example, mon ami, my friend, habite, habiter is to live, au, so same thing here, you've got this preposition, but it's combined with le, so it becomes au, and then cinquième étage, cinquième, fifth, and then étage, floor. So in that case, you want to say that your friend is living on the 5th floor, okay? And in that case, we get to use this a preposition. Third example, il y a une horloge, okay, a clock, au mur, okay, so same thing here, okay, le mur, the wall, okay, but then we combine a and le and it becomes au, okay, au mur. Il y a une horloge au mur. So let's read them one more time. Ce film est à la télé. Mon ami habite au 5e étage. Il y a une horloge au mur. All right. And now let's see all the others possibilities that we've got. Okay. So with verbs, because some verbs, and it's only examples here because we've got many verbs that will require this preposition à, okay? So parler, parler à, to talk to, penser à, okay, to think about someone or something, arriver à, okay, to succeed, to do something, okay? So in that case, you should use this preposition à with these verbs. Okay, you will see that normally the way students do is that they will remember these prepositions and the combination of verbs and preposition little by little. So when you will encounter a new verb with a preposition, the idea is to try to write it or to try to memorize it, and that's the way it will go. Okay, so same thing, you can combine this preposition à with adjectives. For instance, interdit à, or then prêt à. Interdit, it's forbidden. Prêt, ready. Okay, so in that case, you should combine these adjectives with the preposition à. Okay, so it's possible to use this preposition a when you want to express or to tell how it is done. Okay, so for instance, when you want to say that it's been done, it's been machine done, or handmade, yeah, you use this fait. So faire is to do, okay, but then in that case it would be done, okay. À la machine, fait à la main. All right. Second use, when you want to use this travel concept. So venir is to come, okay. So if you want to say that, well, to come by something, okay. Here it's pied, foot, vélo, and then motorbike, okay. So the concept in French is that if you're not inside, so like a car, a train, tramway, subway, so if you're not inside, then normally the concept would be to use this preposition à, okay, when you want to use this come, go, okay, by. So you should use this à preposition, okay, but then keep in mind that in many cases French people tend to use, when it comes to vélo, moto, well, you can listen and you can hear quite many times this en instead of à. Not really for pied, because well, French people will still use this à pied, okay, because it's like a common expression, but still for vélo and moto, many persons will use this en, okay. Officially it should be a mistake, but then many persons are using it, so just be ready and try to remember that it's possible that you will hear this en vélo and then en moto, okay. If you want to describe something, okay, so for instance, la personne au manteau vert, okay, so in that case you want to say that this is the person who is wearing the green jacket, okay, au manteau vert, so in that case it's always the same, so a and le combine and it will become o. Or then, you know, in that case it can be red hair, okay, so cheveux roux, so in that case it's the plural, okay, a plus le, and it will become o, like that. But it's quite common to use this a, okay, and then you want to describe a person. So it's also quite commonly used if you want to talk about food. For instance, un gâteau au chocolat. All right. So un gâteau au chocolat, same thing here. À le, okay, un gâteau au chocolat. Or then un croissant aux amandes. Un croissant aux amandes. So gâteau, cake, chocolat, chocolate. Croissant, it's this classical French pastry. And then amande, almonds. Okay. And then the use, so for instance, if you want to make a difference between, because une cuillère it's a spoon, okay, so coffee spoon will be une cuillère à café, all right, so in that case we've got to use this preposition à as well, or then une machine à laver, washing machine, so une machine à laver. Another option would be the owner, so if you want to say la maison, so the house, est à mon frère, okay, so belongs to my brother, so in that case we use this être, to be, okay, and then à here, mon frère, my brother, okay, or then you could say ce chien, this dog, is mine, so est is à moi, so it's possible, like we've been seeing here, to put a noun after, or then you could put a pronoun, like here, à moi, or then you could put the name of the person. C'est à Eric, okay, does it belong to Eric? C'est à Eric, so it's a question in that case, all right? So it's quite commonly used, this à, when you want to say that the person is owning the thing, okay? And then the time, so if you want to use this rendezvous, so let's meet, à 20 heures, okay, so in that case you should use this à and then you put the time, à 8 heures du matin, for instance. The pain, normally we've got this expression, so when you say that, when you want to say that, well, you've got an ache, something somewhere in your body, so avoir mal and then a, all right? And then you will combine it with the article. So ventre would be like stomach, okay? So stomach ache would be avoir mal au ventre. So obviously this O is A plus le. So that's the reason why it's like that, okay? Ventre is masculine. So if it's tête, la tête, head, headache, à la tête, okay? So same structure, avoir mal à la tête. And then, in that case, pied, foot, au pied, okay? Avoir mal au pied. Okay, so in that case, you get the plural form. And the last thing that we'll use this preposition a for, it's when you want to say goodbye. So if you notice that probably we say à demain, so see you tomorrow, à demain, à bientôt, bientôt soon, see you soon, à tout à l'heure, so it's in a few minutes or in a while, à tout à l'heure, okay? À demain, à bientôt, à tout à l'heure. So in that case, you should definitely use this preposition à if you want to say these things. La préposition de, okay, so in the previous lesson it was la préposition a, and the lesson before it was the combination of these two prepositions when you've got articles after. So if you didn't watch them, please do, it will be more easy for you. So let's start now. La préposition de, so we'll see the different uses that we can have of this preposition de, and especially the meaning in English. Okay, so the first use that we could have or we could spot for this preposition de is the partitive. So in French, partitif. Okay, so a few examples here. Il boit du café. Okay, boire is to drink, du café, café, coffee, and then here, well, we've got the partitive form, so it's some coffee. Okay, and then remember that we've got the preposition de, but then when it's combined with this le, it becomes du. Okay, that's the partitive form. Il boit du café. And then other example, sorry. Second example, elle prend de la salade. Okay, prendre is to take, de la salade, some salad. Okay, so elle prend de la salade. Okay, first use of this preposition de, it's this partitive concept. All right. Second use will be the translation of from in English. Okay, so a few examples. Je viens de Paris. Venir is to come. I come from Paris. Okay, so in that case, really this de would be translated with from. Okay, un appel, so appel is a call, de ma mère, from my mother. Okay, so it's exactly this from concept in English. Okay, so let's see now another possibility. When you want to introduce this belonging concept, okay, then usually you should use this preposition de, like here, l'ordinateur de Samuel. Okay, so with this structure, you want to say that l'ordinateur, the computer, belongs to Samuel. All right, so in that case, you should use this de. So it's quite simple because you just put the word, well, the noun, and after that you put this de and the name of the person. Okay, it could be also like here, la voiture, the car of the neighbor. In that case, yeah, du voisin. Voisin is the neighbor. Okay, and then, well, in that case, if you look carefully, you've got the preposition de combined with the article le, the neighbor. Okay, and it becomes du. All right. Other possibility, l'ami, the friend, de mon père, okay, my father, of my father. So it's really this belonging, something or someone is belonging in a way to something or someone as well. Okay, so l'ordinateur de Samuel, la voiture du voisin, l'ami de mon père. Okay, so let's see now another possibility of the use of la préposition de when you want to introduce this containing concept, like here, for instance, une boîte, a box, de chocolat. Okay, so inside the box you've got chocolates, okay, and then une boîte de chocolat. Okay, so the use of de in that case, it's quite clear. It's just because les chocolats sont contenus dans la boîte. Une bouteille d'eau. okay? Bottle of water, okay? And so in that case, you should use this de, okay? But then obviously, because you've got first here a vowel, okay? They don't really get along. So as usual in French, disappear and you get this apostrophe. Une bouteille d'eau, okay? Une bouteille, bottle, eau, water. A bottle of water. Une boîte de chocolat, une bouteille d'eau, okay? So in that case, definitely you should use this preposition de, okay? So if you want to introduce the fact that it's made of something, then for instance here, un rideau, so rideau is curtain, and then de lin, lin is linen. Un rideau de lin, okay? Second example, une chaise, a chair, de bois, bois is wood, of wood, okay? So in that case, un rideau de lin, une chaise de bois. So when you want to introduce the fact that these things are made of something, then you will have to use this preposition de, okay? And then the use. For instance here, une station de métro. Une station de métro. Other possibility, une place de parking. Yeah, sorry about that, but well, French people tend to use this parking as well. So I know it's coming from English, but still you should pronounce it the French way. Parking. Une place de parking. Okay, and the last one, un studio d'enregistrement. Okay, enregistrement is recording. Un studio d'enregistrement. So as you can see in that case, as usual in French, as we saw previously, we've got this de, but then as enregistrement is starting with a vowel, then needs to go away. Okay, so une station de métro, une place de parking, un studio d'enregistrement. Okay, so that's this use concept, so what you use these things for, okay? So une place de parking, un studio d'enregistrement. Normally we tend to use as well this preposition de when we combine or when we use these superlatives things. So for instance here, le plus beau film de tous les temps, of all time, okay? So le plus beau, okay? Most beautiful, beau is beautiful, film, movie, de tous les temps, of all times. Le plus beau film de tous les temps, okay? And then la plus grande, big, avenue du monde. And in that case, you can see that you combine this de and then the article le monde, the world, okay? De le becomes du, okay? So du monde, of the world. La plus grande avenue du monde. Okay, so for all these superlatives constructions, then remember you will have to use this preposition de, okay? De tous les temps, du monde. And so keep in mind that it's also possible to combine, and some adjectives will require this preposition de, as we had previously. Some adjectives will require the preposition a, okay, and it will be exactly the same with de. So for instance, étonné, astonished, then we put de, okay. Content, happy, de. Désolé, sorry, de. Okay, so as I said, and it will come after that for the verbs, try to remember them when you encounter them or when you read them, okay? That's the only way to really remember them. So, and for the verbs, exactly the same thing. So, parler de, remember, we had the example with parler. So, parler à, to talk to. Parler de, to talk about something. So, parler de, for instance. S'excuser de, okay, to excuse oneself, s'excuser. Promettre, to promise, de. Okay, so these verbs will be constructed with the preposition de. La préposition en. Okay, so remember, previous lesson we saw la préposition de, the lesson before it was la préposition a, and in the next lesson we'll discover, well, quite many other prepositions. Okay, so let's start with la préposition en right now. So la préposition en can be used to express this to concept in English. For instance, je vais en ville, okay, aller is to go, and then ville is town, okay, so je vais en ville, or then nous voyageons, voyager is to travel, en Espagne, Spain. Okay, so in that case, when you want to, well, express this to concept in English, in many cases we'll use this en preposition, okay. Other use could be this in, for instance, j'habite en Finlande. Habiter is to live, okay, I live in Finland. J'habite en Finlande. Je fais l'exercice en 5 minutes, okay, so I do, okay, faire is to do, l'exercice, the exercise, in 5 minutes. Okay, so in that case, and it's quite important, when you use this in, so en here, it will mean the time you need to make the exercise. Okay, so you don't want to express that you will do that in 5 minutes, so after 5 minutes, but really if you use this preposition en, in that case it is to express the time that you need to make this exercise. All right, so in, like that, en Finlande, and then en 5 minutes. Let's see now for the countries. So in many cases we'll have, so as we saw in a previous lesson, we've got the difference for the countries between the masculine, the feminine, and the plural countries. Okay, so in many cases when the country is ending with this vowel en here, okay, sorry, and here, it will mean that it is feminine. Okay, we've got exceptions, of course, because French language is quite tricky, so we've got exceptions like Mexique, for instance, it's masculine, okay, but in many cases it will mean that it's feminine. If it's feminine, then you will have to use this preposition en if you want to express this in concept. Okay, en France, en Espagne, en Allemagne, en Italie. Okay, and now we'll read it with the liaison if needed. En France, en Espagne, en Allemagne, en Italie. Okay, so if you want to express this in with countries and only feminine countries, then you should use this en preposition. Okay, and then when we're talking about the seasons, well, we've got 4 seasons, and as usual in French we need to have one exception, okay, but then for the 3 others it will be en. Okay, en été, so in summer, été is summer, then en automne, okay, autumn, and then en hiver, okay, make the little liaison here, en hiver, hiver is winter, au printemps, okay, so keep in mind that for printemps you will have to use au and not en, okay, and then printemps is spring, okay, en été, en automne, en hiver, au printemps. All right, another use of this preposition en is to express the mean of transport, and then if you want to say I'm coming with my car, by car, okay, in French we will use this preposition en, okay, je viens, venir is to come, je viens, I come, okay, by car, en voiture, tu voyages en train. Okay, and well, we saw in the lesson when we saw this preposition a, we saw that for pied, for instance, foot, and then we saw that motorcycle, moto, and then bicycle, vélo. In these cases we use the preposition a. Okay, but then keep in mind that, well, let's say that the main difference is if you want to use this en preposition, normally we tend to use it if we express or if we introduce after that mean of transport that will mean that you will be inside it. Okay, so you are inside the car, you are inside the train. If it would be a metro, it would be exactly the same. If it would be a tram, it would be exactly the same. You would use this en just because you are inside. Okay, so that's the reason why we make, well, the difference between en and then a. Okay, so you will use this a if you're talking bicycle or motorbike, or then by foot, of course. Okay, but then for this voiture, train, you will use this en. Okay, I hope it was clear. Other use is the languages. Okay, so for instance, il parle en espagnol. Parler is to talk, okay, or to speak. He speaks in Spanish, en espagnol. Or then, ce livre, this book, est en anglais. This book is in English, okay, en anglais. Other use is when you want to introduce the material it is something is made of, okay, so for instance, une montre, montre is a watch, une montre en or, okay, so gold, or, okay, so if you want to say that this watch is made of gold, then une montre en or. Un bateau en plastique. Bateau, it's a boat, and then plastic is plastic. So, un bateau en plastique. If you want to express the situation you are in, okay, so, for instance, to be late, être en retard. Être en retard, okay? And then the other option here, être en avance. All right, so if you're coming earlier, then être en avance. Être en vacances, to be on holiday, so être en vacances. So in all these situations, like en retard, en vacances, en avance, we will use this preposition en, okay? And then maybe the last use that I wanted to introduce is what we call the gérondif. So it's a bit tricky because we didn't yet see this participe présent. It will come soon, don't worry. But then I just wanted to be honest with you and introduce it, even if we didn't see yet the participe présent. So we will construct this gérondif. So the meaning of the gérondif is when you want to introduce two actions. So we would say action simultanée, so technically two actions that take place at the same time, okay? And the way we construct that is, well, of course, because it's the lesson, so the preposition, la préposition en, and then after that you will put this participe présent form that you don't know yet how to make, but we'll see that in a coming lesson, okay? But then I will make, anyway, an example. And this is the example. Je téléphone. Okay, so in the first sentence or in the first part of the sentence, you say je téléphone. Téléphoner is to call. Okay, and then we have here our gérondif form. So first you've got your preposition en, and then you've got your participe présent form. So marchant. Okay, and if you look carefully, it's coming from the verb marcher. Marcher is to walk. Okay. Dans la rue. Alright, so je téléphone en marchant dans la rue. So in that structure, you want to introduce the fact that you are making a phone call, you are calling someone, and at the same time, you are walking in the street. Okay? Je téléphone en marchant dans la rue. Alright? So that's the technique we've got to express two action that take place at the same time. It's this gérondif, okay? And then we construct this gérondif with the preposition en, okay? Les prépositions, so just to remind you, we've been seeing first in the previous lesson la préposition en, then before la préposition de, and even before la préposition a, and in this video, we'll see not the rest, of course, of all the prepositions, but the main prepositions that we will have in French language. Okay, so let's start now. And the first one that we'll see is pour pour, and pour means for. Okay, so we'll see two examples here. Ce café est pour vous. Okay, so ce café, this coffee, est is pour, for, vous, you. Ce café est pour vous. Second example, je voudrais louer cette voiture pour 2 jours. Okay, so remember here we've got this conditional form. So I would like to, louer means to rent, cette voiture, this car, pour 2 jours, for 2 days. Okay? Je voudrais louer cette voiture pour 2 jours. Okay? Second preposition, or next one, sans, and it means without. Okay? So, 2 examples. Elle voyage sans ses valises. Voyager is to travel, so she travels, sans, without, ses valises, her luggages. Il vient sans son chien. Venir, here is to come, so he comes, sans, without, son chien, his dog. Okay? Après, you can translate it by after, okay? And then, je viens après la réunion. Venir is to come, je viens, I come, après, after, la réunion, the meeting. Je viens après la réunion. Okay? Then, avant means before. Il arrive avant toi. Arriver, to arrive, he arrives, avant, before, toi, you. Remember, this is what we call this pronom tonique. Okay, so it's you. Depuis means since or for. Okay, examples. Nous vivons ici depuis 2011. Okay, nous vivons, vivre is to live. Nous vivons, we live, ici, here, depuis, since, and then you put 2011, you just put the year. Okay, so assuming the fact that we are still now in 2012, so 2012, we could use this sentence as well. Nous vivons ici depuis 1 an. Okay, so in that case, you can use this depuis as well, and then you will introduce 1 an, just because we've been arriving in 2011, and we are now in 2012. Okay, so depuis 1 an. Derrière means behind. Okay, so the example could be le ballon est derrière l'arbre. Le ballon, the ball, est is derrière, behind l'arbre, the tree. Okay, un arbre, a tree. Le ballon est derrière l'arbre. Then after that, we can see devant. Devant means in front of. Okay, in front of. And then the example could be mon collègue, my colleague, est assis, is seated, devant le directeur. Le directeur, the director. Mon collègue est assis devant le directeur. Jusque means until. Example, je reste au bureau jusqu'à 17 heures. Okay? Rester is to stay, au bureau, at the office. Je reste au bureau jusqu'à, until 17 heures. Okay, so you can see that here it's quite interesting, because normally we should have this jusque written like that. But then if you look carefully after that, we've got this a. Okay, another preposition, and then you remember the rule when we've got vowel and vowel. Normally what happens is that this final a will go away, and then we'll put apostrophe, so that's the reason why we get this jusqu'à. Okay, and then phonetically jusqu'à. Okay, je reste au bureau jusqu'à 17 heures. Sous means under. Simple example. Le livre est sous la table. Le livre, the book, est, is, sous, under, la table, the table. Le livre est sous la table. Sur means on. Okay, and then we've got two examples here. L'ordinateur est sur la table. So l'ordinateur, the computer, is sur, on, la table, the table. The computer is on the table, sur here, but then remember, or keep in mind that it's also possible to use this sur if we're talking about the wall, for instance. So we could say l'affiche, so affiche is poster, l'affiche est sur le mur. Alright, so it could be for la table or any other things like that, and then as well for le mur, okay, sur le mur. Avec, so the classic one, means with. Elle parle avec son frère. Parler is to talk. Son frère, her brother. Elle parle, she talks, avec, with her brother, son frère. Elle parle avec son frère. Chez, so this one is quite interesting because if you really want to translate it, so you're talking about a place, okay, but then you're talking about someone's place, so it's the place connected to a person. So let's see a few examples now. Je suis chez moi. So if you want to say that you are at your place, then you should use this chez, okay, and then here in that case you will put this moi, so pronom tonique. Je suis chez moi. Okay, so this is the first use that you could have. Okay, if you want to introduce this chez and then use the name of someone, it's possible, like here. Nous sommes invités chez Laurent. Okay, so we are invited at Laurent's place, if you want to translate it directly. Okay, so that's the way we will use if we've got a name and we want to introduce the fact that it's at the place of this person, then it's chez. Okay, and so it will work the same way if we want to talk about, for instance, here the doctor, or then we can say le boulanger, le boucher. Normally we tend to use this chez if we're talking about whether little shops or offices, and traditionally or before, the person used to live whether above or then behind or in this place. Okay, so that's the reason why we tend to use this chez. Okay, because it is connected to the person more than to the shop itself. So, il va chez le médecin. Il va chez le médecin. Contre means against. One example. Nous sommes contre cette décision. Okay, this decision, and it's nous sommes, we are against this decision. Nous sommes contre cette décision. Dans, so you can, it means in, inside or into. Okay, so let's see now. Alexandre est dans la voiture. Okay, Alexandre is dans, inside, in la voiture, the car. Okay, nous entrons dans le magasin. Entrer, to enter, to go inside. Okay, dans le magasin, the shop. Okay. Par will mean by or per. For example, une lettre envoyée par la poste. Okay, une lettre, a letter, envoyée, sent, par la poste, by mail. Okay, so in that case you get to use this par. Okay, it could be par courrier électronique, by email if you want. Okay, je mange 5 fruits et légumes par jour. Okay, so in that case it would be this per day. Okay, par jour. Je mange, I eat 5 fruits, fruits, et légumes, légumes is vegetables, par jour, okay, per day. Je mange 5 fruits et légumes par jour. Pendant means during. Il dort pendant le film. Okay, dormir is to sleep. Pendant, during, le film, the movie. Il dort pendant le film. Vers, so you don't pronounce the final S, means towards or about. Je vais vers la station de métro. Okay, so I am walking in that case because I used to say je vais, so I'm sorry, it's aller, okay? Je vais vers la station de métro, so I go, so you can walk or maybe you could drive in fact, but then je vais, I go towards, donc la station de métro. Okay, or then it would be possible to use it as well if you get this sentence. Nous avons rendez-vous vers 15 heures. Okay, nous avons rendez-vous. So avoir rendez-vous, it's when you have a meeting. Okay, so avoir, to have, and then rendez-vous. Remember that in French it's not romantic at all. You know, you can have a rendezvous at your dentist, for instance. So it's like we have meeting vers, around, about, okay, 15 heures, okay? So you just want to say that it's not, you know, 15 heures précises, okay, but it's about or around. Voici could be translated with this is, okay? So, and we tend to use it quite often if we introduce persons. So, voici mon ami Frédéric. And then normally, you know, it goes with voilà, okay? And then voilà will mean there is, okay? So, I did make this little example, so I took back this. Voici mon ami Frédéric et voilà mon ami Arnaud. Okay, so voilà normally will come after voici. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 9, leçon N. And in this lesson we'll see together les temps composés. So we won't discover them because I thought it might be useful to take the time to review what we saw so far, especially when we're talking about les temps composés, so all these tenses that are composed tenses, okay? So, and so far we've been seeing first le passé composé, then we saw le plus que parfait, after that came le futur antérieur, and finally we saw le conditionnel passé. And so the common thing that we have between all these tenses is that they are composed, okay? So they will be constructed the same way, but then of course few things will change. Obviously the first part that we've got to use, avoir and être, will change, but then the rest, construction with the participe passé, will be the same, okay? So we'll first start with the passé composé, okay? So, and if you remember, the rule was that first we will use avoir. So if you're not really sure, if you don't remember if the verb requires être or not, then put avoir. Avoir should be at the present form. Then you will put your participe passé form and you will get this passé composé, okay? Remember that in some cases, but we're talking about exceptions or reflexive verbs, you know, these se, blah, blah, blah. So you will have to use être and at the present tense as well, plus le participe passé, and you will get this passé composé, okay? So, of course, it looks simple like that, but then in some cases, and especially after learning so many things, maybe you don't really remember the conjugation of avoir and être at the present tense. So we'll take the time to review that one more time. So remember, avoir at the present tense goes like j'ai, tu as, il a, elle a, nous avons, vous avez, ils ont, elles ont. Okay, so j'ai, tu as, final S not pronounced, il a, elle a, nous avons, final S not pronounced, and then we make this little link between the two, nous avons, vous avez, a Z at the end will produce this E sound, avez, little link between the two, vous avez, ils ont, okay, final T not pronounced, and then we make the liaison, ils ont, elles ont. Alright, so this is for avoir at the present tense. And now être at the present tense. Je suis, tu es, il est, elle est, nous sommes, vous êtes, ils sont, elles sont. Okay, so je suis, final S not pronounced. Tu es, okay, so it's quite strange because you get this ES, but then phonetically it's est, all right, quite open. Tu es. Il est, exactly the same sound as we had previously, okay, so just remember that you write it like that, but then phonetically it goes like est. Elle est. Nous sommes, final S not pronounced. Vous êtes, little liaison to between the two and then final S not pronounced. Ils sont, final T not pronounced. Elles sont. Alright? So that's the main thing you should remember. Of course, the participe passé, but then we won't cover that in this lesson because I've been making a big video on that, so try to search it in the channel search engine and you will find it, okay? So let's see now, le plus que parfait. So remember, it was exactly the same rule. So first, avoir. If you're not sure, just put avoir, but avoir should be at the imparfait form. Then the participe passé. So you will get your plus que parfait, okay? And for the same exceptions, we'll have être at the imparfait form, and then the participe passé, and it will give you the plus que parfait. Okay, so for the same reasons, we will see together avoir at the imparfait and être at the imparfait, just to make sure that it's clear for you. And avoir at the imparfait will give j'avais, tu avais, il avait, elle avait, nous avions, vous aviez, ils avaient, elles avaient. Okay, so j'avais, final S not pronounced, tu avais, final S not pronounced, il avait, final T not pronounced, elle avait. So exactly the same phonetical thing here, it's avait. Nous avions, final S not pronounced, and then little liaison, nous avions. Vous aviez, EZ at the end, et, aviez, and then liaison, vous aviez. Ils avaient, so look here, ENT, you write them, you don't pronounce them. So you get phonetically avait, exactly the same thing that we had here, here, and here. Okay, so it's exactly the same thing that you will pronounce. But then here you make the liaison. Ils avaient, elles avaient. Okay, let's see how être goes. J'étais, tu étais, il était, elle était, nous étions, vous étiez, ils étaient, elles étaient. Alright, so exactly the same rule. Remember, final S, here, here, final T, and then here, and T, you don't pronounce them. So you will get était, okay, for all these forms, okay? J'étais, tu étais, il était, elle était. Same rule here, final S not pronounced, and then you make the liaison. Nous étions, vous étiez, ils étaient, elles étaient. Okay, make the liaison here as well. Ils étaient, elles étaient. Alright, so this is the thing you should remember. Now, the other tense we saw was futur antérieur. And futur antérieur, remember, exactly the same construction, but then avoir should be conjugated at the future, the futur, and then le participe passé, and it will give you futur antérieur. Or then, for exactly the same exceptions and the same cases, you will use être, but then être should be at the future tense, plus le participe passé, and it will give you le futur antérieur. So, what we'll see exactly the same thing as we saw previously for the other tenses, so, or the other tenses. So we'll see the future form for avoir and then the future form for être. Okay? And for avoir, it will go like j'aurai, tu auras, il aura, elle aura, nous aurons, vous aurez, ils auront, elles auront. Okay, so have a look now. J'aurai, tu auras, final S not pronounced, il aura, elle aura, Nous aurons, final S not pronounced, and then you make the liaison. Vous aurez, a Z at the end here, et, aurez, liaison here. Vous aurez. Ils auront, final T not pronounced. Elles auront. Okay? And then, for être, we will get je serai, tu seras, il sera, elle sera, nous serons, vous serez, ils seront, elles seront. Okay, so one more time. Je serai, tu seras, final S not pronounced, il sera, elle sera, nous serons, final S not pronounced, vous serez, a Z at the end, et serez, ils seront, final T not pronounced, elles seront. Alright, so this is the future tense for avoir and être, okay? And now the last composed tense we saw was le conditionnel passé, and so remember that le conditionnel passé will go like that. So first, as we saw previously, avoir in priority at the conditionnel présent form, then you put your participe passé and you will get your conditionnel passé. Or for the same cases as we had previously for passé composé, futur antérieur, or then plus que parfait, être, but in that case it should be at the conditionnel présent form, then the participe passé, and you will get your conditionnel passé form. So let's see now how avoir and être are at the conditionnel présent, just to refresh your memory, and it goes like that. J'aurais, tu aurais, il aurait, elle aurait, nous aurions, vous auriez, ils auraient, elles auraient. Okay, so one more time. J'aurais, final S not pronounced. Tu aurais, same thing here. Il aurait, elle aurait, final T not pronounced, so phonetically exactly the same form here. Nous aurions, final S not pronounced, and then you've got this liaison. Nous aurions. Vous auriez, a Z at the end, et auriez, and then the liaison, vous auriez. Ils auraient, remember, ENT, you don't pronounce it, auraient, ils auraient, elles auraient. Alright, so this is for avoir, and then let's see, être. Je serais, tu serais, il serait, elle serait, nous serions, vous seriez, il serait, elle serait. Okay, so let's see how it goes. Je serais, final S not pronounced. Tu serais, same thing here. Il serait, elle serait, final T not pronounced. Nous serions, final S not pronounced. Vous seriez, a Z at the end, et seriez. Il serait, so ENT not pronounced. Elle serait. Alright, so this is the first part that you should use when you make this conditionnel passé form, okay? That's it for les temps composés. If you've got some doubts, remember I've been making videos regarding each of these tenses, so it's possible to find them. If you want more video or other videos, then remember youtube.com/imagier is here, and then more material if you want to find other things, softwares or pictures or flashcards. Imagier.net is waiting for you. Have a great day. Bye bye. L'impératif. Okay, so as usual, when we see a tense, we first work on l'emploi, so when do we use it, and then after that we'll see la formation, so how do we construct this impératif form. Okay, but then first, of course, l'emploi. So when do we use the impératif? Well, it's quite simple. We've got three main uses of l'impératif. The first one, le conseil. So if you want to translate conseil, it would be advice, okay? So if you want to give an advice to someone, okay, in most of the cases you will use this imperative form. Or then if you want to give an order, okay, so normally that's the tense we use if we want to use this order thing. And then la défense, so if you want to forbid something to someone, okay, so in that case you should use l'impératif, okay? So conseil, ordre ou défense. Okay, we'll see just a few examples just to see how it works. Le conseil, so we've got this example. Pour aller à la gare, tournez à gauche et continuez tout droit. Okay, so to go to the station, aller is to go, la gare, the station, pour aller à la gare, tourner, and that's our first imperatif, à gauche, on your left, et continuer, continuer is to continue, tout droit, straight. Okay, so tourner and continuer here are at the imperative form. Okay, normally at this level, maybe it rings a bell, and maybe you can think that they look like something we saw previously. Okay, so ordre now, if you want to give an order, same thing here. Fais tes devoirs. Okay, so faire is to give, to do, and then tes devoirs, your homework. Okay, we tend to put that at the plural form in French. Fais tes devoirs. Okay, and this is here as well an imperatif. Okay, and then let's see now. Une défense. N'utilisez pas votre téléphone portable pendant le cours. So, of course, in that case, défense, you want to forbid something, so you should use this negative form, okay? So, n'utilisez pas votre téléphone portable pendant, during le cours, the lesson, okay? Utiliser is to use. N'utilisez pas votre téléphone portable pendant le cours. Same thing here. Utiliser is at the imperative form. Okay. So now, first thing, when we talk about this imperative form, the first thing that you've got to remember is that we've got only 3 persons. So there will be tu, nous, and then vous. So the imperative doesn't exist for je, for il and il au pluriel. Okay? And then the second thing that you should remember is that you won't use these pronoms personnels. So normally when we've got a tense, well, so far all the tenses that we saw, you use these pronoms personnels, so tu, nous, and vous. Okay? The concept with the imperative is that you won't use tu, either nous or vous. Okay, so you don't use this pronom personnel. All right, so these 2 things are the main thing. First, only 3 persons, tu, nous, and vous, and the second thing, you don't use the pronom personnel. Okay, let's see now how we build this imperative form. So we'll see first the premier groupe, then we'll see the deuxième groupe, and then the troisième groupe, and finally, of course, as usual, the irregular verbs. All right, so let's start with the first group, le premier groupe. So normally the first group, and it's been that way so far, is the easy group because it is regular. In that case, for the imperative, well, it will be the tricky group, okay? Because, for instance, at the present form, we've got tu parles. Okay, so that's the present form of the verb parler, parler to talk, from the first group. Okay, if we want to make this imperative form, well, it will look like that. Parle. So you can see that your final S needs to go away, and you will get this parle form. This is your imperative form, so l'impératif, and then don't forget to put le point d'exclamation here, because whether it's an order or an advice, you should put it. Okay, that's the way it goes. And then remember, we don't put the pronom personnel, so just this form. Okay, so that's the first form of parler at the imperatif. Then nous parlons, so this is the present form. Okay, well, it's quite easy. You don't touch it, you don't change anything, you just put it back here. Don't put the pronom personnel, of course, just put this point d'exclamation at the end, and you've got your imperative form, so parlons. Okay, and then vous parlez, well, same thing here, you just keep it like it is at the present form, and you just put your point d'exclamation at the end. So what you need to remember is that the only thing that will change, so between the present form here and this imperative form, is this final S that normally we don't pronounce, but still we write it. Okay, so it needs to go away at the imperative for the tu form. Okay, let's see now verbs from the second group. So I took this finir, finir to end, to finish. Okay, so tu finis at the present form, and have a look, it's exactly the same form, fini. Okay, point d'exclamation, and you take away the pronom personnel. All right, then nous finissons, exactly the same form, finissons. Don't forget the point d'exclamation at the end, and you take away this nous. Vous finissez, and you will get finissez. Okay, so what you've got to remember, second group of verbs, actually they will be exactly the same as at the present form. Okay, so no change. Of course you need to take away the pronom personnel, but the forms will stay the same. Okay, so let's see now the troisième groupe. So normally in most of the cases, troisième groupe is the contain all the tricky verbs, okay? But then if you take the example of prendre, prendre is to take, tu prends at the present form, okay? Well, look, it is exactly the same thing. Keep in mind that, of course, you should put this point d'interrogation at the end, point d'exclamation at the end, and then you take away this pronom personnel, but still, it's the same form, all right? Then, nous prenons at the present form, we'll get this prenons. And the last one, vous prenez, you will get prenez. Okay, so third group of verbs, actually it's quite easy because you don't touch anything, you don't change anything, you just take away this pronom personnel and you will have your imperative form. Okay, of course, as usual in French, we've got some irregular verbs. Okay, so the first one will be aller. Okay, so aller will be like that. So the only thing that will change with aller is, well, what we saw in the first group, the final S will go away. So you get va, allons, aller. Okay, the other forms are exactly the same. Savoir will become sache, sachons, sachez. Ouvrir, ouvre, so the S goes away, ouvrons, ouvrez. Okay, aller is to go, savoir to know, ouvrir to open. Okay, then of course être and avoir, so être will become soit, remember final S is not pronounced, soit, then soyons, soyez, all right, soit, soyons, soyez. And avoir will become est. Remember the final E is not pronounced, so you only have this A-I sound, est, okay? Est, ayons, ayez, okay? Est, ayons, ayez. Okay, so one more time. Soit, soyons, soyez, then est, ayons, ayez. All right? And now, remember that all these tricky verbs will be modified if you put a pronoun after. Okay, and we're talking about only two categories of pronouns. So we saw the pronouns previously, so you should know now what pronouns I'm talking about. So I'm talking about this pronoun I here, so the Y pronoun, and I'm talking about the pronoun en. Okay, so because in most of the, well, not most of the cases, but quite often in French, when we use the imperative, we tend to avoid repeating things, so we will put pronouns if needed and if possible. Okay, so in that case, for instance, remember pense, so it's from the first group. So normally when you put this imperative, you shouldn't put the S, okay? But then if you put this Y, so this pronoun after, then you will have to put back this S just to produce it orally, because you will pronounce it pense-y, pense-y, okay? Pense-y, all right? So you get to make this liaison. Same thing here, vas-y, vas-y, all right? And then achètes-en, achètes-en, all right? So that's one important thing if you want to construct this imperative form with pronouns. Then now we'll see how to construct this imperative when we've got the negative form. After that, we'll see how it works if you've got only one pronoun and pronom complément, and then one or two in that case. And then finally, we'll see with the verb pronominaux. But then now first, la négation. So I took this parler verb, and if you have a look at it, so imperative is parle, okay? If you want to write the same sentence but at the negative form, well, it's quite easy because it will be ne parle pas, okay? So you just put your ne before the verb and then the pas after the verb, and of course you don't change the rest. Finir, finissons, ne finissons pas, okay? So same concept, ne first, then your verb, and after that, pas. And then mettre, mettez will become ne mettez pas. Okay, so it's not that difficult. Now let's see with the pronouns. Okay, and then first part will be with one pronoun, and after that we'll see how to construct that with two pronouns, and it is a bit difficult if I'm totally honest with you. But now with one pronoun, let's see, regarde-moi. Okay, and it will become at the negative form ne me regarde pas. Okay, so here normally remember these pronouns me, okay, should come before the verb. Then the rule at the imperative is that if you've got these structures, so structure affirmative, okay, so it's not the negative form, then they should come after, and then this me is one of the pronouns that will change and it will become moi. Regarde-moi, okay? But when you put back this structure to the negative form, so me just become the normal form, so ne me regarde pas. All right? Same thing, so toi will be the second and the last to be drastically modified, so it will become regarde-toi, okay? So the rules stay the same, you put it after, okay? Regarde-toi. All right, but then when you put the negative form, well, it becomes normal, so ne, and then te regarde pas. Okay, keep in mind that as usual for the pronouns, they will come before the verb, okay, so your negative form is coming before and after the whole thing. And then, well, if you've got this le pronoun, or it could be the la, well, it will stay the same, so no modification, so regarde-le, and then negative form, ne le regarde pas. Okay? Regarde-la, ne la regarde pas. It could be regarde-nous, okay? Ne, whoops, sorry, I made a mistake, it should be nous here, ne nous regarde pas. Okay, and the last one, regarde-les will become ne les regarde pas. Okay, so keep in mind that it's only this me and te pronouns that will change. They will become this moi and toi, so they will become these forms, and you should put each time anyway after the verb, and don't forget this little thing between the two, because as you can see we've got to put it. Okay, now if you want to put two pronouns in your structure with the imperative, well, it's something that's well, it's not really rare to use that, okay, but then, well, we've got some, of course, as usual, quite strict rules, and that's the thing. The first part that you will have will be me or m apostrophe, te or t apostrophe, lui, then nous, and leur, okay, so that will be the first thing that you will have to put, and after that will come your pronoun en, okay, that's normally the association of pronouns that we've got. Okay, so let's see them in action. For instance, parlement. Okay, so as you see, first you put this m apostrophe and then you put your pronoun. Okay, don't forget that they must come after your verb because it's the imperative. Parlement. Okay, but if you put them at the negative form, then you will get ne m'en parle pas. Okay, remember, negative form, then they come back as they should be all the time, so before the verb. All right, so another example, parle-nous en, okay, here, and then we will get ne nous en parle pas. Okay, sorry for the examples, but I tend to not to make the liaison when I make these little examples, just because I think it's more clear not to make the liaison, okay? But then, of course, parle-nous-en, ne nous en parle pas should be the way you should pronounce them, okay? But still, just to make it clear where you put them and to avoid any mistake or anything like that. Okay, so same thing here, so parle, and then after that you've got to pronoun and second pronoun en, but when you put the negative form, ne, and then you put them back before your verb. Okay, second possibility that you would have would be the pronouns like le, la, and les, okay, and they will come first, and after that you will have this moi, lui, nous, and leur. Okay, let's see a few examples now. Donne-la-moi. Okay, donne-la-moi. So exactly the same rule as we saw previously. Okay, so you put them after your verb like that. Okay, but of course when you put the negative form, then you put them back. Look, ne me la donne pas. Donne-la-moi, ne me la donne pas. Then donne-la-nous, and it will become ne nous la donne pas. All right, so I know this is really difficult, so don't worry, because many students have some difficulties at the beginning, okay, but then little by little you will understand the structure and the way to construct that. Okay, just try to keep that in mind. Okay, try to listen to persons and then try to use this structure, but remember that in many cases it's possible to avoid repeating, or to avoid, sorry, using the pronouns by repeating a few words. Okay, so it's, well, it's an option as well. Okay, so let's see now les verbes pronominaux. Okay, and so I took this se regarder verb. Okay, so regarde-toi, and then if you put the same structure but then at the negative form, so ne te regarde pas. Regardons-nous, ne nous regardons pas, regardez-vous, ne vous regardez pas. Okay, so exactly the same thing as we saw previously. So toi, nous, and vous should come after the verb. Okay, but when you put this structure at the negative form, so te, nous, and vous should come before the verb. Okay, so that's the rule. Les liaisons obligatoire. So since we started this Learn French with Vincent videos, I've been talking quite much about les liaisons, so these little links that you can put between the words. And so of course we've got some rules for these things, and so I thought that maybe it might be useful to just cover this topic right now, because I've been receiving few messages regarding this topic. So this video will only focus on les liaisons obligatoires, so the one you should make, okay, and after that we'll see well, the one that you shouldn't make, and then the one that are optional, so it's possible to make them or not. Okay, but in this video we'll focus only on the one that you should make. So let's start now. So the first situation when you should make it, it's when you use these articles définis, so le, la, les, remember, the in English, and then when you've got the plural form, so it's les, it's like that, and then it ends with this S. If you've got a word after and then it's starting with a vowel like this one, amis, friends, then you should make the liaison, les amis. All right, les amis. Then second possibility here, les articles indéfinis, so in English but then in French we've got the difference between the masculine un, une, des, okay, and then I took the plural form just to make it clearer, so des here ending with S, and then you've got a word after, étudiant, student, so it starts with a vowel, so you should make the connection, the liaison between the two, des étudiants. All right. Other possibility, when you get these, well, the adjective possessive, so when you say my, your, etc. So in French, it would go like that. So in that case, my children, so it should be at the plural because this children is at the plural, okay? So it goes like that, and then ending with S. Enfant, children is starting with a vowel, so you should make the liaison, mes enfants, mes enfants, all right? And of course, les adjectifs démonstratifs, sorry, this or these, okay? And in that case, I took the plural form, so these here, and then ordinateur, computers. So you should make the liaison between S and O, ces ordinateurs, ces ordinateurs. Okay, so les amis, des étudiants, mes enfants, ces ordinateurs. So in these cases, you should make the liaison without any doubt, okay? And so we also have this interrogative situation. So when you ask a question, remember, we use this quel, okay? It's what, but then of course, as usually in French, we've got the difference between the masculine, the feminine, and the plural, feminine, plural. In that case, I did use this option, it's feminine and it's plural, so that's the reason why I write this quel like that. And it ends with S. Option is starting with a vowel, you should make the liaison between the two. Quelles options? Quelles options? All right? And then if you, well, heard from the beginning, you know, the concept of this liaison is that you don't make any pause between the two words. Quelles options? It's really a link between the two. Quelles options? Indéfini, well, exactly the same rule. In that case, you get certains, indéfini, and it is here at the plural form. Individu, plural, starting with a vowel, you make the liaison, certains individus. Certains individus. All right? And the last situation for this page, numéro. Okay, so if we're talking about the numbers, in that case, I took trois, okay, 3, just because it ends with S, as you can see here. And then appartement, apartments, starting with a vowel, so you should make the liaison. Trois appartements. Okay, so quelles options? Certains individus, trois appartements. So in all these cases, you should make the liaison. All right, but then it continues. So now, situation where you've got a sentence in which you've got first the adjective and then the noun, like here, for instance. Les beaux enfants, okay, so you make the liaison between beau, so adjective, and enfant. And here it's quite interesting because even if you've got this X, well, phonetically it will be like Z, so like if it would be an S, okay? Les beaux enfants, all right? Les jeunes étudiants, all right, so same thing here. The link between the two, les jeunes étudiants. All right? And then if you get this pronom personnel, so I, you, he, she, etc., and then your verb. So in that case, I took vous, okay? And then the verb to être, the verb être, to be. So in that case, you get vous êtes, so you make the liaison between the two. And then avoir, to have, nous avons, nous avons. All right, so remember, pronom personnel, then the verb, you make the liaison. And then it's quite interesting because this verb être, so to be, if it's at the third person of the singular, so he is or she is, il est, elle est, okay, then definitely you should make the liaison if you've got something after. So like here, for instance, il est admirable, ta, il est admirable, okay, elle est intéressée. Elle est intéressée. All right, so in all these cases, you should make the liaison, and in that case, it's with T. Il est admirable, elle est intéressée. And it continues. If you've got this structure in which you've got the pronom complément before the verb, okay, so we've been doing a few videos regarding this topic. If you don't know how to make them, well, you can check them. There are many videos regarding this topic. And so remember, the pronouns should be before the verb. So when you've got this kind of structure, subject, pronoun, verb, in that case, you should make the liaison between the two. Il nous aide. Il nous aide. Elle vous admire. Elle vous admire. All right, so z here as well. Elle vous admire. Il nous aide. Okay? If you've got the verb first and then you put your pronoun after, because normally that's the way we should proceed, you know, if we want to construct a correct question. Normally you should put first the verb and after the pronoun, okay? So in this situation, then you should make the liaison. And so this little D here is in red just to show you that you won't pronounce it like D to make the liaison, but you will pronounce it like T. And so you will get prend-il, prend-il, okay? But then here, prennent-elles, okay? So you get your T and then prennent-elles, all right? So prend-il, remember, they pronounce like T, and here, prennent-elles, all right? And so if you want to construct a structure in which you will have whether une conjonction, so these little words that will link whether words or then sentences, or then if it's une préposition, many videos regarding that topic as well, or adverb, but then they should be only one syllable long, okay? So like that, quand elle, all right, same rule here. Remember, when you will have this D, you will phonetically pronounce it like T. Quand elle, dans un, okay, in that case you've got this préposition dans, okay, and then the article, dans un, all right, and here we've got this adverb, beaucoup, and then admirer, beaucoup, beaucoup admirer, sorry, beaucoup admirer, all right, quand elle, dans un, beaucoup admirer, all right, so let's repeat them. Il nous aide, elle vous admire, prend-il, prennent-elles, quand elle, dans un, beaucoup admiré. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 9, leçon Q. And in this lesson we'll see together les liaisons interdites. So remember, les liaisons, it's actually this little link that we can put between the words when we read or when we speak. Okay, so in the previous lesson we saw les liaisons, so the one that you have to do, okay, so the rules that you get to follow if you really want to make this liaison properly. And then in this video, well, we'll try to see the one that you shouldn't do, okay, because in some cases it's not possible to make these liaison. Okay, so let's see now. And the first one is actually maybe the most important one, because normally students tend to make this mistake quite often at the beginning, which is totally normal, because if you think about that, we've got this et conjonction, so it means and in English, okay? And so normally students tend to think that when you've got, you know, lui et elle like that, well, why not put this little liaison between the two? Because it would be quite logical. After all, we tend to make it and to put it, you know, a little bit everywhere. But in that case, sorry about that. The rule is really strict. So after this conjonction et, like we've got here, you don't make any liaison. So no links after et. Okay, so if you want to read it correctly here, it will go like lui et elle. All right, so don't think about putting something between the two. Don't think about producing something like lui et elle. No, 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 nothing here. Lui et elle. Okay, and it will be exactly the same thing in this example here. Toi et eux. All right, so no liaison, even if it's a bit tempting, because it would be possible, but then no, 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 no. So when you get this et, remember, no liaison after, okay? Then after that, we've got this structure or this possibility in which you've got a question like here and here, okay? And you start your question with an adverb, okay? And that's, of course, what we call adverb interrogatif, because it's a question. So, comment, how, as-tu, okay? So do you have, okay, or have you. But in that case, remember that if you start with an adverb like here, so avec un adverbe, don't make the liaison. So you don't say comment as-tu? No, 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 nothing here. Comment as-tu? All right, exactly the same thing here. Quand, when, and then ont-ils. Here you've got this little thing. Quand ont-ils? Quand ont-ils? All right, so you don't make a liaison here between the two. Okay, it was the second rule. And then remember that if you've got a noun, and if this noun is at the singular form, then you shouldn't make the liaison. Like here, for instance, un chien, a dog, adorable. Okay, here it would be tempting to do it, but then no liaison, so un chien adorable. Okay, same thing here, une maison étrange. Okay, house, and then étrange, strange. Une maison étrange, un chien adorable. Okay, remember, you shouldn't make any liaison here after this word and after this word. And then if you've got this participe passé form, so it does mean that whether it is at the, like here or here, it is at the passé composé form, all right? So ils sont sortis, okay? So if we take the time to have a look at it, here you've got first être, and here you've got the participe passé form, and the whole thing gives you this passé composé, okay? Exactly the same thing here. So we've got the verb être, to be, and after that here we've got this participe passé form, and this form together give you the passé composé form. Okay, so in that case, if you think about what we said, so après le participe passé, so if we spot it, this is the participe passé, sorti, and this is here the participe passé, and well, both end with s, so it would be possible to make a link, you know, between S and A here and S and AU here. But then the rule is quite strict. You don't make a liaison after your participe passé. Okay, so ils sont sortis à 15 heures. All right, so no liaison here, no link between the two. Ils sont sortis à 15 heures. Exactly the same thing here. Elles sont allées au cinéma. All right, elles sont allées au cinéma. So, no liaison after your participe passé here. Okay? And then, well, a quite important thing as well, après un verbe conjugué avec tu. Many persons send me messages regarding this thing when I do the conjugation, and when I conjugate the verbs, they say that, you know, it's quite strange because you don't make the liaison when it's for tu. Well, just because it's a rule. You shouldn't make the liaison when you conjugate a verb at the tu form. Okay, don't ask me why. Because basically there's no logic in that, you know. It's just the way it is. So that's one rule, and honestly it's a bit strange. I know, especially when you're learning language, for what reason only for one person you shouldn't make the liaison, but unfortunately for you that's the way we do it. So let's respect the rule. So in that case, if you look at the sentence, so you've got first your subject, so tu, and then here you get est, okay, and so this is the verb être, and the second form, second person of the singular, so tu es admirable. All right, and in that case, well, don't make the liaison, okay? Tu es admirable. And it will be exactly the same thing here. Tu parles avec nous. So no liaison here between parle and avec, okay? Tu parles avec nous. All right, so that's the rule. When you've got a verb at the tu person, okay, so second person of the singular, don't make a liaison after the verb. All right. And then when you've got these interesting structures, so if we've got the pronoun, so the subject, and it's after your verb, like here, because normally that's the way, I mean, that's the official way that we should, we should respect. If we want to ask a question, first we should put the verb, then we should put the subject, okay? So, veulent-ils, all right? So it should go like that. And then, if you've got, well, something after, like here, aller avec nous, okay? It could be possible if you think about that. We've got an S here and then we've got a vowel after. But then the rule goes like that. If you've got this structure, so in which your pronoun is coming after your verb because it's a question, then you don't make the liaison, okay? Veulent-ils aller avec nous? Okay, exactly the same thing here. Parle-t-il en anglais? Okay, so no liaison after your pronoun. Okay, just because the structure is like that. First you've been having your verb, then your pronoun, then you don't make a liaison. And another rule is if you've got, like here, ces ordinateurs, or like here, mes étudiants. Okay, so in these two sentences, ces ordinateurs, it's the subject, okay, mes étudiants subject, and then you've got the verb coming after, all right? And so the concept or the idea is that if you've got a subject like that, but then it's what we call un groupe nominal, okay? So in that case, it's not a first name, or then it's not the pronoun, je, tu, il, etc. But it's, you know, a word or a group of words. And in that case, you don't make a liaison after this groupe nominal. So in that case, ces ordinateurs, you don't make the liaison between this word and the verb that will come after. Okay? Ces ordinateurs ont, and the sentence continues. Okay? Same thing here. Mes étudiants apprennent. And the sentence continues. So the concept is quite strict. Remember, you've got your subject, so it must be something like that. Okay? So you've got group of words, okay, and after that you won't make the liaison with the verb, okay. And then this is quite interesting because it's what we call un H aspiré, okay. So for instance, in this case, well, I did put that in a big letter because it's a place in Paris, okay. So, but in that case still, even if you've got this H, okay, it belongs to this aspiré group of words, so containing this H, okay, and it means that you won't have the possibility to make the liaison between your article and your word. So in that case, you shouldn't make the liaison, so you shouldn't say les halles, but you should say les halles. Okay, les halles. Same thing here. H, well, it's an axe, okay, and in that case, it's the plural form. Les haches, okay, les haches. Okay, so you don't say les haches, but you say les haches. All right. So I did write two other examples. In that case, harpe, so the musical instrument. Des harpes, okay, so you don't make the liaison between the two. Des harpes. And the last one, hiérarchie. Des hiérarchies. Okay, so just to show you that it's not only with A, because I've got three examples with A, but then in that case it's I, okay, des hiérarchies. All right, so no liaison here, 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 and here. All right, because these words are starting with what we call H aspiré. And that's it. Okay, so if you want more videos, youtube.com/imagier, or the website is waiting for you, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Liaison optionnelle. So it does mean that it's possible to make them. It's not compulsory, but still it would be advisable to make them, so I know for what reason should I do only one video for that. Well, it's just to give you the opportunity to choose whether you want to make them or not, because in both cases it would be possible. Okay, so let's start now. Les liaisons optionnelles, and the first one will be après le verbe aller. Okay, so remember that it will be possible first to say je vais avoir un chien, so you don't make the liaison, or if you want to make it, it is possible je vais avoir un chien. Okay, first option possible, je vais avoir un chien, then if you want to make the liaison, it's also possible, je vais avoir un chien. Ils vont habiter en France without the liaison, or ils vont habiter en France with the liaison. Okay? Ils vont habiter en France. Alright? Second possibility, après le verbe être, exactly the same thing. It's possible to read this sentence like je suis intéressé par l'histoire. Or then you can read it with the liaison. Je suis intéressé par l'histoire. Second example here. Ils sont arrivés ce soir. Or then, ils sont arrivés ce soir. Après le verbe avoir, well, it's exactly the same rule. Nous avons une amie. Or then, nous avons une amie. Ils ont un chien. Or if you want to make the liaison, ils ont un chien. Same thing with the verb falloir. Il faut admettre ses erreurs. Or then, if you want to make the liaison, il faut admettre ses erreurs. Il faut étudier beaucoup. Or, with the liaison, il faut étudier beaucoup. The verb devoir will follow exactly the same rule. First option, je dois être chez lui dans 15 minutes. Or then, je dois être chez lui dans 15 minutes. Ils doivent attendre mon arrivée. Or if you want to make the liaison, ils doivent attendre mon arrivée. Same thing with the verb pouvoir. Elle peut arriver demain. Or then if you want to make the liaison, elle peut arriver demain. Nous pouvons inviter cette personne. Or if you want to make the liaison, nous pouvons inviter cette personne. It will be exactly the same thing with the verb vouloir. Je veux entendre sa musique. Or then with the liaison, je veux entendre sa musique. Okay, remember we had the same rule. Even if we've got this X at the end, well, with the liaison it will sound like Z. Okay? Je veux entendre, je veux entendre. Je veux entendre sa musique. Okay? Then, elles veulent attendre avec moi. Or if you want to put the liaison, elles veulent attendre avec moi. And then, other option, entre un nom pluriel et l'adjectif. Okay, so here we've got a group of words. If you look carefully, first you've got a noun, then you've got an adjective. Well, both are at the plural form. Okay, and so the rule is like entre un nom pluriel et l'adjectif. So we're talking about here and here. Okay, but it's optional, it's not compulsory, you don't need to do it if you don't want to do it, but it's possible. Okay, so first option, des personnes étrangères, or if you want to make the liaison, des personnes étrangères. Des amis irlandais, or if you want to make the liaison, des amis irlandais. And then I made two more here. Des étudiants intelligents, or if you want to make the liaison, des étudiants intelligents, des lampes artificielles, and if you want to make the liaison, des lampes artificielles. Le subjonctif. Okay, so it's quite important, and then as usual when we introduce a mode or a tense, then we'll divide the video in two parts. The first part will be l'emploi, so when do we use le subjonctif, and then the second part will concern la formation, so how do we construct this subjonctif. But let's first see l'emploi, so when do we use le subjonctif. And so we'll use le subjonctif when we want to express une obligation, une volonté, une possibilité, un doute, un sentiment, une appréciation, un jugement. Okay, so that's the idea. So if you want to express une obligation, something you have to do, une volonté, something you want to do, une possibilité, possibility, un doute, a doubt, un sentiment, a feeling, une appréciation, appreciation, and then un jugement, judgment. So in these cases, we'll use after this verb le subjonctif. Okay, so let's see first une obligation. So for example, we'll have this verb falloir and then the construction falloir que. So you will see that when we talk about le subjonctif, each time we will have after the verb, we will have que, and then the following verb will be at the subjunctive form. Okay, so that's the concept. All right, so for instance, if we have a look at these sentences, sorry, so falloir, it's to need, to have to, okay, il faut que tu écoutes, all right, il faut que tu écoutes. All right, and then in that case here, so we'll see a bit later, of course, how to make it, but still, you've got this verb, écouter, and this form is the subjunctive. Okay, il faut que tu écoutes. Il faut que les étudiants travaillent. All right, il faut que les étudiants, and then here you've got the verb, travailler, to work, and this form is the subjunctive. Okay, so far it doesn't look that difficult, because if you look carefully, it looks like something that we encountered a long time ago when we started to learn French, maybe Unit 1 or Unit 2, okay, but then we'll see that a bit later. So, une volonté, something you want to do, and then, well, the verb that normally we tend to use is the verb vouloir, vouloir, to want, okay, vouloir que will be followed by le subjonctif. For instance, je veux que mon frère vienne me voir. All right? Je veux que mon frère, my brother. Here you've got the form, la subjunctive form of venir, venir to come, me voir, see me. Okay? And then le directeur veut que les employés arrivent à l'heure. So le directeur, the director, veut que les employés, the employees, arrivent, to arrive, à l'heure, on time, okay? And in that case, arriver, to arrive, here, it's the subjunctive form, okay? So, une possibilité, possibility, so let's see what we've got. The structure could be être possible que, okay? To be possible. Hein? Donc, être possible, and then que, as usual, remember. So, for instance, il est possible que mes amis viennent ce soir. Okay? Il est possible que, so it could be translated like, it is possible that, okay? Mes amis, my friends, and then venir here, to come, so this form here is the subjunctive form, ce soir, tonight. So in that case, you should put your verb here at the subjunctive. Un doute, a doubt. So let's see what we've got. And the structure, so être sûr, to be sure, okay? But then, of course, you should put the negative form of this to be sure. So, ne pas être sûr que, okay? Because you want to express a doubt. So, je ne suis pas sûr qu'il parle anglais. Okay? So, I'm not sure that. And then, il, he, parler, to talk, to speak, anglais, English, okay? And here you've got your verb parle, and this form is the subjunctive, okay? Let's see the next one. Un sentiment, a feeling, okay? So for this sentiment, let's see what we've got. So we could have avoir peur que, okay, to be afraid that. Avoir envie que, well, it could be translated as to want, okay, to fancy. Être désolé que, to be sorry, that. Être content, to be happy, satisfied, que. Okay, all right, for these structures, then you should make a subjunctive after, so they should be followed by une forme subjonctive. Okay, and then let's see une appréciation. Une appréciation, for instance, we could have this préférer, to prefer, préférer que, okay, aimer mieux, mieux is better, aimer, to like or to love, better that, okay, aimer mieux que, and then these structures should be followed by une forme subjonctive, okay, and then un jugement, judgment, so it could be c'est important que, it's important that, il est dommage que, il est regrettable que, and they should be followed by a subjunctive form. All right? Be careful. The following verbs: croire, to believe; penser, to think; trouver, to find, especially when you express your opinion, okay, to find, I find that; être sûr, okay. So these verbs are normally followed by the indicative form. So all the tenses we saw so far, okay, but then when you put these verbs at the negative form, then they should be followed by the subjunctive. Okay, so keep that in mind. So croire, penser, trouver, être sûr. If you want to use these verbs and put them at the negative form, they should be followed by the subjunctive. Okay? Let's see now how we'll make this subjunctive form. And so the tricky thing normally when we talk about the subjunctive is that you will have two different parts. Okay, so the important thing is that you must know by heart, of course, the present form, so of the verb that we saw a long time ago. Okay, so because the idea is that you will have to use this il at the plural form here. Okay, and this form of the present will help you to build the forms of the subjunctive for je, for tu, for il, for elle, for il, and for elle. Okay, so the form of your verb at the present, at the third person of the plural, will help you to construct the subjunctive form for all these persons here. And that's the difficulty because, of course, for nous and vous, well, you will have to use the nous form of the present to construct nous and vous. And that's the tricky thing of the subjunctive. So that's the reason why in many cases students tend to say that, oh my god, it's too difficult. It's just because we've got two different ways of making, well, the form for je, tu, il, and elle, and then nous and vous. But then don't be afraid, because in most of the cases you will see that it's quite easy. All right, so you know what, I will take a tricky verb just to start. We'll take a tricky verb, and after that you will think that the rest is really easy. So let's take prendre, for instance. And so as I told you, the idea is to take the present form of the verb, okay? And the first one, so that we should take is the plural, so third person of the plural, and it goes like ils prennent, okay? Prendre is to take. Ils prennent, so that's the present form, okay? For il. And then we've got nous prenons, okay? Because remember, we're using this nous prenons form. We'll use it for nous and for vous of the subjunctive. Okay, so we can spot first the ending because we know that ENT is the ending for il, and then ONS is the ending for nous, and of course what we'll do is we'll take them away. So we'll put the endings away and we'll keep only this first part here and the first part here. And so what we'll do is we'll take this first part, okay, so the part that we took away from this il form, all right, and then we'll put je. Je, so we take it back, have a look, it goes here, and we put the ending. The ending for will be for je, sorry. The ending for je will be okay? The ending for tu will be es. The ending for il, elle will be and the ending for il, elle at the plural form will be ent. Okay? If you look carefully, it's not that strange. I mean, these endings are quite common, and we've been encountering these endings, you know, previously. If you think about the present form, then it looks a bit familiar. Okay, so je prenne, tu prennes, ils prennent, elles prennent, ils prennent, et elles prennent. Then phonetically, as usual, remember, we've got only one form here. It is exactly the same form, so we pronounce it the same way, but of course, as usual, we write it differently. Okay, so keep in mind that ending for je is ending for tu is es, ending for il, elle is and ending for il, elle at the plural form is ent. Okay, so it's the first part, okay, because if you remember, we had as well this part from nous, okay, and as I told you, the difficulty of the subjunctive is just because we will have a difference of construction for nous and vous, and so in that case we'll take this first part here, we put it here, and we put the ending ions, ion, and the ending for vous is ie. So we get nous prenions, vous preniez. All right, so if we think carefully, ending ions for nous, iez for vous. Okay, if you remember, it looks quite familiar because it's the ending as well for the imparfait form that we saw a while ago. Okay, so let's have a look now, the full thing. So, que je prenne, que tu prennes, qu'ils prennent, qu'elles prennent, que nous prenions, que vous preniez, qu'ils prennent, qu'elles prennent. And this is the reason why students are a bit worried usually at the beginning, just because, as we saw, we've got two constructions, two different constructions. So for the first part here, and the second part for nous and vous. Okay, but I took this special verb, prendre, to take, on purpose because I thought that it was quite difficult. So, you know, now you can see the way to make it, and after that, well, first we'll see back again one more time the ending. So es, ions, iez, ent. All right, but then now we'll see the verbs from the first group, so regular groups ending with er. After that, we'll see the second group, regular group ending, verbs ending with er. Remember, not all the er verbs, but still. After that, we'll see verbs from the third group. After that, we'll see irregular verbs. And then finally, we'll finish with être and avoir. Okay, so let's see now the first group, and you will see that it's quite easy because we get que je parle, que tu parles, qu'il parle, qu'elle parle, que nous parlions, que vous parliez, qu'il parle, qu'elle parle. All right, this is the subjunctive, and it's quite interesting because if you take the time to look at it, Que je parle, it's exactly the same form as the present form. Que tu parles, same thing. Qu'il parle, qu'elle parle, exactly the same thing as the present form. And then qu'il parle, qu'elle parle, same. It's like the present form. Que nous parlions and que vous parliez, it's exactly the same thing as the imparfait. Alright? So normally, and that's the thing, if you watched all the videos, especially the video concerning the present tense and the imparfait, well, you know this subjunctive form already. Let's take a second verb. Que j'écoute, que tu écoutes, qu'il écoute, qu'elle écoute, que nous écoutions, que vous écoutiez, qu'ils écoutent, qu'elles écoutent. And it is exactly the same thing. This is like the present, like the present, like the present, and like the present. This is like the imparfait, and this is like the imparfait. Okay? Parler is to speak or to talk. Écouter, to listen. Alright? So now let's see how it goes for the second group. Alright? So second group, I took the classic example, finir, to finish or to end. Que je finisse, que tu finisses, qu'il finisse, qu'elle finisse, que nous finissions, que vous finissiez, qu'il finisse, qu'elle finisse. Okay, so you can see that, well, you've got the endings es, ions, sorry, iez, ent. Alright? And then, que je choisisse, que tu choisisses, qu'il choisisse, qu'elle choisisse, que nous choisissions, que vous choisissiez, qu'ils choisissent, qu'elles choisissent. Alright? So the good thing is that for the second group of verbs, well, basically you don't have any difference, any major difference between the je, tu, il, elle, nous, vous, and il, elle. You've got the same first part, okay? You just need to put the endings after. Alright? So, third group now, and I took the verb partir, que je parte, que tu partes, qu'il parte, qu'elle parte, que nous partions, que vous partiez, qu'il parte, qu'elle parte. Same thing here, not really difficult because anyway, it is exactly the same form. You just need to add at the end the endings. Parte, part, part, partions, partiez, parte. Let's take another example. The verb mettre, to put, que je mette, que tu mettes, qu'il mette, qu'elle mette, que nous mettions, que vous mettiez, qu'ils mettent, qu'elles mettent. So you can see that for these verbs, it's exactly the same thing. So actually, the first part will stay the same. You just need to put the endings according to what we saw previously. So es, ions, iez, ent. Okay, but then of course we've got some irregular verbs because we're talking about French language. So let's start now. And so the verb faire, to do, will become que je fasse. Okay, so here you've got the ending, and so it does mean that this first part will stay the same. You just need to change the endings. Que tu fasses es, qu'il fasse etc., etc. Alright? Savoir will give you que je sache. Okay? Same thing here. Is here, but then of course you will take it away, and after that you will put the endings that we saw, es, ions, iez, ent, according to the person, of course. And then pouvoir, can, will give you que je puisse. Exactly the same thing here. You take the away, and then you put the endings according to the person. Okay, so remember, faire, to do, que je fasse, savoir, to know, que je sache, pouvoir, can, que je puisse. All right? And then, well, of course, as I did put that, I forgot that. Ending es, ions, iez, ent. Of course, we've got some more tricky verbs, and aller is usually one of them. Aller means to go. Have a look. Que j'aille, que tu ailles, qu'il aille, qu'elle aille, que nous allions, que vous alliez, qu'ils aillent, qu'elles aillent. Okay, sorry, I did forget the feminine form here. Okay, so que j'aille, listen to me, aille, okay, que tu ailles, qu'il aille, qu'elle aille, que nous, and that's the difference here, allions, allions, okay, que vous alliez, okay, I don't make the liaison just for you to listen carefully, alliez, okay, so if you want to make the liaison, que vous alliez, okay, and then qu'ils aillent, and the feminine form, qu'elles aillent, all right, and so the other tricky verb is vouloir, want, que je veuille, que tu veuilles, qu'il veuille, qu'elle veuille, que nous voulions, que vous vouliez, qu'il veuille, qu'elle veuille. All right, same thing here. We'll have a quite important difference between the je, tu, il and nous, vous. Okay, que je veuille, que tu veuilles, qu'il veuille, qu'elle veuille, que nous voulions, que vous vouliez, qu'il veuille, qu'elle veuille. And of course, we'll finish with être and avoir because they are usually quite tricky. Être, so to be, will give you at the subjonctif que je sois, que tu sois, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit, que nous soyons, que vous soyez, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit. Okay, so as usual, good news is that soit, and then soit here. You write them differently, but then you pronounce them the same way. Okay, and then soyons here for nous, soyez for vous. So I repeat, que je sois, que tu sois, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit, que nous soyons, que vous soyez, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit. And last but not least, avoir, to have, que j'ai, que tu es, qu'il est, qu'elle est, que nous ayons, que vous ayez, qu'ils aient, qu'elles aient. All right, so same thing here, est, and est. Phonetically the same, but try to remember how to write them, okay? And then ayons, ayez. So let's read them one more time. Que j'ai, que tu es, qu'il est, qu'elle est, que nous ayons, que vous ayez, qu'ils aient, qu'elles aient. Le passé du subjonctif. So remember in the previous video we saw le présent du subjonctif, and in that video or in this video we'll discover together how to make this past form of the subjunctive. Okay, so as in all the videos I've been making for the tenses or the modes, then it will be divided in two parts. The first part, l'utilisation or l'emploi, sorry, when do we use it, and then the second part will be la formation, so how do we construct this passé du subjonctif. Okay, so let's start with l'utilisation. And so remember that we will use this passé du subjonctif to express, of course, something that happened in the past, but then the expression of le regret, la satisfaction, la désapprobation, and la surprise. Okay, so if you want to express this regret, satisfaction, désapprobation could be translated as disapproval, and then surprise. Okay, so the first one, regret. Okay, let's have a look at it. And we've got these structures. C'est dommage que, okay, it is a pity that, okay, and then if you continue with a past structure, it should be at the passé du subjonctif. Dommage que, well, exactly the same thing, but then it's more spoken because you've been dropping the subject and the verb, okay, so you can use that orally. In maybe not in formal situations, it would be better to use this c'est dommage que, okay? And then regretter, to regret, que, okay? And after that, you should put this passé du subjonctif, of course, if what comes after should be at the past form, all right? Then we'll see la satisfaction, okay? So here are the structures that we could use. C'est bien que, it is good that. Je suis content que, I am happy that, or then, just as we had previously, content que, okay, so you just drop the subject and the verb, and then in that case it's more spoken, less formal. And ça me fait plaisir, it pleases me, that, okay, so if you want to introduce something in the past after, it should be at the passé du subjonctif. Désapprobation, and so we could have this ça m'ennuie que, it annoys me that, ça m'agace que, it bothers me that, je ne comprends pas que, I don't understand that, okay, and the same thing, what's coming after, if you want to express something in the past, then it should be le passé du subjonctif. And last but not least, la surprise, the surprise. C'est bizarre que, bizarre, strange, it's strange that. Je ne comprends pas que, I don't understand that. C'est drôle que, it's funny that. And if you want to express something after, at the past, it should be le passé du subjonctif. Okay, so now we'll see how to make this passé du subjonctif. And first, well, the best way will be to have a look at, well, this first sentence, que je mange, and it is the subjonctif présent form, okay, and the second one, que j'ai mangé, this is le passé du subjonctif. Second example, que tu regardes, same thing here, you've got the subjonctif présent, and que tu aies regardé, here you've got the subjonctif passé. And the third example, qu'il aille, so it's the verb aller, to go, and it's the subjonctif présent. Qu'il soit allé, and here we've got as well le subjonctif passé. So if you have a look at it, first, what can you spot? You can spot that first here and here, you've got avoir, okay, the subjonctif présent form, and then after that you've got this participe passé here and here. And here we've got être, and after that we've got the participe passé form. So from what you see, and so especially now this is unit 10, so I assume that you've been watching the previous videos that we've been making or I've been making concerning the composed tenses, and maybe here you can see that actually this passé du subjonctif will be constructed like all the composed tenses that we saw so far. So first avoir, and then it should be at the subjonctif présent form. Then you will put your participe passé, and you will get your subjonctif passé. Or in some cases you will use être at the subjonctif présent form, then the participe passé, and you will get your subjonctif passé. So it's quite interesting because this passé du subjonctif is not really tricky when you think about the way it is made, okay? Because it will follow exactly the same rules as we've been seeing so far. So first, if you're not sure, you put avoir, okay? But then definitely you should know the conjugation of avoir at the subjonctif présent form. Then you will put your participe passé, and you'll get your subjonctif passé. Remember, for être, as usual, we're talking about exceptions, and here they come. Aller, to go. Arriver, to arrive. Descendre, to go down. Devenir, to become. Entrer, to enter, to come in. Monter, to go up. Mourir, to die. Naître, born. Partir, to leave. Rester, to stay. Retourner, to return. Sortir, to go out. Tomber, to fall. Venir, to come. All these verbs will be requiring être at this passé du subjonctif. Okay, and then of course, as we saw previously, all the reflexive verbs, so se regarder, s'appeler, for instance, se présenter, they will require être. So as long as you've got these verbs, you know, se something, then you should keep in mind that you will have to construct them with être, and of course they will behave a bit differently because you will have to add little things, but we'll see that in this lesson, don't worry. Okay, so now we should definitely review one more time the subjunctive present form of avoir and être, because these are the first forms that we will use to construct this passé du subjonctif. Okay, and so avoir goes like que j'ai, que tu es, qu'il est, qu'elle est, que nous ayons, que vous ayez, qu'ils aient, qu'elles aient. All right, so remember one more time. Que j'ai, que tu es, qu'il est, qu'elle est, que nous ayons, que vous ayez, qu'ils aient, qu'elles aient. All right, and then être will go like que je sois, que tu sois, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit, que nous soyons, que vous soyez, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit. Okay, and then one more time, just for the fun. Que je sois, que tu sois, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit, que nous soyons, que vous soyez, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit. All right, so try to remember them by heart, because especially if you want to construct this passé du subjonctif, these forms are the first one that you will have to put, okay? Normally the second part, well, at this point you should start to remember them. I mean, this participe passé form should be quite okay, but then don't worry, we'll work on that, okay? Because, well, the thing you get to remember when it comes to the participe passé form is that for the first group of verbs, or regular verbs ending with er, it will be quite easy, because if we take the verb parler, to talk, to speak, so it's ending with this er, and then this participe passé will be parler with the accent. Okay? Regarder, to watch, same rule, it will end with this accent aigu. And then even aller, you know, this tricky verb from the third group, aller means to go, even this one is quite easy when it comes to the participe passé, because it will be aller. Second group of verbs, not all the er, remember, but then regular, and they're quite easy to make, because the verb like choisir, to choose, so ending with er, will become choisi. Okay? Finir, to finish, to end, will become fini. All right, and then unir, to unite, will become uni. All right, so er will become i. Of course, the third group of verb is quite tricky. I've been making a video regarding this participe passé thing, so if it's not clear for you, I would advise you to watch this video. But then, well, some subgroups, but of course they don't include everything. But so far, let's do that. So U, connaître, to know, will become connu. Okay. Voir, so OIR, will become vu. U. All right. So I, partir, will become parti. Rire, so IRE, will become ri. Okay, and then the IT, phonetically you pronounce I because final T is not pronounced, but still. Écrire, to write, écrit. By the way, partir is to leave, rire is to laugh, okay? So, écrire, to write, will become écrit. Dire, to say, will become dit. All right, and then ES now, final S not pronounced, but still you need to write it. Mettre, for instance, EWTRE, will become mi, ES. Prendre, ENDRE, will become pris. All right, but then if you're not sure, as I said, watch the video because it will be useful. And then let's take the verb parler as we had, and let's put the passé du subjunctive form. So it goes like that. Que j'ai parlé, que tu aies parlé, qu'il ait parlé, qu'elle ait parlé, que nous ayons parlé, que vous ayez parlé, qu'ils aient parlé, qu'elles aient parlé. Alright, so as we saw, first you put avoir at the subjunctive present form, then you put your participe passé, and you will get here a beautiful passé du subjonctif. Okay, and if you noticed, I've been putting this accent aigu in orange just to show you that in normal structures like this one, when you've got first the subject and after that the verb, you shouldn't put anything after your or at the end of your participe passé. So even if like here the subject is feminine, nothing comes after. Okay, so que j'ai parlé, que tu aies parlé, qu'il ait parlé, qu'elle ait parlé, que nous ayons parlé, que vous ayez parlé, qu'ils aient parlé, qu'elles aient parlé. Alright, so that's the passé du subjonctif for the verb parler, to speak or to talk. Okay, but then, of course, we've got some tricky things, and if you remember from the past tenses that we saw, it's exactly the same rule. If we take, well, these verbs that will require être, like you see here, qu'il soit allé. Okay, remember we saw that aller needs to be conjugated with être, like here, qu'il soit allé. So here, aller will end with accent aigu like that. But then if we put the feminine form, so qu'elle soit allée, it will be exactly as we saw for all the other composed tenses. You will have to put at the end of your participe passé the mark of the feminine. And at the end is the mark of the feminine. If you've got the plural, like here, il at the plural form, so soit, and then aller, well, you should put the mark of the plural at the end of your participe passé, and s is the mark of the plural. And last but not least, if you've got, like here, the feminine plural, so qu'elle soit allée, remember to put at the end of your participe passé first the mark of the feminine, so then the mark of the plural, s. The good thing, as usual in French, is you will pronounce it aller, 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 and aller. So technically you don't pronounce the final you don't pronounce the final s, and you don't pronounce the final es, but still you should write them. Okay, so let's see now the full thing for aller, and it goes like that. Que je sois allé, okay, I won't make the liaison just to make it more clear, okay, que je sois allé, que tu sois allé, qu'il soit allé, qu'elle soit allée, que nous soyons allés, que vous soyez allés, qu'il soit allé, qu'elle soit allée. Alright, and now with the liaison, because I know that you want them. Que je sois allé, que tu sois allé, remember, no liaison when we've got these two. Qu'il soit allé, qu'elle soit allée, que nous soyons allés, que vous soyez allés, qu'il soit allé, qu'elle soit allée. Alright? And then now we can see these famous verbs, reflexive verbs, okay, so the one that we saw with the se something, okay, que je me sois présenté, okay, so it will go like that, que je, and then remember for these reflexive verbs you've got to put this me, so for je me sois présenté, okay, que je me sois présenté, que tu te sois présenté, okay, so we'll have to add this te, qu'il se soit présenté, qu'elle se soit présentée, que nous nous soyons présentés, que vous vous soyez présentés, qu'il se soit présenté, qu'elle se soit présentée. All right, so remember here, so you've got the option of the feminine. Same thing here. So here the masculine because it's il, he. Here you get the feminine because it's elle, she. All right. Here you get the plural form, and then masculine plural, so e accent aigu s, and then e accent aigu es for the feminine plural here, qu'elle se soit présentée. Okay. All right. So if there is one thing to remember, it is the following. If you want to construct this passé du subjonctif, first you will have to put avoir at the subjonctif présent, then your participe passé, and you will get your subjonctif passé. In all these exceptions that we saw, être, subjonctif présent, and the participe passé, and you will get your subjonctif passé form. Le subjonctif avec les conjonctions. So it will be one of few videos that I wanted to make regarding the subjonctif. So we've been introducing the subjonctif in the two previous videos, and then we'll see in this lesson and in the coming lessons when do we use this subjunctive form, because that's normally one of the big questions that students ask me. Okay, and so this first video will concentrate on le subjonctif avec les conjonctions. So let's discover together when do we use le subjonctif. So we will use le subjonctif after bien que. Okay, bien que. À supposer que, ok, à supposer que, en admettant que, en admettant que, avant que, avant que, ok, so let's repeat them, bien que, à supposer que, en admettant que, avant que. Okay, so keep in mind, after these expressions, you will have to use le subjonctif. Okay, let's continue now. Encore que. Encore que. Quoique. Quoique. De crainte que. De crainte que. De peur que. De peur que. Okay, so one more time. Encore que, quoique, de crainte que, de peur que. And then remember, after these expressions, we will use le subjonctif. Okay, let's continue. À condition que, pourvu que, afin que, de manière que, all right, so one more time, à condition que, pourvu que, afin que, de manière que, and remember, after these expressions, you will use le subjonctif. De sorte que, pour que, de façon que, à moins que, okay, one more time, de sorte que, pour que, de façon que, à moins que, and then remember, after them, you will use le subjonctif. Jusqu'à ce que, quoique, en attendant que, sans que, one more time, jusqu'à ce que, quoique, en attendant que, sans que. And remember, after these, you will use le subjonctif. Le subjonctif, so we'll continue because we've been seeing that in the previous video as well. But then if you want to express l'opinion, le doute, or la possibilité, then with these things you will have to use le subjonctif. Okay, opinion, doute would be doubt, and then possibilité, possibility. Okay, so let's see together when are we going to use le subjonctif, and we are going to use le subjonctif after these expressions. So, il est douteux que. Okay, il est douteux que. Il est faux que. Il est faux que. Il est impossible que. Il est impossible que. Il est improbable que. Il est improbable que. Il est peu probable que. Il est peu probable que. Okay, so one more time. Il est douteux que. Il est faux que. Il est impossible que. Il est improbable que. Il est peu probable que. And remember, after these little things, you will have to use le subjonctif. All right? Let's continue now. Il n'est pas probable que. Il n'est pas probable que. Il n'est pas certain que. Il n'est pas certain que. Il n'est pas sûr que. Il n'est pas sûr que. Il n'est pas clair que. Il n'est pas clair que. Il n'est pas exact que. Il n'est pas exact que. Okay, so one more time. Il n'est pas probable que. Il n'est pas certain que. Il n'est pas sûr que. Il n'est pas clair que. Il n'est pas exact que. And after these expressions, you will have to use le subjonctif. Okay, let's continue. Il n'est pas évident que. Il n'est pas évident que. Il n'est pas vrai que. Il n'est pas vrai que. Il est possible que. Il est possible que. Il est convenable que. Il est convenable que. Il est juste que. Il est juste que. Okay, so one more time. Il n'est pas évident que. Il n'est pas vrai que. Il est possible que. Il est convenable que. Il est juste que. And all these expressions will be followed by le subjonctif. Okay, so we continue. Accepter que. Okay, accepter que. Douter que. Douter que. S'attendre à ce que. S'attendre à ce que. Détester que. Détester que. Chercher, and then something, qui, and after, it will be followed by the subjonctif. Okay? So, one more time. Accepter que, douter que, s'attendre à ce que, détester que, chercher qui, okay? And there will be followed by le subjonctif. Well, if you want to express les sentiments et les émotions, so sentiments, feelings, and emotions, in many cases you will have to use le subjonctif, okay? And we'll see together all these expressions that will normally be followed by le subjonctif. Okay, so let's start now. And the first one is il est étonnant que. Il est étonnant que. Il est heureux que. Il est heureux que. Il est bon que. Il est bon que. Il est bizarre que. Il est bizarre que. Il est rare que. Il est rare que. Okay, one more time. So, il est étonnant que. Il est heureux que. Il est bon que. Il est bizarre que. And then, il est rare que. Remember, after all these expressions, you will have to use le subjonctif. Okay? And it continues. Il est regrettable que. Il est regrettable que. Il est honteux que. Il est honteux que. Il est étrange que. il est étrange que, il est surprenant que, il est surprenant que, il est dommage que, il est dommage que, so one more time, il est regrettable que, il est honteux que, il est étrange que, il est surprenant que, and il est dommage que. And remember, after all these expressions, you will have to use le subjonctif. All right? Let's continue. Il est utile que, il est utile que, il est inutile que, il est inutile que, apprécier que, apprécier que, avoir peur que, avoir peur que, être étonné que, être étonné que. So one more time. Il est utile que, il est inutile que, apprécier que, avoir peur que, être étonné que, will be followed by le subjonctif. And it continues. Avoir honte que, avoir honte que, se réjouir que, se réjouir que, être content que, être content que, être heureux que, être heureux que, être triste que, être triste que. So one more time. Avoir honte que, se réjouir que, être content que, être heureux que, être triste que, and they will be followed by le subjonctif. And it continues. Être désolé que, être désolé que, être surpris que, être surpris que, déplorer que, déplorer que, redouter que, redouter que, craindre que, craindre que. So one more time. Être désolé que, être surpris que, déplorer que, redouter que, craindre que, and they will be followed by le subjonctif. And it continues. Détester que, détester que, aimer que, aimer que, adorer que, adorer que, regretter que, regretter que, so one more time, détester que, aimer que, adorer que, regretter que, and they will be followed by le subjonctif. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 10, leçon F. And in this lesson we'll continue our big thing regarding le subjonctif, and in that case we'll see, well, when you want to express what we call les conseils, les désirs et les ordres, okay? So conseil could be translated as advices, désir, desires, and then ordre, orders, okay? So we'll see expressions that will require le subjonctif after them. Okay, so let's start now. And the first one is il vaut mieux que. Il vaut mieux que. Il est essentiel que. Il est essentiel que. Il est important que. Il est important que. Il est naturel que. Il est naturel que. Il est nécessaire que. Il est nécessaire que. So remember, one more time. Il vaut mieux que. Il est essentiel que. Il est important que. Il est naturel que. Il est nécessaire que. And they will be followed by le subjonctif. Okay, so let's continue. Il faut que. Il faut que. Il est normal que. Il est normal que. Il est temps que. Il est temps que. Il est à souhaiter que. Il est à souhaiter que. Il est urgent que. Il est urgent que. OK? One more time. Il faut que. Il est normal que. Il est temps que. Il est à souhaiter que. Il est urgent que. And they should be followed by le subjonctif. Okay, and it continues. Demander que. Demander que. Éviter que. Éviter que. Exiger que. Exiger que. Désirer que. Désirer que. Interdire que. Interdire que. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Demander que. Éviter que. Exiger que. Désirer que. Interdire que. And all these expressions should be followed by le subjonctif. Okay? Tenir à ce que. Tenir à ce que. Aimer mieux que. Aimer mieux que. S'opposer que. S'opposer que. Commander que. Commander que. Donner l'ordre que. Donner l'ordre que. One more time. Tenir à ce que. Aimer mieux que. S'opposer que. Commander que. Donner l'ordre que. And they should be followed by le subjonctif. Ordonner que. Ordonner que. Permettre que. Permettre que. Préférer que. Préférer que. Empêcher que. Empêcher que. Proposer que. Proposer que. One more time. Ordonner que. Permettre que. Préférer que. Empêcher que. Proposer que. And they should be followed by le subjonctif. Recommander que. Recommander que. Suggérer que. Suggérer que. Vouloir que. Vouloir que. Souhaiter que. Souhaiter que. So one more time. Recommander que. Suggérer que. Vouloir que. Souhaiter que. And remember, they should be followed by le subjonctif. And that's it for this video. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier is waiting for you, and the website imagier.net is also waiting for you. Have a great day. Bye bye. This one will concentrate on les structures à la forme négative. So remember, structures in which the verbs will be at the negative forms, and we'll discover, well, these structures. Okay, so the first one is il ne paraît pas que. Il ne paraît pas que. Il ne me semble pas que. Il ne me semble pas que. So we've got this me like that just because it would be possible to put someone else. Il ne te semble pas, il ne lui semble pas, etc. Okay? Il n'est pas certain que. Il n'est pas certain que. Il n'est pas sûr que. Il n'est pas sûr que. Il n'est pas clair que. Il n'est pas clair que. Okay, so one more time. Il ne paraît pas que. Il ne me semble pas que. Il n'est pas certain que. Il n'est pas sûr que. Il n'est pas clair que. And they should be followed by le subjonctif. Okay? Ça continue. Il n'est pas exact que. Il n'est pas exact que. Il n'est pas évident que. Il n'est pas évident que. Il n'est pas probable que. Il n'est pas probable que. Il n'est pas vrai que. Il n'est pas vrai que. Ce n'est pas que. Ce n'est pas que. Okay, so one more time. Il n'est pas exact que. Il n'est pas évident que. Il n'est pas probable que. Il n'est pas vrai que. Ce n'est pas que. And they should be followed by le subjonctif. Okay? And it continues. Ne pas être certain que. Ne pas être certain que. Ne pas être sûr que. Ne pas être sûr que. Ne pas croire que. Ne pas croire que. Ne pas trouver que. Ne pas trouver que. ne pas espérer que, ne pas espérer que, and now I will make the liaison, ne pas être certain que, ne pas être sûr que, ne pas croire que, ne pas trouver que, ne pas espérer que, and they should be followed by le subjonctif. Okay? Ne pas connaître quelqu'un qui, okay? Ne pas connaître quelqu'un qui. Ne pas vouloir dire que, ne pas vouloir dire que. Ne pas dire que, ne pas dire que. Ne pas penser que, ne pas penser que. Ne pas savoir que, ne pas savoir que. Okay, so one more time. Ne pas connaître quelqu'un qui, ne pas vouloir dire que, ne pas dire que, ne pas penser que, ne pas savoir que, and all these expressions should be followed by le subjonctif, le participe présent, okay? And so, well, this video will be divided in two parts. The first one, when do we use it? So, l'emploi, okay? And the second part, how do we make it? So, la formation, all right? So, we'll first start with the l'emploi. So, how do we, or when do we use this participe présent? One of the first and most common way to use le participe présent is to construct what we call le gérondif. And then le gérondif, normally you will write it or you will construct it with la préposition en, like that, and you will put your participe présent form, so the form that we'll discover in this video, okay? And the idea of this gérondif is just to express two actions, so des actions simultanées, so two things are taking place at the same time, okay? So you've got this gérondif form that you can use to express this thing. For instance, il marche en écoutant de la musique. Okay, so it's in red, this écoutant, just to show you that this is what we call le participe présent here. So first you get this en and then écoutant. So il marche, marcher is to walk, so he's walking. En écoutant, okay, and remember, so if we use this gérondif form, as I said, we want to express the fact that two things are happening at the same time. Écouter is to listen, okay, so il marche, he's walking, and he's listening to some music, so il écoute de la musique. And in that case, well, you use en écoutant, and then you want to express the fact that it's happening at the same time. Il marche en écoutant de la musique. Alright, so that's the first use of this gérondif form. The second use is, of course, to use or to express two actions, donc des actions simultanées, but then in that case it's possible to write or to construct that without this preposition en, but keep in mind that it's in most of the cases you will use these structures when you write, principalement à l'écrit, okay? Normally, if you want to use it orally, you will use this gérondif form, so the form that we saw previously, okay? But then it's possible to use it like that, so think about that, and it's mostly if you want to write it. So, regardant le frigo, okay, regarder is to watch or to look, frigo, the fridge. Elle se dit qu'elle doit aller acheter à manger. Okay, so she tells herself, if you want, that she must go and buy some food. Donc, regardant le frigo, elle se dit qu'elle doit aller acheter à manger. Okay, so in that case, when you put this participe présent here, well, clearly it's because you want to say that this first thing here and the second thing here, well, they are happening at the same time. Okay, but keep in mind that this structure is when you write. If you want to use it orally, then in that case you should use this preposition en first and then use this form that we call gérondif that we saw a few minutes before. Okay, and then the last use of this participe présent is if you want pour remplacer une subordonnée relative. Okay, so we saw previously les pronoms relatifs. Okay, so if you don't know what une subordonnée relative is, I definitely advise you to try to find les pronoms relatifs, and it will be more clear. And so we can, you know, take this example like with qui. Les personnes qui parlent. All right, so in that case, les personnes qui parlent, so the persons who are talking, speaking, okay? So in the first one, well, you get this pronom relatif, qui, and then you get the verb, okay? But it's possible to replace this qui parle with le participe présent. So you will get les personnes parlant. All right, so it's the last use that we've got of this participe présent, and it's quite common. It's not really rare. I mean, we tend to use it quite normally as well when you write or when you talk. Okay, so it's quite useful to know how to, well, make it and then when to use it. Okay, and so that's what we'll discover in the second part. So how do we make this participe présent form? It is quite easy, especially at this level now, because you will have to, well, first know the new form of the verb at the present time, so at the present tense, sorry. Nous parlons, okay? And then if you remember, this ONS ending is usually the ending for nous, so first you need to spot it. Then you will take it away, so we keep this P-A-R-L part, and at the end we will add A-N-T. Alright, so we get here this participe présent form. Okay, so remember, nous form at the present tense, and then you spot the ending ONS, you take it away, you get parle like that, and then you just add this A-N-T at the end, and you will get this participe présent. Okay, so I took, just to start, this parler. Parler is to speak or to talk, and it's the first group, so it's actually quite easy to make. Let's see now. Second group, finir, to finish or to end, and so we get nous finissons, remember, the new form of the present tense, nous finissons. And it's exactly the same rule, so you spot or you try to find the ending here. It's ONS, okay? We'll do exactly the same thing, so we'll take it away, and we get finisse, like that, F-E-N-E-S-S, all right? And we just follow the same rule, so we just add at the end A-N-T, like that here, and we get finissant, okay? And this form is the participe présent. Okay, let's see now a verb from the third group. So normally third group, you know, just we've got the irregular verbs. So of course it's quite interesting to have a look at them. And then I just took the verb prendre. Prendre is to take, and then we get the form nous prenons. Okay, nous prenons, exactly the same thing. So we spot this ONS, so the ending, we take it away, and we get P-R-E-N, and after that we just add this A-N-T ending, and we get prenant. Alright, so it's actually quite easy to make, especially if you master quite well the present tense. Normally at this level, you should. Okay, so let's see. Nous parlons, so you get parle, and participe présent, parlant. Nous finissons, finisse, and then you will get finissant. Then nous prenons, prenne, prenant. All right, but then of course, you know now French language, and we've got exceptions. But the good thing is that we've got only 3 exceptions. The first one is être, and it will give you étant. So étant will be the participe présent form of être. Être is to be. And then avoir, of course, to have, and you will get ayant. Okay, ayant will be the participe présent form of avoir. And the last one will be savoir. Savoir is to know, and we will get sachant. Okay, sachant. So étant for être, ayant for avoir, and then sachant for savoir. Le gérondif together, so we've been introducing that a little bit in the previous lesson in which we saw le participe présent, but then this video will be only for le gérondif. Okay, so I hope after that everything will be clear, and so we can start. So as usual, this video will be divided in two parts. The first one will be l'emploi, so when do we use it, and the second part would be la formation, how do we make this gérondif form. Okay, so let's start now with l'emploi. Okay, and so le gérondif, normally if you want to make or to construct this gérondif, you will first have to use la préposition en, and after that you will have to add your participe présent form. Okay, so this gérondif will express two actions that will take place at the same time, so action simultanée. Alright, so the example is quite simple here. Il marche, okay, en écoutant de la musique. So you can see that in this sentence here, we've got first il marche, so he is walking, marcher is to walk. En écoutant, so here we've got this preposition en, as we saw here. That's the first part of your gérondif. And the second part here is the participe présent, écouter. So the verb écouter is to listen, and this is the participe présent form de la musique. So in that case, you just want to express that he's walking and at the same time he's listening to music. Okay, so il marche en écoutant de la musique. All right. So let's see now how do we make this gérondif. So remember, as we saw previously, first you will have to use la préposition en, then you will have to use le participe présent, and you will get a beautiful gérondif. Remember the way to make this participe présent form. Normally you will have to master the present tense, and normally if you take, well, if we take the example of parler, parler is to speak or to talk, okay, we'll get nous parlons at the present tense of, so the form should be at the nous person, and so you will actually spot here the ending ons, okay, and the idea is to take it away, so you get parle, and after that you will add ant, and you will get parlant. Okay, this will be this participe présent form that you will have to add after your preposition en. Okay, second group, finir, to finish, to end, nous finissons, okay, and it will be exactly the same way to proceed. So we spot this ons, so the ending, we take it away and we get finisse, and after that we just add this ant ending and we'll get finissant. So this is the participe présent form. Third group, to take, prendre, nous prenons, present tense. Same thing here, we spot the ending, so ons, we take it away, we get prennent, and then participe présent will be prenant. Alright, so remember, nous parlons, parle, parlant, nous finissons, finissent, finissant, nous prenons, so prennent, and then prenant. Okay, so it's quite easy to make. Of course, we've got exceptions, only 3, and that's a good thing. The first one is être, to be, so it will give you étant, so this is the participe présent form. Avoir will give you ayant, avoir is to have, and then savoir, to know, will give you sachant. Okay, so only 3 exceptions, and it's a good thing in French, because normally we've got more exceptions, so only 3. Être, étant, avoir, ayant, savoir, sachant. Okay, so let's see now 2 examples. So I wanted to write them just to make it clear that to make it sure that everything is clear. I will manage. Il mange et il regarde la télévision en même temps. Okay, so il mange, manger is to eat, et il regarde, regarder is to watch, la télévision, en même temps, the expression means at the same time. So in that case, in that sentence, it would be possible, of course, to write this sentence like that. Il mange et il regarde la télévision en même temps. But then, as we saw, and that's the whole idea of this video, we've got this gérondif form possibility just to avoid well, repeating this or using this en même temps, okay, and just to make it, well, shorter. So in that case, what we could do is we could, well, keep the first part, of course, il mange, all right, and then instead of il regarde la télévision en même temps, well, this en même temps will go away because at the same time we don't need to repeat it because, well, that's the whole concept of the gerundif, and then we just need to transform il regarde, all right, so it will become regardant for the participe présent form, and just before we'll put this preposition. So il mange en regardant la télévision. Okay, so it's exactly the same thing, but then, of course, the sentence is much shorter. And then, second example that we could have here, elle dessine et elle téléphone à son ami en même temps. Okay, so dessiner is to draw, téléphoner, well, to phone, à son ami, at her friend, en même temps, at the same time. Okay, so exactly the same thing, we just want to make the sentence shorter and lighter, so we'll keep first, of course, elle dessine, so the first verb should be here, but then here we've got a elle téléphone, so we should modify this téléphone and then put the participe présent form. So the participe présent form of téléphoner is téléphonant, okay, before that we put la préposition en, and we continue the sentence à son ami, and that's it. Elle dessine en téléphonant à son ami. Le superlatif, so the superlative in English it would be the most or the least, okay, so we'll see how to make it in French. So first we'll see how to express this the most expression in English, and of course in French we've got the difference between the masculine form, le plus, the feminine form, la plus, and the plural form, les plus. Okay, so keep in mind that I don't pronounce this final S here, so we get le plus, la plus, les plus. Okay, and then if we want to express this the least, in French it will be le moins, feminine form, la moins, and then the plural form, les moins. Okay, so le moins, remember when we combine this O-I-N together, we get the sound ouin, 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 okay, and we don't pronounce this final S. Le moins, la moins, les moins. Okay, so let's see now. Le plus, le moins, la plus, la moins, les plus, les moins. And normally, in most of the cases, they will be followed by whether an adjective or then an adverb, okay? And in this video, we'll see how to construct this superlative form, first with an adjective and after that with an adverb, okay? So, first part adjective, second part adverb, and then we'll discover in this first part les adjectifs. So, how to construct un superlatif avec un adjectif. And I wanted to, well, take some easy sentences just to make it as clear as possible, okay? And so this sentence is quite simple, but quite interesting if you have a look at it. Il est le plus grand. Okay, so this is le superlatif. We take the adjective grand, and it's tall, okay? Il est le plus grand. So have a look here. We've got le, just because we've got the subject here, il, okay? And it's masculine, singular, le, and then plus, and we put the adjective grand just right after. Okay, if you have a look at the feminine form, it's quite interesting because you've got elle, so she, elle est la plus grande. So the first thing that we've got to see is that we will use this la, okay, because it's the feminine form, so we should put la, it's the singular, feminine, so la, plus doesn't change. And have a look at your adjective, so grand. You will have to add this at the end of your adjective just to get the feminine form of your adjective, okay? Keep in mind that we've got some adjectives that change a little bit more than this one. If we want to put the feminine form, we saw that in a previous video. So if you want to have a look, you should well use the search engine of the channel and use this adjective keyword. Okay, and then if you have a look now at the plural form, ils sont les plus grands. Okay, so here we will put this plural form because we've got ils here, they. Okay, so les plus, and then have a look at your adjective here, grand. Remember, we will put this final S at the end of the adjective just to mark the plural form. And for the feminine form here, so we've got the elles, so they, but the feminine form, elles sont. So les will stay the same. Okay, so it's quite a good news because les will cover the plural, so whether it's masculine or feminine, it will be the same, les here. Okay, but then your adjective grand, of course, should first have this E mark of the feminine and S mark of the plural form. Okay, so let's see how they sound now. Il est le plus grand, elle est la plus grande, ils sont les plus grands, elles sont les plus grandes. Okay, so phonetically what you can hear is that this first form here for the masculine, grand, so you don't pronounce the final D, will be exactly the same as the plural form for the masculine, grand. You don't pronounce the final D, you don't the D here, and you don't pronounce the final S. Okay, so grand, and then same thing here, grand. And regarding the feminine form, you will pronounce it grande. Okay, don't insist on the final E, but then pronounce this D, grande, and then exactly the same pronunciation, grande. All right, so you don't pronounce this final S. Okay, so one more time. Il est le plus grand, elle est la plus grande, ils sont les plus grands, elles sont les plus grandes. All right. So what if we put this least concept? So it would be il est le moins grand. So it will follow exactly the same rule. So first you will put this le just because it's masculine, and then you put your adjective after. Elle est la moins grande. Okay, keep in mind that you will have to put the feminine form of the adjective here, and then you will put this largest because the subject is feminine. Okay, ils sont les moins grands. Okay, for the plural, les, and then S at the end of your adjective. Elles sont les moins grandes, so les for the plural, and then a S at the end of your adjective for the feminine plural form. Okay, let's see now if you want to construct this superlative form with an adverb. Okay, so il marche le plus vite. Okay, marcher is to walk, and vite means fast. Il marche le plus vite. All right. If you want to put the feminine form, elle marche la plus vite. So the good news here is that your adverb vite will stay exactly the same. So you don't need, and look for the plural, il marche les plus vite. You don't need to modify it. You just put it after this le plus or la plus or les plus. Okay, and then you don't need to put whether the mark of the feminine or the mark of the plural, it doesn't change at all. So, il marche le plus vite, elle marche la plus vite, il marche les plus vite, elle marche les plus vite. Okay, so it's quite simple, and then logically for the least, il marche le moins vite, elle marche la moins vite, il marche les moins vite, elle marche les moins vite. All right, so exactly the same thing. Le for the masculine singular, la for the feminine singular, and then you've got les for the plural form. Moins, 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 and your adverb, and it doesn't change whether it's masculine, feminine, or plural. Okay? Keep in mind that if you want to construct this superlative, and then after that you want to introduce what we call un complément, you will have to put de. So, the example here, il est le plus intelligent de la famille, of the family. It's exactly the same thing in French. We've got to use this complément de la famille. Okay? But then have a look here. Of course, as usual in French, when we combine this de and then the article le, it will become du. Okay, so il est le plus intelligent de la famille. So it's the feminine form here. De la famille. Elle est la plus grande du quartier. Quartier, neighborhood. Du quartier. So it's masculine. Okay? Le superlatif avec un nom. Okay, so le superlatif, remember it's the most or the least in English. Okay, we saw in the previous video how to construct it with an adjective or an adverb, and in that case here it will be a really short one, but still if we want to construct this superlative form with a noun, avec un nom, let's see how we'll make that. So it's quite simple because you don't really need to care about whether it's masculine, feminine or plural. You just put le plus de or le moins de, so the most, the least, okay? And after that you will put your noun, okay? Le plus de, le moins de, and then your noun, okay? So let's have a look now how to construct it. C'est la ville, this is the town, où, where, il y a, there is, le plus de fontaines, fontaines, fountains. C'est la ville où il y a le plus de fontaines. And then, c'est la ville où il y a le moins de voitures. Voiture, car. So let's have a look at these two, these two sentences, sorry. The first thing that we've got to spot is, well, here it's le plus, and here it's le moins, so you don't really care whether it's masculine or if feminine or plural. You just put le plus, the most, le moins, the least. And then remember that you will have to put your preposition de right after, and have a look because your noun, fontaine and voiture here, should be without any articles before. Okay, so c'est la ville où il y a le plus de fontaines, sorry. C'est la ville où il y a le moins de voitures. Okay, and that's the way that you can use if you want to construct this superlatif avec un nom. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 10, leçon L. And in this lesson we'll see together how to construct these structures or sentences when you want to start with if. If in French it's si. Okay, so les structures avec si. So let's start now. The first option we'll have is if we want to express la possibilité. The second one, le désir. And the last one, le regret. Okay, so possibilité, possibility, désir, desire, and then regret, regret. And so we'll start with la possibilité. So if we want to express this possibilité thing, the first option we'll have is si, and it will be constructed with the présent, and it will be followed by le futur. Okay, so let's have an example here. Si tu viens à la maison, okay, venir is to come, à la maison, at home, nous ferons, so that's the future form of faire, so we will do, un gâteau, a cake. Okay, si tu viens à la maison, nous ferons un gâteau. All right, so that's the, well, first, construction that we could have, and in that case it's si tu viens à la maison, so it's a possibility, nous ferons un gâteau. Second example, si elle achète une voiture, acheter is to buy, une voiture, a car, nous partirons en vacances avec elle. Partir here, okay, to leave, and then you've got the future form, we will leave en vacances, in vacation, on the holidays, avec elle, with her. Okay, so you can see that in that case, you've got first here the present form, and it's followed by the future form. Okay, so this is quite easy to make. Okay, remember, si plus présent, then the future. We've got a second possibility if we want to express this idea, and it's si plus le présent followed by l'impératif. Let's have a look now. The first one. Si vous avez des questions, n'hésitez pas. Okay, and it's quite common to use this structure. So, si vous avez des questions, so avoir is to have. If you have des questions, some questions, n'hésitez pas, don't hesitate, okay? And you can see that in that structure, well, we've got si, and then we've got the present form, and it's followed by l'impératif, okay? Second example, si vous êtes pressé, okay, être, to be, and then pressé, in a hurry. Si vous êtes pressé, prenez un taxi. And here you get prenez, prendre, to take. Un taxi, a cab. Si vous êtes pressé, prenez un taxi. All right? So remember, it would be possible to use this si and then the present form, and it's followed by l'impératif. Okay? So keep in mind, if we want to express this possibility thing, the first one, si, and then the present form followed by the future, or si, and then the present form followed by l'impératif. Second category, if you want to express the desire, le désir. And then normally we will use si avec l'imparfait, and it should be followed by le conditionnel présent. Ok? Donc si plus imparfait, and then conditionnel présent. Let's take one example here. Si je gagnais au loto, je ferais le tour du monde. Si je gagnais, gagner is to win, au loto, je ferais, it's the conditional form of to do, faire, okay, so I would do, okay, le tour du monde. Okay, so I would travel around the world if you want, but then in French we would use this, je ferais le tour du monde. Okay, and then the idea is that here it's a desire, it's something that you would like to do, okay, but maybe it would happen, but you're not sure about that. Okay, so si je gagnais au loto, je ferais le tour du monde. And then the second example, si elle pouvait, elle prendrait une semaine de vacances. Okay, so here you've got this pouvoir form, can, and it's at the imparfait form, and it's followed by the conditionnel présent, prendre, to take, okay, une semaine, 1 week, de vacances, vacation, okay, holiday. So if she could, she would take 1 week off if you want, okay, or vacation week. But then in French, remember that we will construct this sentence first with si, and it should be followed by l'imparfait, and that's the rule. Then after that, you will put this conditionnel présent form. Okay, so this is normally the tricky construction, because in many cases students will start to make this si, and then as in it's the case in many languages, they would put this first the conditionnel présent, and then it would be followed by the conditionnel présent. But no, in French, keep in mind that si, then you'll put this imparfait form, je gagnais, elle pouvait, and after that you will put this conditionnel présent, je ferais, elle prendrait. Okay, and the last one, le regret. And only if we want to express this regret concept, then we will start with si, and it should be followed by le plus que parfait, and after that you will put hop, conditionnel passé. So this structure is really when you regret something. So it's over now. It's not possible to change anything because it's in the past, okay? But then, let's see one example. Si j'avais eu le temps, j'aurais pris un café. Okay, and the main concept in that, with that structure, is that it's over, so it's not possible, so you just regret that. Si j'avais eu le temps, okay, so if you can spot this thing, it's avoir, and it's at the, sorry, plus que parfait form, okay, si j'avais eu le temps, j'aurais pris, here it's prendre, to take, and if you have a look, it's at the conditionnel passé form, un café. Okay, let's see the second example. Si vous aviez vu le film, vous auriez pleuré. Okay, so here you have voir, okay, and it's the plus que parfait form. Vous auriez pleuré. Here you get pleurer, okay, to cry, and it's at the conditionnel passé form. Okay, so that's the, well, classic structure that you can use if you want to express regrets, okay, with this if structure. Okay, well, that's it. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier and the website imagier.net is waiting for you. Bye bye. Le discours indirect. So first, we'll see a few examples just to make it clear and to, well, discover what this discours indirect is. After that, we'll see how to make it, so la formation. And the last part will be, well, we'll discover together the verbs that you could use to introduce this discours indirect. Okay, but then let's start with les exemples, few examples. Okay, and well, it's quite interesting because I wanted to put simple, well, sentences here. Elle pense, penser is to think. Le vendeur est compétent. Okay, le vendeur, the seller, is compétent, competent. So it's of course it's possible to use a sentence like that, you know, elle pense, and then you put deux points and ouvrez les guillemets, le vendeur est compétent. What if I would like to transform this sentence and use this elle pense que, okay? So same thing in English, it could be she thinks or she thinks that. And that's the whole concept of this discours indirect. And the sentence could be transformed like that. Elle pense que, so she thinks that. And have a look, le vendeur est compétent. So it's quite easy in that case, and of course I took on purpose a simple sentence to start, but then it's just to show you that, well, the sentence doesn't change that much. Of course you will have to take this guillemets away and then deux points, so everything should go away, but then in that case the sentence doesn't change that much. Elle pense que le vendeur est compétent. Alright? But then, of course, if you have a look at a sentence like that, il dit, dire is to say, so he says, je veux prendre un café. So, je veux, I want, it's vouloir, to want. Je veux prendre, prendre is to take, un café, a coffee. I want to take a coffee. So if you want to transform this sentence, it will be a bit different, because in the first sentence it was quite simple, because you had this il and elle, but in that case, well, of course, you've got the je veux, and you need to transform this thing, so you need to adapt it, because here we've got the subject, so subject is masculine, and then it's at the third person, so il dit. So you will put this que, as we had previously, and you will need to change je, you will need to change it into il, okay, because that's the subject, il. The verb should be at the third person, so have a look here. First person it's with x at the end, third person is with t at the end. Prendre un café, well, it doesn't change. So normally it's the subject and the verb that will be affected if they are, okay? So in that case, il dit qu'il veut prendre un café. And of course, as usual in French, this que, if there is a vowel after, so remember this will have to go away. So you will get this qu'il. Il dit qu'il veut prendre un café. Okay, so this is this discours indirect, so the indirect form of il dit je veux prendre un café. It will be transformed like il dit qu'il veut prendre un café. Okay, so a third example, elle promet je viendrai ce soir. Okay, promettre is to promise, and then je viendrai, so I will come ce soir. Okay, and here elle promet, okay, que, so we should first have this que. Of course, as we had in the previous example, you must modify this je, okay? So we've got here the subject and it's feminine, so it should be the third person of the feminine, qu'elle, okay? Here we've got the future form, je viendrai. So you should put the verb at the future form as well, but then for elle, it will be elle viendra, and then ce soir doesn't change. Okay? Elle promet qu'elle viendra ce soir. So if we want to discover, or not really discover because we saw that, la formation, so keep in mind that you will put first, well, the first sentence or the first part of the sentence, then que, okay, could be translated with that in English, and the rest of the sentence or the second sentence, okay, that you should, in some cases, modify. Okay, we're talking about the subject and the verb. Keep in mind that que, if it is combined, as we saw, with a vowel, will become que, like that. Okay, so needs to go away. So the example, the classical example that we had was que and il, and it's becoming qu'il. It could be que and elle, and it will become qu'elle. Okay, or if we're talking about first names, you know, first names that will start with a vowel, it will be exactly the same thing. Okay, and so now let's see the verbs that you could have, or that you could use to introduce this discours indirect. Okay, and the list will start now. Affirmer, ajouter, annoncer, déclarer, dire. Okay, so affirmer, ajouter, annoncer, déclarer, dire, expliquer, promettre, répondre, admettre, assurer. All right, so expliquer, promettre, répondre, admettre, assurer, avouer, confirmer, constater, crier, démentir, so avouer, confirmer, constater, crier, démentir, s'écrier, s'exclamer, jurer, objecter, préciser, s'écrier, s'exclamer, jurer, objecter, préciser, prétendre, proposer, reconnaître, remarquer, répliquer, prétendre, proposer, reconnaître, remarquer, répliquer. And the list could continue, but then still I wanted to introduce the, well, main verbs that will, well, require, or that you could use to construct un discours indirect. Keep in mind that you will have to put this que after these verbs. Okay. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 10, leçon N. And we'll see in this video, sorry, le discours indirect, so it's the second part of this discours indirect, and in that case we'll see les expressions de temps. Just because, as we saw, normally in most of the cases, the thing or the things that will change when you want to construct this discours indirect are the subject and the verbs. But of course, if you're using this expression de temps, well, they will change, of course, and we'll see how they will change. So normally if you say aujourd'hui, so at the direct form, aujourd'hui, today, if you want to transpose that at this discours indirect form, it will become ce jour-là, this day, ce jour-là. Okay, so aujourd'hui is not possible to be used in this discours indirect form, but then you should use instead ce jour-là. Okay, same thing, ce matin, this morning, you will use ce matin-là. Okay, ce soir, ce soir-là. And then en ce moment, at this time, en ce moment, should be à ce moment-là. Okay, so remember, aujourd'hui will become ce jour-là if you change a sentence and if you put it at le discours indirect. Ce matin will become ce matin-là. Ce soir will become ce soir-là. and then en ce moment will become à ce moment-là. Okay, let's see. Hier, yesterday, and so it will become la veille. Avant-hier, so the day before yesterday, l'avant-veille. Il y a 5 jours, so remember we've got this il y a structure to say this ago, so 5 jours, 5 days. 5 days ago, in French it's il y a 5 jours. And then if you transpose this, il y a 5 jours, into this discours indirect, it will become 5 jours plus tôt. Okay, plus tôt, earlier. Okay, so hier will become la veille, avant-hier will become l'avant-veille, and then il y a 5 jours will become 5 jours plus tôt. Okay, and we can continue if you want with demain. Demain is tomorrow, and tomorrow will become le lendemain, the following day, le lendemain. Après-demain, after tomorrow, and it will become le surlendemain. Okay, and dans 5 jours, in 5 days, will become 5 jours plus tard, later. Okay, so keep in mind that demain will become le surlendemain if you change your structure into this discours indirect. Après-demain will become le surlendemain, and then dans 5 jours, in 5 days, will become 5 jours plus tard, 5 days later. Okay, that was it. It was simple and short, and I hope it was clear. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and the website imagier.net is waiting for you. Have a great day. Bye bye. Le discours indirect, les modifications dans la phrase. So we saw together in the 2 previous videos this discours indirect, so the way to construct it, and then few modifications that can happen when you make this discours indirect. So if you didn't watch the previous videos, I definitely advise you to do so because it will be more clear. But then still, what we can do is we can do a really fast overview and review of the discours indirect, because, well, the discours indirect is basically if you've got, well, one sentence like that: elle pense, le vendeur est compétent. Okay, penser is to think, she thinks, le vendeur, the seller, est compétent, is competent. Okay, so in that case, it's possible to have this kind of structure, okay, but then if you want to combine these 2 sentences into one, you can just modify it, and that's what we call the discours indirect in that case, because you will get elle pense, so she thinks, que, that, and then you continue your sentence. Le vendeur est compétent. Okay, so in that sentence it's quite simple because, well, if you have a look at the first structure we've got here, and then the second structure we've got here, it doesn't change that much. You only need to add this que, and then you will remove few things, but then no main changes into your second part or this part of the sentence. Okay, but we'll see that in this video, of course, in some cases when you switch or when you modify and you make this discours indirect, well, you will have some quite important modifications in your sentence. Okay, but then, well, the rule goes like you will first have the first part of the sentence, then you will have your que, okay, that, and then the sentence will continue. Okay, so that's the whole concept of this discours indirect. So it evolves around this que thing, and then remember that, of course, as usual in French, if we've got vowels coming after, then this will have to go away. Okay, so let's see now one first example. Il dit, okay, dire is to say, he says, je pense que le film est bon. Je pense, so penser, I think, that le film est bon. Okay, so if you want to modify this sentence, of course, you will have to change it a little bit, because it's not possible to say il dit que je, okay, so the subject, it's not possible to continue with je in that case because you will have to modify it and adapt it. So in that case it should be il, okay. Il pense que le film est bon. Alright, so that's the only thing that you will have to modify, so it's not really difficult, but keep in mind that of course if the subject goes like that, so je, of course you will have to modify it and well put it according to the first subject here, so il dit. Okay, let's see now a second example. Il dit je te regarde. Okay, so same thing, so il dit to say, so he says je te regarde. So if you remember, we saw these pronouns before, so I am looking or watching you, okay, but then in French we put these pronouns before the verb, okay. And it's interesting because in that sentence, of course, you can notice that we will have to modify this first je, pronom personnel, and then, well, probably we'll have to modify this te as well, okay, because I look or I watch or I look at you, okay, this you must be changed, of course, if we switch it to the indirect discours, okay. So let's see now, and it's quite interesting because in that case, if you get the sentence just like that, without any previous informations, whether this te is for a boy or a girl, then it can be quite tricky because we don't really know, and we'll have two options. The first one, il dit qu'il, okay, so this il is the je that you modified, or you modify according to il here, okay, so it must be the same. And then it can be le if the person is masculine, so if he is looking at another person who is a man or a boy, so in that case it should be le, il le regarde. Okay, and then the second option, well, it's almost the same, but if you look carefully, il dit qu'il la regarde. Okay, and in that case it would be a woman or a girl, okay, according to what was, well, previously said. So in that case we really need to know before whether we're talking about a boy or a girl, a man or a woman, okay, because if we don't, then it can be tricky to modify and put this discours indirect, because we won't have any clue whether it's le or la. Okay, another example, il dit je présente ma proposition. Okay, so here same thing. So yeah, if I translate the sentence, it's quite, well, simple. So dire is to say, we saw that previously. Je présente, présenter is to present. Ma proposition, my proposition or proposal if you want. Okay, je présente ma proposition. So in that sentence, we know, of course, because we've been seeing that in the previous examples, that je will have to change. And then in that case, we assume that this ma, so adjective possessive, will have to change also. And let's have a look. So, il dit qu'il, okay, so exactly the same thing that we saw previously, présente, and then you will have to adapt, of course, this adjective possessive, so it won't be the first one, so ma, my, okay, but it will be, well, sa, so third person of the singular. Okay, remember that in French we will put this feminine form sa just because the word it is connected to, so proposition, is feminine. Alright, okay, so il dit qu'il présente sa proposition. Il dit je vous présente ma proposition. So it's almost the same sentence as we had previously, but then I wanted to introduce this vous Okay, so another pronoun. Je vous présente ma proposition. Okay, so as we saw previously, je will change, so ma will change as well, and then probably this pronoun will change as well. So let's have a look. Il dit qu'il, okay, we saw that. Présente sa proposition, we saw that as well. And then vous, okay, which is this pronoun, okay, pronom complément d'objet indirect, je présente à vous, okay. In that case, you will have to modify and to put that at the third person of the plural. Il leur présente sa proposition. Okay? Il dit qu'il leur présente sa proposition. Il dit je vais parler à mes parents et je vais les inviter. All right? So here it's quite interesting as well because, well, if you have a look, je, of course it will change. Vais parler à mes, this thing normally should change as well. Je will be the same, it will change as well. And then it will be interesting to see whether this les will change. So what's your opinion? And let's have a look. So il will change. So je is becoming il. Mais is becoming c'est. Je is becoming il. But then here it doesn't really change because you are just referring to mes parents, and in that case it was already the plural form, les invités, so it doesn't need to change at all. Okay, so il dit qu'il va parler à ses parents et qu'il va les inviter. Les modifications de temps. Okay, so let's start now. So I wanted to first show you this simple example, because if we've got this sentence, elle te répond, je suis d'accord. Okay, so répondre is to answer, te, it's for you, so she answers to you. Je suis d'accord, okay, so in French this je suis d'accord is I do agree. Of course, in that situation, if we want to transpose this first structure at this discours indirect, it's quite simple because you just need to put back all your elements. So elle te répond, it doesn't change, okay? Que, that, remember, that's the key thing of this discours indirect. Que, that, but then in that case needs to go away because we've got a vowel after. So qu'elle, so je will have to be transposed to elle, of course, because the subject here is elle. Est d'accord. Of course, the verb is changing as well, okay? But it's actually quite simple in that case because we've got, if you look carefully, in the first structure here, it's the present form, and here it's the present form. So, I mean, no big changes, and that's the main thing. So, in that case, you don't really need to worry. You put back all your elements, you just modify them if necessary, and that's it. You've got your discours indirect structure. Okay? If you've got the same thing, you know, with here, the future. Elle te répondra, je suis d'accord. So, here it's the future, it's répondre to answer, but at the futur simple form. And in the second part here, it's the present form. And let's have a look. And you'll see that it's not really difficult because it doesn't change that much. Elle te répondra, so we put back these elements here. Qu'elle, okay, as we had previously, because it doesn't change here, it will be that, okay, que, but then you take the e away. Of course, you will have to modify this je and put it in here with elle, est d'accord. The verb, if you look carefully, will stay at the present form. Doesn't need to change here. Even if we've got the future here, it will stay at the present form in the second part here. Okay, so the thing is that for the present and the future, so if the verb that introduces this structure indirect, discours indirect, is at the present form or the future form, then the good news is that you won't have to modify anything after it. Okay, so that's the rule. That's the rule. If the verb that introduces this structure is at the present form or the future form, then you don't modify the verb after, which is a quite good news. But then, of course, it's French language, and we've got to think that if we've got, so it will be it's the common structure that we will have, so verb introducteur, and then after that we've got the phrase, the sentence. Okay, if you've got this first part here at the passé, okay, so it's the past here. Passé means past, and when I write past, well, basically it could be imparfait, passé composé, passé simple, all the past tenses that we saw so far. Well, if this first verb is at the past, then the rest of the sentence, or the rest of the structure here, will have to be modified if you want to put that at the discours indirect. And that's what we'll see in this video. Okay, so the first example is if we've got this verb introducteur at the past form. Okay, and for all the examples I will put this first part at the passé composé. Okay, so it will be easier that way. Okay, so if we get the second part here at the présent, well, this part will have to change, and well, the verb introducteur will stay the same, but it will, I mean, this présent form will be at the imparfait. Okay, so let's have a look how it will go. So, as I said, first verb, I did put that at the passé composé form, and it will be always the same for all the examples. So I will keep the same sentence and I will keep the same verb, and it will be at the passé composé. Elle t'a répondu, je suis d'accord. So we've got exactly the same sentence as we had previously when we had the present present or then future present. In that case, so as we saw, we've got passé composé and then present form. And if you remember what I just told you previously, then the rule goes like that. This first part doesn't change. It is still at the passé composé form, but the second part here, so your present form will be changed and you will have to put the verb, so it's the verb to be, it's être. You will have to put it at the imparfait form. That's the rule. Okay, don't need to think why, how, etc. No, just put it at the imparfait. Okay, and you get the sentence. Elle t'a répondu qu'elle était d'accord. All right. So this is the way that you should follow if you want to make this discours indirect. And in the first part you've got, well, the past, and in the second part you've got the present form. Okay. So let's see now. How do we do if we've got, well, still the same thing, so the passé, and we've got in the second part le passé composé. Well, of course, the first part will stay the same as we saw, but then this passé composé form will become plus que parfait. And let's have a look. Elle t'a répondu, j'ai été d'accord. Okay, and so j'ai été. This is the passé composé. J'ai été d'accord. So that's the thing that we'll have to change, and we'll have to modify it and put it at the, like here, elle avait été. We'll put that at the plus que parfait. So we get, elle t'a répondu qu'elle avait été d'accord. Alright, so remember, the first part doesn't change. Elle t'a répondu. Sorry, you don't need to modify it, you don't need to change it. But then the second part, so ait été here, passé composé, will become avait été here. So it's the plus que parfait. Okay? So let's see now another possibility. If we've got, so still the passé form in the first part, and then if we've got this futur simple form in the second part, then this futur simple will change and it will become futur du passé. So it's a strange thing because we tend to call that, you know, futur du passé, but well, technically it's conditionnel présent. All right, so that's the way you will have to maybe remember it. Oops, the accent was in the wrong direction. It should be like that, okay? But anyway, it's the conditionnel présent form that you will have to put here. So let's have a look now. Elle t'a répondu, je serai d'accord. Okay, so we do agree that, well, it's still the same here, passé composé, and in the second part here, je serai. So it's still the verb to be, but then remember, it's the futur form, okay, this futur simple. Je serai d'accord. And so it will become, elle t'a répondu qu'elle serait d'accord, okay? They look quite similar, but keep in mind that this form here is the conditionnel présent form, okay? Elle t'a répondu qu'elle serait d'accord. And so let's see now if we've got, so still in the first part, the past, because that will be the whole thing of this video, and we've got this futur antérieur in the second part. And this futur antérieur will become what we call, that it's still the same thing, quite interesting, futur antérieur du passé, but then technically it's the conditionnel passé. Okay? Elle t'a répondu, j'aurais été d'accord. Okay, so here, what do we have? First, as usual, we've got this passé composé. J'aurais été d'accord. Here we've got this futur antérieur form. And it will become, elle t'a répondu qu'elle aurait été d'accord. So still the same thing. Keep in mind that it looks a little bit like this form, but still it is quite different because it's what we call conditionnel passé. Okay? So now if we've got the futur proche in the second part, this futur proche will become aller, and it should be at the imparfait form plus l'infinitif. And so, elle t'a répondu, je vais être d'accord. So keep in mind that when we talk about this futur proche, well, it's aller anyway, but in that case it's at the present form. Je vais, I am going to be, okay, je vais être, we want to make the liaison, je vais être, so I am going to be, and in that case, well, as I said, you know, it's the present form. If you want to transpose that at the discours indirect, so as we saw, this first part doesn't change, but this second part here, so elle allait être d'accord, that's the only thing that will change. So you will have to put your verb aller here, and it will be at the imparfait. Elle allait être d'accord. Elle t'a répondu qu'elle allait être d'accord. And last but not least, if you've got in your second part the passé récent, so this recent past, then it will be still the same structure, the same way to construct it. So normally this passé récent is constructed like that, venir de, but then it's at the present, and in that case it will be modified like we had previously for this near future, le futur proche. It should be at the imparfait form. Okay, so let's have a look. Elle t'a répondu, je viens d'être d'accord. Okay, so this is what we call le passé récent. So it's the verb venir, and here it's the present form. Okay, and you will have to modify it and to put it at the imparfait form here. Elle t'a répondu qu'elle venait d'être d'accord. Okay, so the only thing that you will have to modify, it's this verb here, venir. So when you've got this passé récent, it's at the present form. It will be here at the imparfait form. Okay? Elle t'a répondu qu'elle venait d'être d'accord. So I know it may sound strange and difficult, but then keep in mind that, well, I did this thing. If you put it at the present and the future, so remember it doesn't change at all, okay? But then if you want to have this first verb at the past form, so that's when it will become tricky. So keep in mind that if you've got this structure, so first verb at the passé form, and then the second verb, it is at the present form, okay? So when you will modify this structure and you will put this discours indirect, so remember, présent, as we saw, will become imparfait, okay? Then if you've got passé composé, so in this, still in the second part of the structure, it will become plus que parfait, okay? If you've got the futur simple, so as the second structure, it will become what we saw, futur du passé. If you've got futur antérieur, so in the second part of this structure, it will become futur antérieur du passé. If you've got futur proche, it will become, well, like le futur proche, but then the only thing that you've got to modify is aller. You should put this verb at the imparfait, and then the rest of the structure. If you've got the passé récent, then the only thing, like we had for the futur proche, the only thing you will have to modify is the verb venir, and you should put that at the imparfait form. Then don't forget the preposition de and your infinitive after. Okay? Les verbes avec que, that will be followed by l'indicatif, just because normally at this level, after having introduced le subjonctif, many students tend to think that each time we've got a verb that will be constructed with que, it will be automatically followed by the subjunctive form, which is not the case, okay? So we'll see in this video what category of verbs will be constructed with que, and then they will be followed by l'indicatif, okay? And these verbs normally will express la certitude, or then l'opinion, or la déclaration, okay? So certitude, when you're certain or sure about something, l'opinion, when you express your opinion, your point of view, and then la déclaration, if you want to declare something. Okay, so we'll first start with la certitude, and so we'll see the verbs, not all the verbs of course, but then we'll have few examples, and then you will, after that, of course, when you encounter a new verb, try to see whether it's constructed with le subjonctif or then l'indicatif, and try to remember that. Okay, so the first verb or structure would be c'est évident que. C'est évident que. C'est certain que. C'est certain que. C'est sûr que. C'est sûr que. Être sûr que. Être sûr que. Être certain que. Être certain que. Okay, so you can see that I've been, for this form and the second form here, I've been putting this just to put this option of the feminine form. Okay, remember, it would be written like that if it's for the masculine, but then if it's for the feminine form, then you should add at the end this but then phonetically it doesn't change at all. It will be exactly the same sound or the same phonetical thing that you will produce. Okay, so in that case, certain, it's quite interesting because you've got this A-I-N together, and then they will produce this un sound. Okay, so it's nasal in your nose, un. Okay, if you add this at the end, then it will change the thing, and then you will pronounce it N. Okay, so the masculine form, certains, the feminine form, certaines. All right, so let's see them one more time. C'est évident que, c'est certain que, c'est sûr que, être sûr que, so it was the masculine form and the feminine form is the same, être sûr que, okay, but in that case it will be different. Être certain que, this is the masculine form and the feminine form, être certaine que. Okay, and then remember, all these expressions will be followed by l'indicatif. Okay, so we'll see now l'opinion. So if you want to express your point of view or your opinion, then the first one would be penser que, trouver que, croire que, espérer que, avoir l'impression que. All right, so let's see them one more time. Penser que, trouver que, croire que, espérer que, avoir l'impression que. Okay, and so remember that all these verbs will be followed by l'indicatif. Okay? And now the last part, la déclaration. So if you want to declare something, if you want to express something, then savoir que, dire que, répondre que, raconter que, écrire que. Okay, so one more time. Savoir que, dire que, répondre que, raconter que, écrire que, and all these verbs will be followed by l'indicatif. Les verbes avec l'auxiliaire être. So if you remember, in some cases, for what we call composed tenses, you will have to use whether avoir or être. So in most of the cases, you will have to use avoir. But then in some cases, you will have to use this auxiliaire être. Okay? And well, I've been doing some videos regarding this topic, but then I thought that maybe it might be useful to see, because there are many different techniques to remember the list of verbs that will require this être verb. And then here is one of them. And it's called Dr. A and Mrs. P. Van der Tramp. Okay, so it's a technique that apparently is used in well, English-speaking countries. Okay, so we'll see that it can be quite useful. I'm not really sure if it's working for everyone, but still, it's one technique. Okay, so the idea is that you will try to remember actually these names, and then well, each letter will represent one verb that will require this auxiliaire être. Okay, so let's start now. And so if we take the whole thing here, and then we take only the first letter here, it's D, and then D will be for the verb descendre. Okay, descendre. Then after that, R will be for rentrer. Okay, rentrer. Then M will be for mourir. Mourir. R will be for revenir. Revenir. Then we'll have S, and it will be for sortir. Sortir. P. Passer par. Okay? Passer par. Then V. Venir. Okay? Venir. After that you will have A, and A is for aller. Aller. N. Naître. Naître. then you will have des, and they will be for devenir, devenir. Entrer, entrer. Then R for retourner, retourner. T for tomber, tomber. R for rester, rester. Then A for arriver, arriver. M will be for monter, monter. And last but not least, P will be for partir, partir. Okay, so you have it. As I said, I'm not really sure if it works for everyone, but then it's one option, okay? Or then the other option will be, or would be, the classical list, and then you learn them by heart. I mean, that's one option. So let's see them one more time, okay? So the first one is descendre. After that, we'll have entrer, then mourir, revenir, sortir, passer par, venir, aller, naître, devenir, entrer, retourner, tomber, rester, arriver, monter, partir. Les homographes, so don't be afraid, don't be scared, it's actually not that difficult. When we're talking about this homograph thing, we're talking about words that will be written almost the same way. Normally they should be written the same way, but we'll see that we've got two cases that are a bit special, but then they are written almost the same way. But then according to the gender, so whether it's masculine or feminine, the meaning of the word will change. Okay, so we'll see the first one. The first one is un moral. Okay, un moral. And so you can see the meaning here in English. Okay, and so if we see the feminine form, and I wanted to start with this one because, as I said, in most of the cases they will be written the same way, but in that case you've got this at the end, which is silent, so you don't pronounce it. So clearly it is the same pronunciation for the two words, but then in that case it's feminine, une morale. Okay, and here is the meaning in English. Okay, so un moral, une morale. Okay, so let's see the second now. Un moule. Okay, and you've got here the meaning, un moule, and the feminine form, une moule. All right, une moule. Okay, keep in mind you pronounce them the same way, but then as you can see the meaning is different. Le physique, le physique, and here is the meaning, and then la physique, la physique, and you've got here the meaning. Okay, le physique, la physique. Un poste, un poste, and here normally, so post or position, we're talking about a job. Okay, un poste. Une poste, une poste, and here is the meaning. Un tour, un tour. Okay, so actually this word has quite many meanings, so it can be turn, a turn, and other meanings as well. But then the good thing is that the feminine form, une tour, has only one translation, and it's here. It's our une tour. Okay, so un tour, une tour. And then un livre, un livre, une livre, une livre. Okay, so we're talking about the pound, so it can be well, the measurement for the weights, or then it can be as well une livre sterling, so if we're talking about the money. Okay, un mémoire, un mémoire, and then une mémoire, une mémoire. Un capital, un capital. So here we're talking about money. Une capitale. Une capitale. So you can see that we pronounce it the same way, but as we had previously, you've got to put this at the end. Okay? Un voile. Un voile. Une voile. Une voile. And here with the sail, we're talking about the part of the sailing boat. Is homophone, so it's actually quite interesting in that lesson. So we'll talk about words that you will write differently, but then phonetically you will pronounce them the same way, and of course they will have different meanings. Okay, so let's start now, and the first one is un air. Okay, we'll make this little link between the two, un air. Okay, and here you've got the translation in English. And then you've got une air. Okay, so you can see that you write it differently, but then clearly phonetically it's the same. Une air. And this is the translation in English. Une amende. Une amende. And that's what it means. And then une amende. So here you can see that the only difference is here you've got and here you've got a. Okay, so amende, amende, and the meaning is fine. We're talking here about the nice little gift you will get if you break the law. Une amende. Une encre. Une encre. And then feminine as well, une encre. Okay, so you can see here that the only difference is a here and then here. Okay, so une encre and une encre, it's the same. Un bar. Un bar. And then une bar. Okay, so you can hear that it's exactly the same way that you pronounce, but then you get r, and then e. Okay, une bar. Okay, so in that case it's this adjective, bon, and the meaning is good in English. Okay, bon. All right, and here we've got substantive, un bon. Un bon. Un bout. Remember, final T not pronounced. Un bout. Une bout. Okay, so here the only difference between the two is here you get T at the end, and here you get E at the end. Une bout. Un but. Un but. Une butte. Une butte. Un cent. Okay, remember this G here doesn't exist, so un cent. And then here we've got this sans. Quite useful because it means without, sans. And we've got a third one, cent, written like that, and it's 100. Okay, so un cent, cent, cent. Un champ, un champ. Un champ, un champ. So here it's quite tricky because if you look carefully, well, of course you pronounce them the same way because that's the topic of this video, but then masculine in both cases. So un champ, un champ. Un col, un col. Une colle, une colle. Les homophones, because actually I was thinking about doing 4 videos concerning this topic. So remember, when we're talking about les homophones, we're talking about all these words that we have in French that you will write differently but then pronounce the same way, and of course the meanings will be different. So that's the reason why it's quite important to take few minutes to try to see them and try to avoid any mistakes. Okay? Alright, so we'll stop now. And the first one is un compte. Un compte. And here you will have the translation. Un compte. So exactly the same pronunciation, but then of course the meaning is different. Un compte. Un coup. And then un coup. Alright, so you can see that you get this final P here, but then you don't pronounce it. And last, un coup. Okay, remember accent circonflexe, you don't pronounce it. Final T, same thing, you don't pronounce it. Okay, so un coup, and then un coup, the same pronunciation. Une cour. And then we get the adjective court. And after that, un cours. And then un cours. Alright, so you can see that here you get the feminine, une cour, then you get the adjective court, un cours, un cours. Un cuir. And the verb cuire. Okay, so un cuir and then cuire. Une date. Une date. So it's quite interesting because in English it's written the same way. Okay, so in that case we're talking about the fruit. So une date, okay, and here une date. So 31 janvier, for instance, une date, okay. Une eau. And then the adjective eau. Okay, une eau, eau. Une fin. And then une fin. Okay, so phonetically the same. Un fil. Une file. Okay, so don't try to, well, don't mix it with une fille, okay, because you get the double L, but in that case you get only one, so une file, okay, un fil, une file. Lait. Un lait. Okay, so the only difference is the final thing here, D, you don't pronounce it, T, you don't pronounce it, so phonetically you only have this lait. Une mère. Une mère. Un maire. Alright, so mère, mère, mère. right? In both cases. Here you've got the feminine form, and then here it's masculine. Of course, it could be feminine as well, because Mary can be ladies as well. Les homophones, so remember, we write them differently, we pronounce them the same way, and they have different meanings. Okay, so that's the thing. It is the third video, so the next one will be the last one covering this topic. Okay, so let's start now. Un mètre, and so you will have the translation here. Un mètre, and then un mètre as well. Okay, so un mètre and un mètre, same pronunciation. Un mois, and then moi, me. Okay, so un mois and moi. Un mur, and the adjective mur. Okay, so un mur and mur. Un nez, nez. Okay, so un nez and nez. Un nom, nom. Un nom, non. Un pain, un pain. Right? Un pain, un pain. Un père, une paire. Paire. Okay, so in that case we're talking about the numbers. Alright, so paire. So here, un père, une paire, paire. Une pâte, une pâte. Okay, une pâte, une pâte. Une paume, une pomme. Okay, so you can see that I pronounce them a little bit, well, a little bit differently, but then we'll be careful that in many cases people will pronounce them the same way. Okay, because in that case normally it should be a bit lower, pomme, and then here more open, so pomme. Okay. Une pause, une pause. Okay, so une pause, une pause. Les homophones, so it's the fourth video covering this topic. Remember, les homophones, we're talking about words that are pronounced the same way but written differently, and of course the meaning is different. Okay, so we'll see 10 of them in this video. So let's start with the first one. Une peau. And here you have the meaning in English. Une peau. Un pot. Okay, so une peau, un pot. Un point. Un point. Alright, so you can see that here the only difference is the final letter, okay, but then they are pronounced the same way and both of them are masculine. Un point, un point. Un port. Un port. Okay, exactly the same thing here. Only the last letter is different. You don't pronounce it, and then both of them are masculine. Un port. Un prêt. 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 Okay, so it's quite interesting here. So you've got un prêt written like that. So in that case, it's a substantive, so word, noun, and that's the meaning. Then you get prêt, like that, so final S, but then of course you don't pronounce it. And here, prêt, so the adjective, okay? Une roue. Roue. All right, so une roue, and then roue. Salle. Une salle. Okay, so even if you get the double L here, it will be still the same pronunciation as this one. So salle, une salle. So in that case, it's here, it's an adjective. Un seau. Un seau. Okay, so un seau, and then the same way, un seau. Sûr. Sûr. Okay, even if you get this accent circonflexe, you don't pronounce it, so you get the same pronunciation, sûr and sûr. Une tente. Une tente. Okay, so it's exactly the same pronunciation, even if you get a here and here. Okay, and both of them are feminine. Une tente. Un toit. Toit. Okay, so in that case, we're talking about moi, toi, lui, elle, so we saw that a long time ago. Okay, and then both of them are pronounced like toi. Un toit, toi. Le préfixe il, so il. When we're talking about prefix, normally we're talking about, well, letters, a group of letters that you will put in front of existing words, and by adding these letters or group of letters, you will change the meaning or the original meaning of the word. Okay, and that will be the case with this prefix il. Okay, so let's see. And so normally if we're talking about this il prefix, then it will mean privé de, sans. Okay, and this is actually what it means in English, so without or then, well, less. Okay, so that will be the meaning of this il prefix. Let's see 3 examples. So the first one here, légitime. Okay, so légitime, and then if you want to express, well, the without concept, then you will add this prefix il at the beginning, and then after that you continue with your original word légitime, and now you get illégitime. Okay, illégitime, légitime, illégitime. Second example, lisible. Okay, lisible, and then same idea, you just add this il in front, and then you get illisible, illisible. And the last one, légal. Okay, légal, exactly the same concept, you just add this il in front of légal, and you get illégal. Okay, so of course you understood that we add this il here because the original word is starting with L. Okay, so that's the reason why you will have this I and then L. Alright, so légal, illégal. Le préfixe im. Okay, so when we're talking about prefix, we're talking about letters that you will add at the beginning of existing words, and by adding these letters you will modify the meaning of the word. Okay, so let's see now. And in this lesson, well, by adding this im at the beginning of existing words, in most of the cases they will start with P. Okay, just for information, by adding this im you will modify the meaning, and it will mean privé de or sans. Okay, that is the result that you will get by adding this em. Okay, so let's see now a few examples. The first one is pair. Okay, so the meaning is even, and then I just put some numbers to make it clear that we're talking about numbers. So 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay, so pair, and then if you want to express the without, so you will use this impair. Impair. So you put em, and then after that, the rest, impair. Okay? Pardonnable. Pardonnable. Same rule, same way of working, em in front, impardonnable. Impardonnable. Parfait. Parfait. Exactly the same. Imparfait. Imparfait. Pensable. Pensable. And then it goes all the time the same way. Impensable. Impensable. Poli. Poli. Impoli. Impoli. Possible. Possible. Impossible. Impossible. Précis. Précis. Imprécis. So you can see that it's all the time the same technique, so you just add this em in front. Imprécis. Probable. Probable. Improbable. Improbable. Prudent. Prudent. Imprudent. Imprudent. Will be le préfixe en. Okay, so remember, when we're talking about prefix, we just were talking about letters that you will put in front of existing words, and by adding these letters, you will modify the original meaning of the word. Okay, so in that case, this en prefix will mean privé de or sans. Okay, privé de, sans. And this en will be used when the original word is starting with a vowel or h plus une voyelle. Okay, so let's see a few examples now. And the first one is acceptable. Okay, acceptable. You will have the translation here in English, and it's not that difficult in that case. And if you want to express this privé de or sans, okay, without or less, then you will add this en, as we saw, first at the beginning of your word, then you will just add your word, and you get inacceptable. Okay, acceptable, inacceptable. Achevé, inachevé. Okay, achevé, inachevé. Admissible, inadmissible. Admissible, inadmissible. Animé, inanimé. Animé, inanimé, attendu, inattendu, attendu, inattendu, imaginable, inimaginable, imaginable, inimaginable, oubliable, inoubliable, oubliable, inoubliable, utile, inutile, utile, inutile. Le préfixe IR, and the good news is that it will be the last video for this chapter of prefix. Okay, so if you remember, when we're talking about prefix, actually we're talking about letters, like in that case IR, that you will add at the beginning of an existing word, and by adding these letters you will modify the meaning or the original meaning of the word. Okay, and in that case, when you will put this ER, and you will see that we're talking about words that will start with R, okay? But then you will modify the meaning, and the meaning will be privé de or sans, okay? Privé de or sans. So let's check 3 examples. And the first one is réel, okay? Réel. And then, as I said, you just add this IR, and then after that you put your réel again, and you will get irréel. Irréel, okay? Réel, and then irréel. Régulier, so as I said, remember they start with R all the time. Régulier, and then exactly the same technique. IR, and after that you put it back. Irrégulier, okay? Régulier, then irrégulier. And the last one, résistible, résistible, and exactly the same way, IR, and you put it back. Irrésistible, irrésistible. So, résistible, irrésistible. Le suffixe isé, I-S-E-R. Okay, so after having doing some videos regarding les préfixes, now we'll try to see a little bit what we call les suffixes. Okay, so les suffixes, actually we're talking about these letters that you can put or you can add at the end of existing words, and by adding these letters you will modify it, or you will change the meaning, or in that case we will change adjectives into verbs. Okay, so that's the whole idea of this video, and here we'll only focus on the adjectives that will end with AL, okay, AL, and then, well, as we saw, we will just add at the end of these adjectives this ISER just to make a verb. Okay, so let's see a few examples now. And the first one is banal. Okay, so here is the meaning in English. Okay, so if we want to make a verb out of this adjective, then we only need to, as I say, put this ISER at the end, and then you will get banaliser. Banaliser. Okay, so adjective banal, verbe banaliser. Brutal, and then we will get brutaliser. Okay, brutal, and then you just add this ISER at the end, and you'll get brutaliser. Central, centraliser. Okay, exactly the same way. Central, and then the verb, centraliser. Égal, égaliser. Égal, égaliser. Général, généraliser. Général, généraliser. Légal, légaliser. Légal, légaliser. National, nationaliser. National, nationaliser. Le suffixe ement, aimant, okay? And the idea is to, well, see how we can clearly come from a verb and to make from that verb a noun, okay? And so the idea is, we'll see that if your verb is ending with er, okay, so that's what we'll see in this video, but of course it doesn't, as usual when we learn French, it doesn't concern all the verbs ending with er, okay, but actually the verbs that we'll see in this lesson will work with that concept. So you will actually need to take away this er ending and you will replace it with the suffix, so this thing ement, okay, to get the noun. And you've got to keep in mind that the noun must express the action, okay, because you can have many nouns or many substantives, as we say, that will express different things, okay, but in that case, when you're going from the verb to this substantive, so this noun, it must express the action, okay. So let's see a few examples now. The first one, so amuser, okay, so you will have here the translation in English, okay. So, well, if we just respect the rule, so we take away this er and then we will modify and we will put this suffix ement instead, and we will get this un amusement, okay. So amuser, un amusement. Changer, un changement. Changer, un changement. Commencer, un commencement. Commencer, un commencement. Se comporter, un comportement. Se comporter, un comportement. Développer, un développement. Développer, un développement. Gouverner, un gouvernement. Gouverner, un gouvernement. Grouper, un groupement. Grouper, un groupement. Rassembler, un rassemblement. Rassembler, un rassemblement. Traiter, un traitement. Traiter, un traitement. Le suffixe isement, okay? And the idea is to see how we could make nouns or substantives if we're starting from the verbs, okay? So let's see. The idea is that we're talking here about the verbs that will belong to the second group of verbs, so ending in er, okay? And well, the rule or the way to make them is that we'll take away this er, so the ending of the verb, and we'll replace it with le suffix isement, so I-S-S-E-M-E-N-T. Okay, so that's the rule. And then the only thing that we should keep in mind, because of course if we're talking about making substantives based on verbs, it's possible to have different type of substantives, but in that case the substantive, so the noun, must express the action. Okay, that's the only thing that you should keep in mind. Okay, so let's see a few examples now. The first one, élargir, and so you can see here the translation in English. Un élargissement. Okay, so you can see that as we saw, you just need to take away this er from the verb and then you replace it with the issement, okay, and then you get the un élargissement. Okay, so élargir, un élargissement. Ralentir, un ralentissement. Ralentir, un ralentissement. Rajeunir, un rajeunissement. Rajeunir, un rajeunissement. Vieillir, un vieillissement. Vieillir, un vieillissement. Okay, so it will be the first, here you can see, the first video covering these EON words that are the same in English and in French. Okay, and so the rule is that, of course, EON, so you will have the same words in English and in French if the word exists in French, and that's the first thing. And then remember that in some cases, so will become E in French, so we'll put the accent, and then in some cases Z, so la lettre Z, will become la lettre S. Okay, all right, I didn't put the article, but then in most of the cases they are feminine. Okay, so let's start now. Abdication, ablution, abnégation, abolition, abomination, abrogation, absorption, abstention, abstraction, accélération, accentuation, acceptation, accession, acclamation, accommodation, accréditation, accumulation, accusation, acidification, acquisition, action, activation, adaptation, addiction, addition, adhésion, administration, admiration, admission, adoption, adoration, adulation, aération, affectation, affection, affiliation, affirmation, agglomération, aggravation, agression, agitation, aliénation, alimentation, allégation, allocation, allocution, allusion, alphabétisation, altération, altercation. These topic identical words in English and in French, okay? And in that video we'll cover the EON, so we're talking about the endings here, words, okay? But then keep in mind that all the EON words in English won't be the same in French, okay? So the first thing that you get to remember is that if it exists in French, then it will be the same, and normally the meaning will be the same. Keep in mind as well that in some cases we'll have some differences in the writing, okay? So could become A, and then Z could become S, okay? But then let's see now. So it's the second part of the list. If you're interested by this thing, then remember that there was a previous video that covered 50 words. In that video we'll cover still 50 words, and then if I remember correctly, the total amount is 500, okay? So ambition, amélioration, amplification, amputation, animation, annexion, annotation, annulation, anticipation, apparition, appellation, application, appréciation, appréhension, approbation, appropriation, approximation, articulation, ascension, aspiration, assignation, assimilation, association, attention, atténuation, attestation, attraction, attribution, audition, augmentation, auscultation, aviation, bénédiction, bureaucratisation, calcification, calcination, calibration, canalisation, cannibalisation, capitalisation, célébration, cessation, cicatrisation, circulation, citation, civilisation, clarification, classification, coalition, cohabitation. Series of videos that we started earlier, and the topic is identical words in English and in French, and in that case we'll cover the words that will end with EON. So the first rule that you've got to keep in mind is that if it exists in French it will be the same, okay, but it's not all the time the case. Alright, and then the second thing that you should remember is that in some cases we'll write them a little bit differently. So you can see that in French will be E in some cases, and then Z here in some cases will become S. Okay, so let's see, and the list continues. Cohésion, collaboration, collation, collection, collision, colocation, collusion, colonisation, coloration, combustion, commémoration, commercialisation, commission, communication, communion, compassion, compensation, compétition, compilation, complication, composition, compréhension, compression, concentration, conception, conclusion, condition, confection, confédération, confession, configuration, confirmation, confrontation, confusion, connotation, consécration, conservation, considération, conspiration, consternation, construction, contagion, contamination, contemplation, contestation, continuation, contorsion, contraception, contraction, contradiction. Theme identical words in English and in French, and we'll especially focus on this video and the previous and the following videos on the words that will end with E-O-N, okay? And then keep in mind that the first rule, it must exist in French. All E-O-N words in English, they don't exist in French, okay? So, well, that's the first thing. And then remember that in some cases, we'll write them a little bit differently, okay? So that's the thing. And the list continues. Contravention, contribution, contusion, convention, conversation, conversion, conviction, convocation, coopération, coordination, coproduction, corrosion, corruption, création, crémation, criminalisation. Sorry, it's a difficult one. So again, criminalisation, cultivation, cumulation, désactivation, déception, décision, déclaration, décolonisation, décomposition, décoration, déduction, définition, déformation, dégradation, dégustation, délation, délectation, délégation, délibération, démission, démobilisation, démocratisation, démodulation, démolition, démonétisation, démonstration, dénationalisation, dénaturalisation, dénigration, dénomination, dépigmentation, déportation, déposition, dépression, dérision. Identical words in English and French, and we'll only focus on the E-O-N, so the words that will end with E-O-N in English, and that will be the same in French, but then keep in mind that, of course, it must exist in French, because it's not the case for all the words in E-O-N. So be careful. That's the reason why I wanted to make this huge list, but then after that you'll know which one exists in French. And then remember that in some cases the word will a little bit change. So you get the example here. Will become A, and then Z will become S. Okay. Description, désignation, désolation, déstabilisation, destination, destruction, détection, détention, détérioration, détermination, détonation, dévaluation, dévastation, déviation, diction, diffusion, digestion, dilatation, dimension, diminution, direction, discrimination, discussion, disposition, disqualification, dissociation, distinction, distribution, diversification, diversion, divination, division, documentation, domiciliation, domination, donation, dotation, dramatisation, duplication, ébullition, éclosion, édification, édition, éducation, élaboration, électrocution, élévation, élimination, élocution, élucidation. Identical words in English and French, and we'll concentrate on the words ending with EON, okay? And then remember that the main thing with these EON words in English is that it must exist, of course, in French, because it's not the case for all the EON words in English. And then in some cases we'll have some modifications in the writing in French, okay? So let's continue with 50 new words. Émancipation, émission, émotion, épilation, équation, équitation, érosion, éruption, estimation, évacuation, évaluation, évaporation, évasion, évolution, exaltation, exaspération, exception, exclamation, exclusion, excursion, expansion, expatriation, expédition, expiration, explication, exploitation, exploration, explosion, exposition, expression, expulsion, extension, externalisation, extinction, extraction, extrapolation, fabrication, fascination, fédération, fiction, fixation, formation, formulation, fraction, fragmentation, frustration, fusion, généralisation, génération, glaciation. Identical words in English and French, and we'll only focus in this video on the words in English that will end with EON, because in many cases they will be exactly the same in French, but you should keep in mind that it's not all the time true. So first, well, the word must exist in French because it's not, you know, the case all the time, okay? And then the second thing that you should keep in mind, in some cases, well, the writing of these words will change a little bit, okay? Gratification, gravitation, habitation, hésitation, hibernation, hospitalisation, humidification, humiliation, idéalisation, identification, illumination, illusion, illustration, imagination, imitation, immersion, immigration, immobilisation, immunisation, imperfection, implantation, implication, implosion, imposition, impression, improvisation, impulsion, inaction, inactivation, inattention, inauguration, incarnation, incinération, incitation, incompréhension, incorporation, incrustation, incubation, indécision, indexation, indication, indigestion, indignation, indiscrétion, indisposition, infection, inflation, information, infraction, infusion. Identical words in English and French, and in this video we'll only focus still on the words in English that will end with EON, and that will be the same in French. So in some cases persons tend to say that all the English words ending with EON are exactly the same in French, and I've been working on that at least quite much, and I can tell you that unfortunately that's not the truth. So the first thing that you should keep in mind that it will be the same if it does exist in French, and it's not the case all the time. And then the second thing that you should keep in mind that in some cases the writing of the words will change a little bit. Okay, let's start now. Injection, innovation, inscription, insertion, insolation, inspection, inspiration, installation, instauration, institution, instruction, intégration, intention, interception, interdiction, internationalisation, interpellation, interprétation, intervention, intimidation, intoxication, introduction, invasion, invention, investigation, invocation, irrigation, isolation, juxtaposition, légalisation, légion, législation, lésion, libéralisation, libération, limitation, location, locomotion, locution, lotion, malédiction, malformation, malnutrition, malversation, manifestation, manipulation, mention, migration, militarisation, million. And I just realized that I've been making a mistake here. It should be a 3 instead of 2. Okay, sorry, I won't make this video again only for these 2 little mistakes. Okay.